going to do the questions at the very end or during the break?
No, just before lunch.
Just before lunch, right? Yeah, you have to
Okay, that's fine.
out at lunch.
That's fine. So I was going to do it at 10:50.
Okay, perfect.
If that's
perfect.
okay.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Hey, what's up?
How are you? Good. Good.
Thank you. The marshal's right over there, and right behind him is the post. The schedule's there.
Yep.
Okay. When the person before you, which is me, is like halfway through, make your way down to the end of the glass and hang out there. Which one is that?
That's the next one.
Okay, for this one? Okay.
All redundant.
Sure. All right, good morning. Couple things here. Welcome to the Massachusetts Department of Fire Services Lithium Ion Battery Symposium. My name is Kevin Gallagher. I'm a Deputy Chief for the Brockton Fire Department, and I'm an Assistant Program Coordinator here for the Hazardous Materials Response. I'm going to be your host today, so I'll be introducing each speaker as they come up. Before we begin, I'd like to draw your attention to your exits right over here. You have two sets of bathrooms. If you come out the exits and go left, there's a set down there. And if you go out to the right, past the cafeteria towards the admin wing, there's another set of bathrooms over there. In the rear of the classroom are the sign-in sheets. Please don't forget to sign in so that you can get credit for your attendance. We're also asking that everybody pre-orders their lunch. So if you need lunch, the lunch orders are in the back. There's a box there for you to put your completed lunch order in. We have about 100 people registered for this, plus we expect a few walk-ins. So we don't want to crowd up at the same time at lunch. So if you're ordering lunch, please go ahead and during breaks or whatever, fill out the lunch forms. They want them in by 10, so after our first break, I'm going to turn those in. So for today, we have allotted 20 minutes for each speaker. We're trying to cast a wide net over this problem. So as you see on the bullet list, those are the people that are going to be presenting to you today. So we're trying to cast a wide net over this problem so that we can kind of get a full grasp of what's going on. Not only for a response, but for how am I going to pay for this response? What's the investigations? How are we coding this? So there's a lot of things, right? We're going to try to refrain from questions during the 20-minute presentations, and we're going to do panel discussions after 4 or 5 presenters, right? So you're going to get 4 or 5 presenters. All 4 or 5 will return to the front of the room, and then we'll go through a question and answer session in the front. Anybody have any questions logistically from the start? Okay. So to begin, I'd like to start with a quick video presentation.
It was an hours-long fight for firefighters from Wakefield and surrounding towns. An electric vehicle on fire on the side of 95 late Thursday night. The chief says the crews went to move the car after the crash. The guardrail punctured the battery pack, sending the Tesla up in flames.
The stuff that's coming out of that smoke and the flame temperatures exceed 2,500 degrees as opposed to a normal vehicle fire. So there's a lot of stuff going on.
It's uncharted territory for firefighters. Normally, a regular car fire could be put out instantly with half a tank of water, but in this case,
We had 5 inches. Each carrying 750 or more. Milton's tanker carries 2,500. We just kept running them up there. It was in the middle of a driving snowstorm.
Ann Thomas was fast asleep early Saturday morning when her husband woke her up saying their 2021 Chevy Bolt was on fire. They've been leasing the electric vehicle for almost 3 years. It's now sitting in the tow yard at Mark's Towing and Recovery after fire crews battled these flames for 3 hours.
It was labor intensive. We had to put a lot of water on that fire.
11,000 gallons of water to be exact. Wareham Fire Chief John Kelly says this is his first electric vehicle fire, but he doesn't expect it to be his last.
Medford had one in April,
A battery pack from an electric bike exploded.
and another in Catherine Carver's apartment building in June.
I get a call from my landlord saying that the house is on fire.
It started in her roommate's bedroom. An electric bike battery ignited while charging. It took 90 minutes to get the flames out.
So of course that was a very panicked moment. I'm told that it went up very quickly. And that's what I've heard from looking it up online, that these battery fires burn very fast and very hot.
Lithium ion batteries burn like a bottle rocket. This demonstration shows what happens when a pack is punctured. Chances are you have at least one in your home. They power computers, phones, e-bikes, scooters, hoverboards.
That could ignite surrounding combustibles. So that's what makes them different, is that it's rapid and then it burns hot and it can spread the fire around the room. You've had a couple of these fires recently. When I see 2 in a very short span, I think to myself, okay, are they following the manufacturer's specs? Are they charging them properly?
you interact with lithium-ion batteries every day. You might not even know it because they're in things like your phone. That's why the New Bedford Fire Department is hosting this training event for departments across the region to prepare for anything that may arise.
We want to be the department that addresses all these emerging threats, and we respond with best practices to protect the lives of our citizens.
Lithium batteries used in electronics, scooters, and bikes can spark an intense fire that spreads fast, and it's hard to stop. Common fire extinguishers and water don't work well if they flare up.
Not only the extinguishing part of these fires that's a problem, is disposal of these. How do you keep these? Because these batteries will reignite.
Today's demonstration allowed firefighters to see firsthand what happens when a lithium battery ignites.
So they can identify if they're ever in a fire. They can hear what it sounds like when these batteries start to turn, when they start to off gas. They can understand the explosion. Oh my God, that was a lithium ion battery. I need to make sure I'm out of the structure. know is if these batteries get insulted, at some point they're going to go into thermal runaway. We have no idea of being able to predict how, when, or why.
If you guys feel free and
I'd like to thank Jake Wark, DFS PIO, for putting that together. Immediately following his appointment as our new state fire marshal, Marshal Davin recognized that the fire service had a lithium-ion battery problem in Massachusetts. He contacted me and we discussed where to begin. With Marshal Davin's background as a fire chief and as a hazardous materials technician himself, he understands the need for clear best practices for our people in the field. So today we will hear from representatives from a wide variety of organizations, from code enforcement to environmental protection, and from fire investigation to toxicology. I'd like to thank Marshal Davin for his decisive leadership to make today's event possible. Please welcome our new State Fire Marshal, John Davin.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. Before I get started, I'd like to recognize the tremendous work that Kevin did putting this together. He's worked really hard with this, and I think you're really going to enjoy the day. So thank you, Kevin. I'd also like to recognize Josh Hanley and Christina Mitchell over here, who are going to be recording this so that we can get it up on our YouTube channel here in the next few days. So appreciate both your help. Thank you. And I want to thank all of our speakers for taking their time today to share your knowledge with our fire service professionals from across the Commonwealth. Thank you. So why are we here? Lithium-ion battery fires are a problem we're only beginning to get our arms around. We've all seen the footage out of New York, where more than a dozen people have died this year alone in lithium-ion battery fires. Those batteries are everywhere: electric vehicles, scooters, e-bikes, power tools, and even our phones in our pockets. Most of us, maybe all of us, have seen fires in our communities that involve these devices. But the EMFRS data only shows about a dozen battery fires statewide in 2022. I think we can all agree that they're underreported as factors in serious fires. EMFRS mirrors the National Fire Incident Reporting System, which doesn't currently distinguish between battery types. So many of these fires have been coded differently, or they started with something other than the battery, or the damage may have been so severe that the exact cause of the fire could not be determined. Whatever the reason, I want to emphasize something. The regulations and legislation we see in the months and years ahead will depend on us documenting this problem today. So at this symposium, we're bringing you a dozen subject matter experts to share their knowledge on lithium-ion battery fires. But we're also making a request. Simply put, we need better data, and we need your help gathering it. Toward the end, we've developed a checklist that your department or district investigators can fill out for fires involved with lithium-ion batteries. Completing and submitting these reports will help us track these fires and build a data set that will help all of us, including state and federal policymakers. You'll hear more about this forum from Daryl Dion in a few minutes. And I'll be sending out an email with the forum later today. We're on a tight schedule, so I'm going to wrap it up. And I'm going to turn it over to Chief Burke from Hyannis, who is going to say a few words representing the Fire Chiefs Association of Massachusetts. And I'd just like to say again, thank you all for joining us today, and please make the most of it. So thank you.
The fire service across Massachusetts comes from communities and cities of all types, each one having to decide how to address this lithium-ion battery problem. When departments work together, we can bring about positive changes, safer response, and even legislative success. Representing the Fire Chiefs Association of Massachusetts, please welcome President Hyannis Fire Chief Peter Burke.
Good morning. Thank you, Deputy Galligan, and thank you to Marshal Davin for hosting this symposium. Throughout the fire service's history, we've risen to address new challenges: adopting emergency medical services, hazardous materials response, technical rescue, after 9/11, counterterrorism and weapons of mass destruction, and most recently reacting to COVID-19. Energy systems generally, and battery technology specifically, present a new challenge to the fire service. While we have some information and understanding of the associated risks, we'll hear today that there are many unknowns. We do know that the fire service will continue to evolve and adapt to them. This challenge has substantial nuance. Where to bring vehicles damaged after a collision, how to manage battery fires on board a passenger or vehicle ferry, or lithium-ion batteries failing in a hospital are all issues that need particular attention and solutions. And we know that not all of those solutions are available to us today. We should also continue to look at this challenge from a life safety perspective and recognize that this emerging threat poses a significant threat to both civilian and firefighter safety, as we saw in the video previously. The Fire Chiefs Association has been watching this issue from a policy and legislative perspective, and when there are policy or legislative opportunities available, we'll be sure to support them. The first step, as with any new challenge, is to gain understanding of the problem. Today, with the support of DFS and experts in the field behind us, is a great first step in that direction. Solutions will take the expertise for a wide array of stakeholders, and we thank all of those who are providing their expertise to us today. And more importantly, we thank all of you who are spending your time with us to make sure that we can make our fire departments and communities safer. Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Okay.
Thanks. Excellent. Okay. Okay, so our first presentation today. Our first presenter is Daryl Dion. Daryl has been a research analyst and EMPERS manager for the Massachusetts Department of Fire Services since 2001. In 2015, he became the president of the National Fire Information Council. He teaches the EMPERS classes at the Massachusetts Firefighting Academy and is also an instructor at for the EMPERS program management class at the National Fire Academy. Mr. Dion has been a firefighter EMT in Holden, Massachusetts since 1999. A challenge with lithium-ion fires is getting a true understanding of the scope and scale of this problem. The only way we're going to gain an understanding is with clear and accurate data. Daryl will explain how EMPERS will allow us to capture this data and get a deeper insight into the lithium-ion battery problem in Massachusetts. I'll give you a mic.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen. Usually I'm the last person that presents, but today I guess I'm the first one. So it's just like when you take a class, you always want to be the first person to present to set the mark. Documenting and coding lithium-ion battery fires. Excuse me. Like the marshal said, EMPERS and EMPERS, I'm going to use them interchangeably because they're the same exact thing, doesn't document battery fires well. The system was based on 1990s tech, and it just had batteries. And back then, rechargeable batteries was still something relatively new. So as you can see, in EMPERS alone, we already see a spike around 2020 and 2021. Okay, we don't know what kind of batteries those are. Those could be regular car batteries. Those could have been the older rechargeable type batteries. But with the spike here in 2021 and 2022, and so far in 2023, we're assuming that they're lithium-ion batteries, but we can only assume. So as you can see, the trend is just going up. Now, for structure fires, it's the same trend. Okay, you can see a spike here in 2021 and 2022. I'm going to show you some FDNY data that I got from their marshal's office that will show the same exact spike, but a lot more detail. Okay, it doesn't allow us to track this new fire problem. EMPERS version 5, what we're using now, is antiquated. It needs to be updated, and the U.S. Fire Administrator is taking care of that. But we cannot add enough codes to accurately track the problem. We can track by adding a +1 code on the battery to say lithium-ion battery fire. Okay, but to do that, that's all the information we'll give us. Everything else has to be put in a narrative, and we don't have the technology even at the federal level for the system to read the narratives and track data in there. This is most likely underreported. We need to distinguish between equipment and the battery, which started the fire. We just had a fire in Cambridge the other day, which I heard on the way coming in, was an e-bike. They were charging it, and that's what caused the fire in Cambridge. So, we're going to get to it, like Marshal David said, there's going to be something at the end of the presentation where we're going to share with you to collect a lot more data to be able to prove the problem. Okay. This is data I received from FDNY Supervisory Fire Marshal John Coleman that he shared with us. It's going to be less than what the FDNY hazmat chief has, because they go to every fire involving lithium-ion batteries. This is only the fires that the marshals are called to investigate. But as you can see here, 2019, 30, 2020, 44, spike in 2021 coming out of COVID, 2022, 220, 2023 so far as of mid-September, it's already up to 200. And this is just the batteries, the fires that they're called to investigate, not the ones that they know right off the top of the head. It's an e-bike fire on the side of the road, that type of thing. Also here we can see 149, okay, but it's mostly the mobility devices, the e-bikes, the electric scooters. It could also be a Razor scooter. We actually had a fire recently, I believe it was down in Falmouth, where they had a kid's Razor scooter that started the fire. Okay, that's considered a mobility device, even though it's technically a toy. It's considered a mobility device. We also can see here, you know, the occupancies. It's mostly residential or right outside the residence. Okay, so these are very dangerous. We have the majority of our fire deaths and fatal fires are in residences. Luckily, so far to date, we haven't had a fatal fire in Massachusetts caused by lithium-ion battery, but that's, you know, it's going to come eventually. We want to track this and try to get, the regulations in place to be able to handle it. So, NFIRS and NFIRS, USFA about 3 or 4 years ago put something out about e-cigarettes or vape fires on air level, that sort of thing, and about charging them. So they specifically put it off for e-cigarette fires. But the main thing is the lithium-ion battery in the e-cigarettes or the vapor. So what we're trying to do is we're going to adapt that to all other lithium-ion battery fires. And they also have something for electric hybrid fires, vehicle fires, that we'll get into after the e-cigarette fires. Okay, so when you have basically a lithium-ion battery fire, it doesn't have to be e-cigarette, it can be anything that's other than a vehicle. You want to code your heat source as 12, radiated or conducted heat from operating equipment. This will be made available online, so you don't have to take notes right now. Item first ignited should be whatever the battery is contacted with that actually starts the fire going. Your factors contributing to ignition, either if it fails during charging, 50, operational deficiency, and if it fails at any other time, design, manufacturing, installation deficiency, other. We hate using other codes in NFIRS for data analysis, but there's nothing there specifically, so I want you to use the other codes. Equipment involved in ignition, 229 battery. You could all add a 229 and +1 code underneath that, like 229.1 to be lithium-ion battery. Equipment power source would be 12, batteries and low voltage. Your portability is going to be portable. And then what they want you to do, always put everything in the narrative if it's something special. In this case, we're trying to track lithium-ion batteries. So put lithium-ion battery in the narrative and please spell it out correctly. So, because they are trying to get software to be able to read these, so we can go back at the federal level and be able to read it, but if you don't spell it correctly, it's going to skip over it. Okay, this is just a screen print to show you about the, I made up something, but it was in the bedroom, because we will know that a lot of these bikes are getting charged in the bedroom, but it also might be your cell phone, it might be your laptop. Your heat source, radiated conducted heat, opposed to sulfur chair, because somebody just put on a chair, and then what the chair was made out of. Then we get to the cause of ignition. 3, failure of equipment and heat source. Either one or both, and then how you capture the battery information. Once again, you don't have to memorize this. This is going to be put on the web later. Okay, so that's just a piece of equipment or the battery itself. If you get a hybrid fire or electric vehicle fire, it's a 130 series. Okay, like I said, even that little kid's Razor scooter, as long as it was not in the building, it becomes a mobile property fire. So these are just definitions I got right off of the NFIRS Graham's website. But you got your fully electric Tesla Model SY, Chevy Bolt, or a hybrid vehicle. Okay, don't forget, hybrid vehicles can include bicycles, motorcycles, cars, trucks, or boats. So any mobile property fire and any vehicle fire if it happens outside of a building. Okay, the mobile property section is used to identify the motor vehicle. Please use the mobile property field to Okay, it's a type code 131. It's a passenger vehicle fire. Mobile property involved three. Involved the ignition of bird. It's a passenger car. Tesla was 2000. So there is no make code for Tesla and some of the other total electric brands. So what you want to use is other, and then mobile property. You put the model of the car, and if you're using other, also put the make, and then you electric. So as an example. Involved ignition of bird, passenger car, other make, Tesla Model S, electric, and then the other information as required. NFIRS has a problem where you cannot put mobile property fields, complete them, and also complete the equipment field. So if it's a mobile property file, you have to complete these fields. You can't put down that it was a battery because you can't use the equipment field. It's a quirk in the system that goes all the way back to the beginning. They never fixed it. So if you think it was the battery, especially if it's electric or hybrid car, put that in the narrative. We're going to see more charging stations in the home in the coming years. California's going to have a big problem with these in about 5 years when the new law goes into effect. But if it's attached to a building or inside of a building, or outside at a hotel, or any other mall or something like that, we're going to call it as outside equipment fire. Equipment involved is going to be the battery charger, which that's what this is. It's going to be, and then the model and number. Once again, you're going to have to add this information in. Please try to spell it out. Have your investigators spell out everything. Try not to shorten it. Note that the charges for electric or hybrid motor vehicles in the remarks narrative section. And here's just an example. Okay, so now we know that's basic information. We really can't get to the root of the problem about lithium-ion batteries. So what we did is we decided to come up with a separate way to document this information. And we took the template, for those of you who remember the old fire standard compliance cigarette fire checklist, we rolled that out about 10, 12 years ago to try to catch those fires. So we used that as a template, and we created a checklist for lithium-ion battery fires. It's a fillable form. You complete one for each incident. Okay, it's addition to the standard NFIRS report. This is voluntary. This isn't mandated. But for those of you who are really into this, we would like you to submit these forms. Okay, if you want to, you could also go back to like the Cambridge fire, the New Bedford fire. If you had fires earlier this year, and you want to complete these forms and send it to us, we'll do it. What we're going to do is we're going to take all the information off these forms. We're going to start a separate little database, and we're going to be able to track these and have more information available for everybody to make better decisions. And it's going to ask for basic information, the type of equipment the battery was powering, the equipment brand, make, and model, and also information of the battery itself, the brand and the size, and where was it purchased, if you can get that information. If you can't get it, we understand. So here's a copy. Here's what the form's going to look like. This is going to be fillable. You just put you can just check off the date, the time, your FDID number, the incident number, the address or location of the fire, and then you check off one of these, the equipment. So if it was separate, if it was in a piece of equipment, not separate in the charger. If it was in a charger, right here, and then if the battery was charging, so that being charged, they get overcharged. They go into that thermal. Excuse me, I forgot the word, but it sets it off. So you can check that off. If it's not one of these right here, you check off other and put the information here. If you can get the battery information from right here, okay, answer these questions, information, and then, who's completing this form. There are 2 buttons down here that you can check. One, it will automatically save this form and send it to us in an email. It gets sent to the M1st Department Division. Okay, another one, if you don't want to do that, you could actually just print out the form, print it out, you keep a copy for yourself, and then you fax it over to us or you snail mail it to us. All the incidents will be tracked and it'll be made available to anyone who needs it. All set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I need the button.
Yeah.
Good thing is we're ahead of schedule. You guys are doing great. So as we're aware, the problem with lithium-ion batteries is not limited to Massachusetts and is a worldwide problem. By sharing our experiences, investigating, and documenting these incidents, as we have just learned, we may be able to identify trends and hazards and establish recalls. To discuss what is going on nationally and to let us know what services may be available, please welcome from the United States Consumer Protection Agency, Product Safety Investigator Sarah Cadden. Keep it in front of you.
Okay, and then let's just press the right button.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you, everyone. Just to kind of piggyback real quickly on the NFIRS reports, we utilize those in a lot of our investigations when there's not a formal investigation report for an incident or a fire. So that product detail, if you can get any manufacturer's information, model number or anything, is very critical to our investigations. As I said in the introduction, our agencies are responsible for regulating, creating all the safety regulations for products. We regulate over 18,000 products for United States consumers. We also are responsible for all the nationwide safety recalls, product safety labeling, and then safety notes in the owner's manuals for products. Yes, we are out of Washington, D.C., but I'm right in Westminster, Massachusetts, so I'm available to all of you at any time. So let's see. So this was we have a couple case studies for you guys to kind of show how our investigations go from start to finish. A lot of times we'll get tips from fire departments, just heads up from you guys directly. You can report it on an incident on our website, saferproducts.gov. You can email me or call me directly, to see if I'm interested in obtaining the product sample or your report, or once a year we do get the NFIRS reports. For this one, it was a news article. We also get cases from the coroners, police, and news scans where a lithium-ion battery caught fire on an airplane. So we became aware of the incident, and so it was on the news, so therefore it was high profile. FAA had the sample product. Multiple agencies were involved. The FAA standard, a different agency than ours, is to submerge the product, the lithium-ion incident sample in salt water. So that's what they did. We weren't able, after the plane, we weren't able to get there until the following day to get clearance from FAA, so we weren't able to interview any of the witnesses. So therefore, some of these, as you can see, the scene was secured. So only person we were able to interview was the owner of the phone, and we were able to secure that phone after the FAA cleared it and completed their investigation. So sometimes, as you guys can see, what we can have access to is very limited. Sometimes it's just the product sample or just the NFIRS report. Sometimes, when we can get our interviews, that's very valuable. But in this situation, it was very minimal. This is what we received. It was a carry-on laptop bag. A phone in a laptop bag. And the consumer opened the front pocket of his laptop bag, grabbed the power bank, and tossed it to the aisle beside him. We noticed it was smoking. It combusted and fell into 2 pieces. And then the flight attendants used a fire extinguisher. And it happened luckily on the ground. So this is the salt container that it was stored in until we could collect it. And this was all we received for the product. As you can see, it's probably very difficult to identify that. In many of your instances, you guys may dispose of that. But we were able to complete this case just using that charred little mess for that power bank. So these samples are really critical to us, and it also helps you guys to kind of get rid of some of these hazmat products. I'll touch more on that in a minute. So we were able to get the phone. We also will go out and purchase exemplar samples, which I'm sure you know are brand new samples of the exact same model. So we can compare them at the lab. As you can see on the right here is our exemplar sample. We ship everything hazmat, so we have the static-free bags for the incident product. The one on the left, as you can see, of course, is our incident product. That's all we have, but we do have an X-ray machine in our lab to identify that this is the exact same product. And so we can see the internal dynamics. Our lab has a phenomenal engineering department and legal team as well. So I'll complete my investigation. It goes on to our lab. The product will be analyzed by the engineers, and then the legal team will go after the manufacturers. I'm sure a lot of you guys already know how a lithium ion works. There's a negative anode, which is the red, and then we have a positive cathode. They must be aligned properly. So a lot of these fires that we're seeing in our lab, when you're seeing a thermal runaway, is because I'm not sure how the laser works, these end materials are not lined up properly, and you'll see that in a couple x-rays I have in some slides from some of our cases. So there's a separator, as you guys can see in the blue. That's what keeps them shorting. If the cathode, which is the yellow, which is your positive, comes too close to the separator, it can cause a short in that situation where there's not physical damage. Obviously, if it's punctured, we all know that the positive and negative are touching. But a lot of the times, like we'll see in nearly every single one of our cases where the product was just charging or it was just sitting there on the sidewalk and caught fire, that these anodes and cathodes were not the same length, and so therefore they came in contact or came too close. This releases a lot of energy when there's contact at a fast rate of speed, which creates heat and ignites. The misalignment of layers, that's what I was talking about. So that's kind of how that works, positive and negative in the spacer. And again, like I said, if anything's punctured, that spacer, that blue line, of course, will allow that contact. This is what I was talking about. As you can see, this is the end of the battery of a lithium-ion battery. So you can see where it's not even and smooth; it's rigid. That's showing that that's how a lot of those thermal runaways occur when the product is just sitting there or just charging, because those positive and negatives are up past the separator and can create contact and create that thermal runaway. And like I said, in nearly every single investigation for thermal runaway, for a product just sitting there charging, this is the cause, when there's not damage to the battery. Here's a second case study, second of two. We have another power bank. Sorry to be repetitive, but it's just an easy case here that were recent. Oh, sorry, this is the first one. This is the airplane one we just discussed. After the x-rays, we determined that was the cause, and this resulted in 190,000 portable power banks being recalled. This is an Amazon purchase, not a well-known brand, which I'm sure you guys have seen. My second case study, here we go, I apologize. Another airplane, which again, we don't have that many on airplanes, but that's what the engineer sent me here. These are just great case studies showing lithium ion. This was another power pack stored in the overhead bin, started smoking, again, while they were on the ground. He had 2 battery packs in his bag. Both were turned off and stored in the mesh luggage up in the overhead bin. They noticed smoke. The bag was pulled up by a passenger who was a firefighter. So another case, the consumer reported that where he purchased it. He had no idea what the make or model. So then it's like, okay, was this case going to be a dead end? But luckily, our labs are fabulous. We secured that incident product. We follow all hazmat shipments for DOT and UN regulations, so it's difficult to ship them, as you guys know, and expensive. But we do the static-free bags. We have to ship it hazmat, so therefore no bridges and ground only. So it's a process, but we safely ship these products after they've already been through thermal runaway to our lab for studying. So these are the 2 power packs he had. The one on the left in the blue is one of those charging stations where you can just put your phone on it, and we know that because of the silver ring, and also the lightning bolt image. The one on the right is just a plug-in portable power station. So as you can see, the one that did not cause a thermal runaway on the left, you can see the ends are smooth, everything is tight. There was no uneven anodes or cathodes. And you can see the one that went under thermal runaway. Here's the x-ray after the incident, just showing that everything was uneven and the space isn't consistent. And so as you can see, obviously, this was the one on the left that did not fail was a well-known brand. And then the one on the right was a lower cost product purchased from an online retailer. This is something I stress. It's so important. A lot of times you guys, or I shouldn't say you guys, excuse me, fire officials will just say, well, we tossed the product. It was a smoldered mess of nothing, and you wouldn't be able to get anything from it. But in this case, this was that power bank I showed you in the previous slide, where in our lab, they'll clean the product, they'll heat it, and then they'll unwrap it. So in that case, where it was this smoldered mess on the right, as you can see pointed at the red arrow, they were able to clean it, unwrap it, and identify manufacturer, model name, and serial number. So therefore, we were able to go after the manufacturer, which is great. And it was great that you guys, or the fire department, was able to get us the sample. So again, we'll purchase exemplar samples. In this case, we purchased 14. We'll do stress tests and charging tests and x-rays and everything to try to create that thermal runaway again in our lab, which we were able to conduct. This is that same power bank. You can see the x-ray. This was one of the exemplar samples. These had not been through thermal runaway. You can see that the ends aren't as smooth and nice as that previous one I showed you. And it wasn't all 14. So therefore, showing that anodes and cathodes are misaligned in both cells. These are just brand new exemplar samples. So there was 350,000 portable power banks. This resulted in this recall. And that was just from one lithium-ion battery runaway. It was not like we have to collect data and we don't act on until there's an X number. If there's just one that we see it's a product and it fails and we test it, for that example, there was just one incident. When we purchased 14 exemplar samples, we saw an issue in every single one of these lithium-ion batteries. So yeah, here's a safety recall. So it's really beneficial to have those product samples. If you guys just give me a call, my business card, and I have a whole bunch of pamphlets on the back desk, so you guys can contact me at any time. Let's see, I have a couple of off-slide things. So the percentage of overall fires is small compared to the number of lithium-ion batteries out on the market. Thank goodness, but as you guys know, that's going to rise as products continue and more products are shipped over from China. We absolutely can regulate the labs in China, the factories in China, because we have investigators who just sit at the ports and inspect the products that come in to determine that they meet our safety standards for these kind of products. So we can ban Chinese factories. Of course, that doesn't stop them from opening a new factory, but we can go after products or manufacturers overseas and prevent them from make them aware. They have to have certain inspection processes and documents in order to come into the country. The majority of my lab saw incidents, lithium-ion incidents, were during charging. They, of course, recommend using compatible chargers and purchase chargers directly from the manufacturer to avoid counterfeits or features that can cause failures. For example, voltage. A lot of the investigations I do with lithium-ion batteries are because people are buying chargers that aren't compatible with the voltage of that lithium-ion battery, or purchased from a third-party trusted source. So that's about all I have, trying to keep it nice and short for you guys. I know grants is up next, and I just kind of wanted to quick touch that we do have a federal grant for any fire department that installs smoke alarms. There's $2 million on the table, and it expires December 15th. So email me, and I can get you the link to that. But that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to put two presenters together next because they're on the same topic, different backgrounds. As with all new challenges come new equipment, new training, new requirements. This equipment and training comes with a cost, and we're all trying to figure out how we're going to pay for this stuff. To discuss grant funding and opportunities in Massachusetts, we'll start with the Department of Fire Services Grant Coordinator, Tim Moore. Right, Tim. This is the mic for YouTube. You can just throw that on your side or something.
Yep.
And then the right foot will work.
Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. My name's Tim Moore. I work in the executive office here at DFS. I'm going to talk about one program today that I think most of you are probably familiar with at this point, that you can use to support equipment needs for lithium-ion battery fires. So the Firefighter Safety Equipment Grant. A few reminders about the program for those of you that are familiar with it, and just some basic information if you haven't worked with it before. We have $5 million available annually for this program for local fire departments in Massachusetts to support really any type of equipment that makes firefighters safer while they're doing their jobs. We currently have a list of about 120 types of equipment that are available and allowable through the program. We'll talk about the lithium-ion battery equipment on the next slide that is available through the program. The application period typically begins in October. I know it is mid-October now. We hope to have something for you very soon. Probably about a week and a half or 2 weeks from now, you should see an email about the application period opening. The most important eligibility requirement for the program, you need to be compliant with MFERS for calendar year 2022. So I know you heard from Daryl earlier. I think there are a few people across the state that are not compliant with 2022 at this point. So now is a good time to be working on that if you're one of those departments. And then also just a reminder, this is a reimbursement-based program. So you will receive an award and a contract from DFS, order the equipment, receive it, pay for it, and then request reimbursement for the equipment from DFS afterwards. 4 items on the screen. The 4 categories are the lithium-ion battery categories that are allowable under this program. So you can buy any of those items. I do really want to point out all of those items are considered medium priority under the program. So what that means, what we tell everybody with the medium priority equipment is it should never be the primary basis for your application. So if you're a department that's eligible for, say, $15,000 a year through this program, don't apply for $12,000 or $15,000 of medium priority equipment. But if you, let's say you need $12,000 or $13,000 of turnout gear, which is high priority, and you want to spend that last $2,000 or $3,000 on lithium-ion battery equipment, that's a good idea. You'll still score quite well, and you'll get all the equipment you're looking for. If the primary basis of your application is medium priority equipment, you will receive a reduced award amount and not get all the money that you requested. So always focus on the high priority equipment, and then when you're looking at that tier where you say I can get up to $15,000, fill in the remainder with medium priority equipment if there's something medium priority that you're interested in and would like to purchase. Contracting process. So this is not specific to lithium-ion battery fires, but every time we get a chance to remind people of this, we talk about it. So do not order equipment before your contract is signed by your municipality or fire district and DFS. If you receive equipment before that contract is signed by both parties, we can't reimburse you. That is a state comptroller policy. It's not something DFS can waive. You can't make a phone call to anybody here in this building that can waive that policy. The comptroller simply won't accept or process the payment. Every year in July, I call 3 or 4 departments and give them the bad news that they accepted equipment before their contract was signed, and that we can't reimburse them. So please be very cognizant of that requirement. We will give you an email that says, please go ahead and order equipment. Your contract has been signed. It will have a copy of your signed contract. Please do not order anything before that happens. Every year, people try to end around that process where they mail their contract in signed by one party, and they order their equipment then, and it comes in 5 or 6 days later, and either the mailman doesn't deliver it in time, or there's an error in the signature, and we have to return it and try again to have you sign it correctly. That equipment comes in early, and you don't end up getting reimbursed for it. So please just wait until you get that go-ahead email from us so that we can eventually reimburse you for the equipment. So that is all I have. I'll leave my contact info up there on the screen. Anytime you want to reach out, phone call or email, please go ahead. This program or any other DFS grant programs you have questions on. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so from the Massachusetts Office of Grants and Research, please welcome Ben Pasadlio.
We're gonna over his.
That's a good idea. You can take that.
Thank you. Good morning, Chiefs. How are you today? My name is Ben Posadlo from the Office of Grants and Research. We are an agency of EOPS. We fly a little under the radar. We're not a response agency. Thank you. But we fund the Homeland Security grant through the federal government, through FEMA, fund the Homeland Security grant program. And who here is involved with the Homeland Security Councils or the urban area in any way, directly or indirectly? Any of the chiefs here? So I see Chief Gilliland. He's our chair in NERAC, which is a huge region, Northeastern Homeland Council. So we'll pick on him today, please. If you're in that part of the state, feel free to grab him. He's been around a long time and an excellent leader. I also see Chief Moriarty amongst us here, another fire service member on Northeast. So we do have grants. The way it works, though, for those of you who aren't familiar, is that the federal government annually awards Massachusetts and the other states and territories. We're awarded about $23 million to build up Homeland Security capabilities, build and sustain them to address target capabilities, one of them being firefighting. And when we talk about firefighting, it's specialized firefighting, right? The sort of things that we think about for the nexus with anti-terrorism and catastrophic events. So this emerging threat that the Marshal and the team here at DFS and all of you have identified certainly falls into that category. I wouldn't say it's a strongly anti-terrorism nexus, although DHS is looking at that, and there's certainly ways to weaponize this. But it certainly is catastrophic, and it certainly is specialized. The grants require local communities, and 80% of the funds that come in every year go to locals and are administered out through the Homeland Security regions, which mimic the other emergency regions. So you have the Northeast, Central was Worcester County, and West is Western Mass. And then the green area, there's the urban area. That's a specially designated area. The city of Boston, the 8 immediate surrounding communities, Quincy, Winthrop, Brookline, Cambridge, Somerville, Everett, Chelsea, and Revere. And they get about 75% of the funding by federal formula because they're specially designated by the federal government as a high density and high risk urban area in the country. The other regions get about $1 million a year, and it's overseen in the Northeast by Chief Gilliland, and in the Southeast by Chief Clark. He's the police chief in Norton. Central Mass is Chief Kokonowski from Dudley Fire, and Western Mass is Tom Grady, who's from Berkshire County Sheriff's Office. But all of you have access to this through your chairs and through your councils. Each region has an agent that is contracted with us that provides programmatic support. And like I said, fire service is one of the national priority areas, or is a capability that's emphasized in the national priority areas that require things such as combating domestic violent extremism, soft targets in crowded places, which I think specifically speaks to this, is that we're really concerned from a homeland perspective about mass casualty resulting from fires, and particularly fires that we've seen that FDNY has had to encounter recently with these high occupancy buildings, as well as some of the structural collapse issues with high heat, and most recently concern about marine firefighting in the port or the maritime environment that could involve lithium ion. And that's being looked at by the urban area, by the Metro Boston Homeland Security region in partnership with the Coast Guard and state agencies. Sorry, my slides are a little off here on the screen, but there's another grant program I just want to draw your attention to. It comes up every 3 or 4 years. It's called the Commonwealth Security Trust Fund. It is available to local law enforcement and fire departments. It pluses up over 3 or 4 years. We should be having another year in the coming year, another available grant round. So keep an eye out for that. This would, I think, fall within that. Here's some of your contacts, just your various regional contacts. In the Metro Boston area, I'd refer you to Boston OEM if you're from the UASC. Also, I saw someone with from Cambridge here. Cambridge is very involved, and they have their JPOC from the fire department. We have Chief Gilliland, like I said, SRAC. That's the Southeast, Central, that's their contact information in Western Mass. Great. My number, if you ever need to get a hold of me, or if there's any confusion around this, straight up is 781-535-0088. Just reach right out to me and I'll put you in touch with whoever you need to if you're looking to spin up a project. The key things to remember is that it has to be regional, so it can't just be your department. You need to have partnership, a formal partnership with at least, I think, 2 or 3 other departments, and that it would need to have a nexus with anti-terrorism, catastrophic events, and line up with the federal priorities, as well as the state and also the regions develop their plans. And that's how it, I think this is something that we'll see more and more focus on as an emerging threat. That is one of the priority areas, is looking at emerging threats and enduring needs and how we can regionally respond to these kind of potentially catastrophic incidents. Do you have any questions for me? I know that we're going to do questions at the end, so feel free to grab me and hope I can help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right, so we're going to take a break. We're nicely ahead of schedule on this Friday. So let's take a break. Let's shoot back for 9:30. It's 9 o'clock. Lunch orders in the rear. Please fill out now so I can hand them in at the end of the break. Going good so far? Yes. Cool. Good. Yeah. So we're well ahead of schedule, which is great. I started at 10 minutes early today. Everybody's in the seats and not talking. right, everybody, welcome back. The questions concerning lithium-ion batteries are not limited to fires. After an event or release, how are we to proceed, and what are the environmental concerns? Kathy Kiley has been with the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection for over 26 years, predominantly with the Bureau of Waste Site Cleanup. Currently, she is with the Emergency Planning and Response Coordinator supporting emergency response readiness for the Emergency Response Program in the Marine Oil Spill Prevention and Response Program. Lot there. Coordinating with other state and federal agencies. To provide us with guidance with the environmental hazards, concerns, and requirements, please welcome Kathy Kiley from DEP.
Thank you all for having me here today, and let me know if you can't hear me in back. Hopefully you be able to do so. Really happy to be here talking about this important issue, and it really touches on so many different aspects. And I just want to touch on some of the things that our agency is involved with these lithium-ion battery responses. One, we want to just kind of go through some of the types of responses that we've been involved with over the last couple of years. One of the questions we ask, when it is a fire and there's a lot of water that's being used to address it, what are some of the sensitive receptors nearby? And we'll kind of go through some of the examples of that. Obviously, the disposal, how do you dispose of this lithium-ion batteries or the waste? That's a big issue. And then there's also a lot of other issues that are coming into play now, whether it's ferries or battery storage development, battery storage units. So those are starting to be developed around the state as well. So just some various examples, the bikes, the Tesla e-bikes. We've got the Tesla e-vehicles, battery packs that a lot of homeowners have, from whether it's power tools or lawn equipment, the scooters, as I said, ferries, the disposal. And an example here, that would be what a large battery storage area that's being proposed in Carver. So about a year ago, we started collaborating with DFS about how are we handling the response and the disposal aspects. And we were happy to collaborate with DFS on the guidance, the advisory that came out last February that, as you know, addressed the vape devices, computers, cell phones, personal mobility devices, as well as e-vehicles. And in all those cases, DEP, our position was that the owner of the lithium-ion battery device would hire a haz waste transporter or a contractor to transport and dispose of the battery and the container using a hazardous waste manifest. If they're not able to do so, or they're reticent, or they're unwilling, or they don't have the means, DEP may hire a contractor to do that. They'll be able to collect and transport and have that waste disposed of as hazardous waste. And the 800 number, I believe, is also in the advisory. So at the same time that advisory was coming out, we made sure to provide this updated list to the fire service. So DEP agencies are broken into four different regions around the state: Western, Central, Northeast, and Southeast. And for each of the regions, we've developed a one-page list. And this is actually a list of haz waste transporters that would typically work in that region. And it would be for any emergency response, not just lithium ion, but any oil or other hazardous material as well. But what we've done is we've highlighted, we've bolded those contractors that are also under our DEP's contract, and we further identified those fewer ones that are able, because not every contractor will do so because of the risks that they have to take for transporting and disposing of it. So if you go to, I've made sure the link, and I know you'll have the slides available to you. There's a link to the DEP each of these four sheets and to see those responders in your region and the ones specifically that handle lithium-ion battery responses, I've highlighted here. They're also bolded and has an asterisk on the sheets on the website. This isn't the only list of transporters, so if for some reason you or somebody is interested, there's also a link to a list of every transporter that's been licensed in the state. So for some reason, able to do it, we've got a few different ways to contractor out there to take care of it. So some of the examples or how DEP typically gets involved, most often this is through a tier 1. We'll get called to provide assistance. Sometimes that assistance is a field response. We need you out here. Sometimes it's being able to provide assistance over the phone, whether it's to the fire department who relays it to the homeowner or the device owner, or we are able to provide that information to the owner of the device directly. Here's some different examples where we've been able to do that. There was, for example, a Tesla fire out in Norwell. That was a field response. A response out in Chicopee where there was actually a homeowner's device. It was just a fire reacted from being overcharged. And that was a situation where we did a field response and we actually hired one of our contractors to be able to contain and handle that material and dispose of that as hazardous waste. There was a e-motorcycle not too long ago out in Amesbury. That was, again, we were able to provide that information about the contractors to the owner. Oh, so it's a phone response. Again, the generator, the power generator, portable power station. And then there was, I believe it was the scooter in Brockton. It actually caused a house fire. And then we actually were able to provide the list of the contractors to the insurance company because the insurance company was having the haz waste contractor come out for disposal. And that was actually a situation where they weren't going to be able to go out for a couple of days. And so DEP and the fire department said, hey, all right, well, we'll have this contained in the, I think it was contained in water and covered in a drum in the back of the property. It wasn't going to cause, wasn't a concern for reignition to any other material. So that was a good way to manage it as well. Again, I think it just highlights the continued cooperation that we've been having, and I'm sure we're going to continue to have as we continue over the years as more and more of these events are occurring. What I wanted to talk a little bit about was that field response at the Tesla dealership. So this happened in Norwell. The fire took place inside the building. Actually, a technician was doing a repair and drilled down, and it actually drilled into the battery, so it was into the top of the battery, caused the fire. In this case, there's also floor drains, a tight tank, and a bunch of catch basins outside the facility. It's also located just 500 feet away from the public water supply. So again, lot of issues here. In this case, they used about 10,000 gallons on the initial response. Once that fire was put out, they were able to building. They relocated it to the parking lot, and then there was reignition. And let's see if it doesn't seem to be. I'm not able to do I had a nice little video to show the reignition and then how it was coming out underneath the bottom because it actually caused or triggered a brush fire as well in the adjacent area. So they had to spend about another 4,000 gallons that they estimated just to put that out. Oh, I did do. Sorry, I didn't realize this. Different kind. So you can see, got to show you something fun, right? Beats my slides. So some of the interesting things here. So from our standpoint, you had the dealership, a wetland to this little other water body, and then the drinking water supply was here. So there were a lot of other concerns outside of the typical event that might occur. And in this case, we had the dealership hire a licensed site professional and a cleanup and a firm, and they did a bunch of sampling. They sampled the catch basins, they sampled the initially, and they were looking at the lithium, the cobalt, and the nickel, excuse me. And then they did some additional sampling after that where they added the fluoride. And it turns out that one of the catch basins had elevated levels of the lithium and the fluoride. And they had to do some more sampling of the soil, of the groundwater, of the surface water. And ultimately, they were able to determine that there hadn't been, they removed any of the impacted material, the soil as well, or material that was in the catch basins, the liquid and any sediment that was in there as well. Ultimately, there ended up no impact to the environment or to the pond or for the drinking water. And interestingly enough, they had a Tesla technician come out to disassemble and secure the battery pack. And what they did was they put all the components into tubs which had the salt solution, and that completed all the and waited till it was fully discharged from that. Then they drummed up the water and all the battery components and had that transported off-site as hazardous waste for disposal. So, you know, sometimes this was an example where an awful lot of work that was done from an environmental standpoint. So I just wanted to, you know, sort of highlight that's sort of like the high end of what we might be looking at in a situation like that, in particular with the sensitive receptor so close by. The other issues, I think we've touched on this, and it's really happening nationally across all the states and the federal level as well. Everybody's struggling with how are you dealing with disposal? And as you know, the manufacturing has just been taking off and tons of money is being put at building more and more battery devices and electric power and battery huge facilities, and some large battery recycling facilities. But nobody's really talking about how do you handle the disposal and the transport of the damaged, defective, and recalled, the DDR lithium-ion batteries. And that's sort of happening at the national level too, playing catch up. And that's why I think it was really important Mass DEP was able to work and come up with that guidance that at least in the interim right now, until there's more guidance available from the federal level, we have that guidance that we'll be able to continue working with you folks with in terms of having the haz waste contractor be able to collect it and transport it and dispose of it as haz waste. But we're also seeing issues come up with, even on the highways, with fires or accidents. Tow companies, sometimes they have to call a few tow companies to be able to get somebody that's going to be able to take it because of the issues with who can bring it, do they have the space, insurance, and things like that for the tow yards. The other bit is ferries and container ships. And there's been a lot, we've seen examples over the past year or plus, and there's been a lot of conversation at the state level too with various agencies and partners. We've been involved with the U.S. Coast Guard, with the area committee, Plymouth to Salisbury area committee, where we had a big exercise where it was a fire on a container ship, ran aground. There was a fire, there was lithium-ion batteries, and how would that be handled? And most recently, just the other day, 2 days ago, Sector Southeast, Massachusetts and Rhode Island area committee meeting, there was an exercise on the Black Island Ferry. How would that, an EV fire on a Black Island Ferry, how would that be handled from a response and from an environmental standpoint? And actually, Hyannis was at that day as well, at that exercise. So there's a lot of conversations that are taking place. The reality is, there's no one way. There's no answer. There's no set way to do it. There's no best management practices, because it's all going to be depending. Right? It's dependent on where the vehicle is. Is it by itself? Is it right next to other EVs? Was it seen right away? Can you throw the blanket over it? Oh, you can't because it's been too long. It's already too hot. People don't have gear to be able to do that. So now you're just letting it burn, and then you get people, you've got passenger issues, you've got structural stability issues about the ferry because that steel isn't rated for the the high temperature of an electric fire, is that going to collapse into the below deck? And now you've got a bigger issue with fuel and everything else. And now you've got a sunken vessel. I mean, there's all these different factors that you end up, you don't know. And it's, people are going to be, we're going to have to continue to have these conversations and working together, because it's really going to be, you're going to, is when you're doing it, because you don't know what all the what ifs are. And it's more having the conversations and keeping the conversations going, so you can at least think about what are the things we need to think about when we're responding. And the environment point, you know, you're putting thousands of gallons of water on a e-vehicle in the middle of the channel, or are they pushing it out and just having it be, and you're going to salvage the vehicle later from the bottom? And you know, from that standpoint, from a the metals issue probably isn't going to be as much of a concern then as you might have when you're in a very large, you know, ocean body, as if it's at shore or in a sensitive environment, or where there's agriculture or aquatic culture, excuse me, or if it's now affected many other cars. I got a lot of petroleum spills, so a lot of things that have to be thought about. The other piece, just to, again, I think we're starting to see the large battery storage facilities. And there, you know, we're focusing on e-bikes. You're looking at large, you know, huge storage facilities. And the chemistry can be very different for whoever's storing it. And you could have different types of the battery themselves could have different components. For example, the one in Carver is going to be lithium iron phosphate. So it's not just, oh, they're being new ones are being cited. I think it's on all of us to think about what is it going to mean from our standpoint if there's some type of a response from an environmental issue there. And you guys need to make sure your PPE and you're responding, and you know what the chemistry is for the makeup, so that you're being protected as well. So lots of different things. I think we're just getting a lot of starting the conversation and keeping it going. So just wanted to really kind of highlight those things. If people have questions, I'm sure we'll be talking more. I did leave my contact information. And then Marcus Henry is also work with him very closely he's somebody in the hazardous waste group. So if you ever have a question about any of the haz waste, if I'm not able to answer it, please feel free to reach out to Marcus. He'll be able to address any questions. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. All right. No. Yep. Sometimes it's a little. Yep. Action. Okay. Hold on this for a second. All right. Sometimes codes and regulations can't keep up with the technology that's moving so fast. Our next speaker is Chris Towski, a lieutenant with the City of Cambridge Fire Department, with over 28 years of service. His current position is with the Emergency Preparedness and Coordination as an extension of the Fire Prevention Office. He spent over 12 years directly with the Fire Prevention Office. He's also a Massachusetts licensed electrician and has been the department's electrical safety officer for almost 16 years. He also instructs for the National Fire Protection Association with their photovoltaic and battery energy storage systems training. He's a technical committee member representing the International Association of Firefighters on the NFPA, including stationary energy storage systems. He is a standards technical panel member for United Laboratories. In addition, he is currently the immediate past president of the Fire Prevention Association of Massachusetts, a partner with the Construction Fire Safety Coalition, and an AHJ member of the Society of Fire Protection Engineers New England chapter. He has presented at several NFPA conferences, the Congressional Fire Service Institute, and many other locations, and is published in Firehouse Magazine. To discuss the code environment and challenges with lithium-ion batteries, please welcome Chris Towski.
All right, good morning, everybody. Morning, everybody. So this is me. I'm going to pull out some books I want to show too. So anybody ever hear of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder? That's me. So, but thank you. Good morning again. So I have 15 minutes to try to summarize 7 years of the last 7 years of some hard work with committees. One thing I just wanted to bring out first and foremost is on the NFPA. We all know who the NFPA is, but the NFPA does not write codes and standards. You and I write codes and standards. So just keep that as an option. If you want to make a difference out there, reach out, get an application in, and you can get, pick a standard that you like. You can make, do your part to make a difference. So that's me. Bye-bye. So not everything, first and foremost, this is going to be my opinions, perspectives. We all have a little bit of that, but this is my own commentary here. No way we're going to be able to cover everything. More questions than answers, because that's what the code world does for us. And nothing is intended to start fights, okay? We good with that? Can you hear me okay? You can hear me at Chelsea, right? I'm just a loud person, so forgive me for that. I like to move around the room and try to stay out of the blinding light. I think you got to advance me through this one. For some reason, it gets hung up on this. And there you go. There goes 5 minutes of my valuable time. Okay. So there's no central location really for finding info. And forgive me, I wish this was in front so I didn't have to turn my back on you. And I'm trying not to kill you with PowerPoint. Technology is way ahead of us. I'm a little bit battery saturated, but that's only because I've been doing this for the last, like I said, 7 years. But the good news is word is spreading. So codes, by no means are they perfect or are they as accurate as we like them to be. Keep in mind, Massachusetts, we're doing a great job here. We're far ahead than in other parts of the country and certainly other parts of the world. But we're still lagging behind. And even though like now we might be looking at the 2024 NFPA 1 for our standard, that was written 3 years ago. So the prep work on it, by the time it comes into fruition, it's already 4 or 5 years behind us. And technology is in hyperspeed, way ahead of us. So like I said, it's written by us, not by organizations. They're developed as a consensus. I kid you not. We get into so many debates just arguing over a number. Hey, Todd, what number do you like? I like 10. What do you like? I like 6. All right, let's go with 8. That's how a lot of things get done out there. Like I said, the drafted years are before, and the adoption process is slow. Fortunately for us, and I got to say that to the bosses over there, but Mass is ahead of the curve because we are ahead of it. This is what code's intended to look like. This is how we'd love it to be, but this is what it's like in the real world. So I'm glad we got some humor because we really do. It's a really serious subject, especially because batteries and stuff are hurting people, but we got to, hopefully keep some humor in it. But that's what code is. It's spaghetti on the wall to a lot of people. A lot of folks on us, being nerd, I consider myself a code nerd. We know the code, but the people certainly out in the streets don't. So because of numerous incidents that have been taking place globally, certainly outside of this country and in this country, and we've had some recent ones. Idaho just had one. Martinique just had a lot. I heard the term large energy storage. I think we just got to focus and call it just stationary energy storage because there's really no delineate of what is small and what is large. We have our residential stuff, and then we have stationary energy storage. So what the California Energy Alliance, back in 2016, they recognized that there was a gap. So they pulled the NFPA's Fire Protection Research Foundation together and other organizations to come up with something. And they reached out to the NFPA and said, listen, you're a publisher for us. Can you do something? So they put a technical committee together. And when we were formed, they gave us a number, just like you might know the electrical code is 70, NFPA 1 is our fire code, yada, yada, yada. They put 855 together. So I'm one of the first original cast members of that, of that group. We were only about 36 members at the time. We're now about 72 members. We've doubled because there's so much special interest and there's so many stakeholders involved. Fire service is represented uniformly, but we're low in numbers. There's only about a half a dozen of us representing the fire service. Outside of that, it's industry, manufacturers, end users, and stuff like that. We were modeled to go after 853, which was for fuel cells. Once we got a hold of that, we went a total different direction for our standard because fuel cells just wasn't the same arena as we were in. Development got delayed 18 months because of utilities. The utilities still today don't think this applies to them, but the NFPA Standards Council proved them wrong, if you will, and it does apply. But that's probably going to be some of your bigger hurdles in some of your communities, is working with the utility side. And regulations, they're just minimal safety collective measures, and it's just the minimal standards. Other people can always go above and beyond code. We know in our world that people don't like to do that because it usually costs them money. But outside of that, they can always go above. So we're just trying to set the minimal standards. All right, folks, ready? Follow the bouncing ball with me. You ever remember that as a kid, trying to watch the song line? Because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. So NFPA 1, the 2003, always had a placeholder for batteries. Always had something. It was just called stationary lead-acid batteries. That carried through the 2006 edition and the 2009. I think I have another slide here, but we never batted an eye. We never looked at any of that stuff. 2012, it changed the name to stationary storage, and that carried through the 2015 edition. 2018 edition, which we never saw here in Mass, but it changed the name. That was the first time it changed the name to energy storage systems. And in 2020, the first edition of NFPA 855 came out. 2023, the second edition, because they're on a 3-year cycle, very similar to fire code. And now we're working, I just came back from Salt Lake City, we're working on the 26th edition. Tons of annex material. So we have a tendency to rely heavily on what's on the body of the code, but keep an eye on what's going on in the annex, because a lot of it tells you what we were thinking. On the IBC, the International Building Code side, International Fire Code carried. So as we were developing in 2016-17 to get to 855, we had some committee members that also worked for the ICC, and they were taking that same language. So in 2018, Section 1206 of the International Fire Code was done. It mirrors 855. But Massachusetts, again, didn't do anything on the building code side with the 2018 editions. So we never got to see those. The residential code did the same thing, 2021, and you can see it's kind of reading the same way. What the fire code does, the International Fire Code, not Massachusetts Fire Code, it mirrors what's going on with what we're doing on the fire code side, okay? There's going to be a significant change in the IBC for 2024. They're just going to do what we did in NFPA 1, the latest edition of NFPA 1 now just points fingers to 855 instead of having all its other verbiage. The IBC world's going to do the same thing. They're just going to point to 855. All right, here's what we did in Mass. Mass, we adopted the 2012 and the 2015 NFPA 1s. And like I said, nobody balked at Chapter 52. It wasn't a problem because all we really talked about was lead-acid batteries. Lead-acid batteries aren't a general problem for us. Yes, there's hydrogen, but they don't. Something else gets those caught on fire. Not just those batteries don't just cause fire. So we didn't have any hiccups. What Mass did, though, is they extracted some language out of the 2018. Even though we didn't adopt the whole 2018 NFPA 1, they extracted certain chapters, and Chapter 52 will come out because it was a little bit better bang for the buck. There were 2 significant changes that Mass did. We included a permit, and we included some language for 1 and 2 family, because since we didn't adopt 855, which has Chapter 15 for 1 and 2 families, we had nothing, so Mass was in the progressive mode to do that. And we had 2 guidance documents that come out in May or June of 2021. You've probably seen, and they caused a lot of controversy and opinion. Let's not lose focus, folks. Those are just hovering in on what we're seeing on the 1 and 2 families, the Generacs and the Teslas. We have a much larger picture out there. And then I just used the word larger, but on the energy storage, the stationary stuff, because that stuff's in your backyards and you don't even know it's there, my opinion. Evolution of UL. So as Kevin mentioned, thank you, Marshall, thank you, Director, for letting me be here, and thank you folks for letting me be in front of you. So I'm on the UL standards as well, because they thought I'd be a good fit. Believe me, this stuff is over my head. When you get into UL, that's all the science and the engineering behind it. But there's a lot of stuff. So NFPA, yes, is the standard, but it relies heavily on UL standards. And it doesn't have to be a UL standard, just UL just happens to be the leader in the market, but it could be some other URL out there. But outside of it, it relies heavily on 1642, 73, 74, 41, 9540 and 9540A are the ones that I sit on. 9540 evaluates the entire energy storage system, and 9540A is the redheaded, I got to be careful what I say. It's the elephant in the room, if you will, and that's the thermal runaway aspect, okay? And they're in the 3rd edition of 9540 was just released this summer, and the 5th edition is slated to come out later this year, well, probably next year. So not everything needs to be listed. We get hung up, things listed and labeled. No, you can have unlisted components, but to make up our overall listing, that's how they get there. Other NFPA standards, 68 and 69, they rely heavily on explosion controls and preventions. and the electrical code. And those are just some subchapters of the electrical code. I believe this will be available. So again, you don't have to study, write things down. In a nutshell, 9540 evaluates the entire safety. 9548 complements 9540 with the, if it's a technology that goes into thermal runaway. Not all batteries go into thermal runaway. Not even all lithium-ion battery technologies go into thermal runaway. But the predominant ones do. And then sadly, they got a stigma to them. They've proven it, though, because they're causing us a lot of problems out there. So what NFPA 855's job is to bridge the gap between those UL standards and to work it out with best practices. And this is probably the toughest thing for us on the fire service to digest. The intentions here is that fire is acceptable. It's just intended to consume itself. And that's what 9540 and 9548 are supposed to tease out. So when there is a mishap, it doesn't leave the box, if you will. For the inspection side of it, all you're trying to do out there is validate the construction documents, what they did through their permit process. I watch for access, if I'm going to do something in the design plan review, because it's important to us. We want to make sure we can physically get to it, whether vehicle or as we walk to it. The emergency response plans and the emergency action plans, you want to make sure those should be on site. Personnel, what they're going to have there, especially on the larger energy storage system facilities. The safety data sheets. Commissioning and decommissioning are important stuff that you want to be mindful of. Big things that are coming into play now with the evolution of 855. There's a lot of emphasis on detection and suppression systems and controlling measures. You want to know how to shut down. It's certainly one thing you got to be careful, especially on the utility side. They're going to have a lot of proprietary info that they're not going to be able to share. There's going to be secret, because if anybody ever got that info, they know how to shut down a utility, and that's one of the things we don't want to happen. And then how you hand it over. Huh? That's for phase one. I'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you, Chris.
No questions.
I have plenty of questions, but we're going to wait for the round table for you. Like, what did you have for breakfast? Right?
I don't drink coffee. No caffeine on this kid. You never know it, though. So sorry I didn't get to show you a little bit more, but there is a lot of info up there.
Content.
I'll be back. I'll see you after lunch. I get to do this over again.
We had to bring something exciting back, right? All right, to get an accurate accounting of the scope of this problem, we must investigate every fire to determine its cause. Investigating these fires poses their own unique challenges. Our next speaker has been a member of the Boston Fire Department for over 25 years and a member of the Fire and Explosion Investigation Unit for over 9 years. He's a member and president of the Massachusetts chapter of the International Association of Arson Investigators. Please join me in welcoming fire investigator and Deputy Fire Marshal Richard Taylor of the Boston Fire Department.
Thank you all for having me. Thank you, Marshall, Kevin. Just a quick correction on the fact that I am the current past president. The actual current president of the Mass chapter is sitting in the back of the room. Thank you for having me. Like you said, I've been doing fire investigation for a little over 9 years or so. From a fire investigation standpoint, where lithium-ion batteries are involved, for us, it's pretty basic. I have some investigative colleagues in this crowd that I've seen. And a lot of you guys will understand this. Fire investigation, we follow forensic science of the scientific method. So for us, when we do our investigation, it starts the same way every time. There we go. So I'll just show you guys a quick video. And one of the things we talk about in terms of our fires is first thing when you're investigating them is what we're looking at. Is it a competent ignition source? Can it start the fires? Well, yeah. And
I'm going to start it over, okay?
no, that's good. And this is a video from a fire investigation standpoint. Let me move this up ahead because this one, where is it? I got it. There we go. I want to get this a little to the thing that matters to us.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You do have the car.
It's over there on the right.
All right. Okay. Oh. All right. So that's the one that's up, but this is the one that's showing me right here.
You want to fast forward?
Yeah. Well, I wanted the laptop and then this. So I think that's that. Is that the other one?
Oh, you want the laptop first?
Yeah, well, whichever one comes first.
Okay.
But that's not what's up there is what I'm looking at. What we're looking at is different.
So you want the laptop one first?
Yes, please.
Okay. 1 second. Okay. 1 second.
That's the scooter, but that's okay. Play that one. Yeah. So, like I said, in terms of what they are they competent ignition sources? I think we all know they are. And one of the bigger issues for us is.
You want me to mute it?
Yeah, you can mute it. And let's just get it. And let's just do the laptop. Like I said, that was the more important one. I don't care about this one.
All right.
So this is just showing, the devastation they can cause and how easy they can set an entire building on fire with a fire like that. But what I want to show you from this video of this laptop fire is one of the other issues that we have in fire investigation where one of our first goals is to determine our area of origin and what in that area could have been a competent ignition source and what they could have did. Yeah. Batteries is when they fail, they give us, we look for our points of origin. That explosion, you see all the different pieces in that corner, you see that, did you see that little glow? It's gonna give us multiple points of origin in our room. And so we have to approach these fires from a very simplistic, we're done with these, okay. From a very simplistic approach for us. Like I said, we follow a forensic scientific method. And with every investigation, whether we're doing lithium ion batteries or anything else, yep.
Here we go.
Okay, there we go, cool. We go back to our basics for every single fire. If you're doing your investigation correctly and we follow our scientific method and our steps, and this is how you should approach each one of your fires, whether we're doing lithium ion batteries or anything else. We start with our basics, our scientific methodology of what it is, what our problem is, and we collect our data, we analyze our data, we develop our hypothesis, we test our hypothesis, and we select our final hypothesis. For lithium ion batteries, part of that data, and remember, this is an exhaustive process. This is strictly just for lithium ion batteries, because this is what we're talking about today. We do this process for everything in that room that could be a potential ignition source. So we're hitting on just the battery, the lithium ion battery that's in place in that room right now. And we want to determine, what it was. Our first thing is to identify it. One of the biggest things about batteries that people don't realize when there's a battery in our room. We're collecting our data, talking to the owners. Is it a new battery? Is it an old battery? Was it bound to fail because of the way they use it? What was the history of the party? Is it a third-party battery, the ones you get off of Amazon from who knows where? Is it one that's well known and rated by UL? And was it really a lithium-ion battery? Because when they're burned out and you find the casing to a AA battery that's just a piece of curved metal, and then you find the casing to a lithium-ion battery, the more common one is the 18650. It's just another piece of burned out curved metal. So do you really have a lithium-ion battery in place? Now, your next step is continue your data collection. Did we go too far here? No, okay. Yeah. New or used, history of the product. How was it used? Was it plugged in correctly? Was it the correct power cord? Had they had other problems? Had they had performance problems? And like we all do, somebody in here raise your hand and tell me you never dropped your cell phone. That's damage to your battery, and it could cause it to fail. So you want to find out all this information, so that you can investigate that lithium-ion battery in your scene and determine whether or not it could have been the cause of your fire. Other information you want to know when you do your collect the evidence, collect your data. Where was the battery? ask your first responders, did they notice the battery? Did they notice the battery on fire, or was it smoldering? Where in the room was it? Then when you do your witness interviews, where was the battery when they saw it? What was its pre-existing condition? And when you look around the room, don't just look at the pile of burning muck for the battery. Find the components. Because how can you say it's an actual lithium-ion battery if you can't get all your components and put together and identify it? Identifying that battery is probably the first step to your investigation of the lithium-ion battery. If you can't prove that it's a lithium-ion battery, how can you prove that it had anything to do with your fire? So collect all all those little pieces of metal, collect them. If you've ever seen the inside of a standard alkaline battery or lithium-ion battery, they have little mesh wafers and, as I said, the separators. Look for that stuff. That's the stuff that you want so that you can reassemble what was a battery and determine what kind of battery it was. And like I said, was there surveillance? Is there video? Is there video in the house? Is there a nanny cam or something that may have picked up on it? And they could easily give us the information we were looking for. And with all that information, what we're looking for, we're in our fire investigation aspect, you know, we want to build the hypothesis behind it. What were the events and factors that put all that stuff together that could have brought the heat source in the environment to cause that fire? Like, how did it get there? What was it doing? Was it plugged in? You know, did the kid walk in the room and, oh, I'm done with my battery, and threw it in there and it hit the wall and landed on the foam topper of their bed? And when these batteries explode or fail, depending on what kind of battery it was, if it was mostly the 1650s that are put into battery packs, like your charger, like the battery on your electric tools, there's multiple battery cells in there. And the scooters, when they fail because of their confinement, it explodes and they throw other cells all over the room. Search the room and find the rest of them, because you don't know if that one that fell behind the bed is on its way to thermal runaway. So you want to do an exhaustive investigation when you do think there's a lithium-ion battery in your area of origin. Okay, talk to your first responders. How did they affect your scene? What did they move? Did their hose stream knock stuff where it wasn't? Did they wash a cell into another part of the house? So you have to do an extensive investigation of that stuff, because remember, when you're putting your initial battery together, and you do your other research, find out, oh wait, there were 12 cells in this battery and I only got 8. Where did the other ones go? You want to be you want to do as much due diligence as you possibly can. And I'm glad she's here. And for Sarah Caden's point from consumer products, if there's an issue with it, you want to be able to preserve that evidence. If there was if you believe there was a crime or a fatal involved, you want to collect that evidence, and you want to protect yourself from spoliation of that evidence as well. Just collecting it, analyzing it in our scene to understand what it was and how it was involved in our fire does not necessarily spoliate that evidence, but going beyond your physical scope, and that's where we reach out to our lab friends. I will give you an issue with lithium-ion batteries, talking to some of my friends who are subject matter experts in it. One of the issues with them is when they fail, so when they do finally fail, they all fail the same way inside, whether it's from thermal impact from overheating, thermal impact from outside, the puncture, or the impact in general, the abuse in general. What happens inside is pretty much the same. And the release of the gases causes it to overheat. There's a ruptures in its own way. One of the theories was in lithium-ion batteries that when they fail on their own, there's a much greater loss of mass inside that battery than there is if the battery is affected by fire from the outside. That was the original theory. That theory has been challenged and proven in court. So as much as that theory seems to hold up, and there are people who are still subscribing to that theory, on our side of it, you approach that, and now we reach out to our laboratory friends, and we take that battery, that evidence, and we give it to them and say, okay, Help me with the metallurgy. What happened to the copper and aluminum that make up our cathode and anode in that battery? Which one deposited on which? And of the cells, who put their germs on who first? Where was the carbon buildup first? What does the outside of our casing look like? Was it heat damaged from the outside, or was it intact and that carbon that built up came from inside the battery and wrapped around it? So it's going to become a much more exhaustive process for us in investigation. And remember, and that's just that one thing in that room that we're trying to figure out. But if there's a phone in there, there's an e-bike in the room, there's a battery pack charger in the room, we have to do that to each one of those things. And then if you have a regular, if that room goes into flashover and we have damage to all those things, the remote on your TV, we have to sit there and take this process for everything in that room. You know, people have their laptop on the desk, their phones on the nightstand, their chargers on the bed. There's a third-party charger now for Echo Dot speakers. Has three cells in it. I've had one of those explode. She threw it on the bed on her foam topper, threw her clothes, raced off to work, and it blew underneath the mattress. Nice big divot in her foam topper. But where'd we find the battery? Up against the wall, and one of the cells was on the other side of the room. So you want to do your due diligence and find that stuff. And as an investigator, for us, when we're doing this, we have to know our enemy. And we want to know about what a lithium-ion battery is, what it does, how it works to the best of our ability. We're not trying to be experts on it, but we need to understand them. We need to understand how they fail and how that failure can cause the fire, or how the fire can cause it to fail, so that we can try and determine the difference. And because this portion of it, investigation, it's fairly quick because of that. Like I said, when it comes to investigation, no matter what we're doing, when we get to our area of origin, we're collecting our data and we're marking all of our potential ignition sources in the room. And then we do our step-by-step analysis, hypothesis development, hypothesis testing of each thing in that room. So it's an issue in that regard because it becomes labor intensive, but it's the same step if we walk into a room and there's not a single lithium-ion battery in the space. We're still going to do the same process for everything in that room. Walk into a kitchen, there's no lithium-ion batteries, we're going to do that for your coffee maker, your stove, your refrigerator, and so on and so on. It's not going to change our approach. So as much as lithium-ion batteries are becoming an issue in the industry, our approach to their investigation does not change. Maybe, if anything, more so for the health factors. Do we just rush into the room? Do we change our PPE when we enter the room because of the new dangerous gases that lithium-ion batteries impose, instead of just the standard, products of combustion that are already in the fire? We might change that aspect of it, but our approach is the same. We're still going to approach the investigation the same way we normally do. Okay. So as far as that is concerned, that's where it doesn't change. But I will say, our investigation that some colleagues and I have talked about is, for us, what's going to happen when the arson realizes just how competent a lithium-ion battery is, when all they have to do is poke a hole in it, drop it in a room, and walk away. Imagine the problem that's going to cause. And then how do we prove that they poked that hole in it on purpose to make it fail? Like I said, we can take it, we can send it to our lab, and we can have them analyze, oh, no, this was punctured. Okay, it was punctured, but how do we prove that it was punctured on purpose to fail, to cause a fire? This is going to be a problem for us. And it's something that we're going to have to figure out and work out and come together as an industry to try and combat in fire investigation field, because we're aware of it, we're thinking about it, and knock on wood, we haven't, at least we don't think we've encountered it yet. So that's where we're going with it. But like I said, our process is very back to basics. We approach each of our investigations the same way. We don't care what's in the room. We maintain our approach to each thing in the room. Okay. And beyond that, our other partnership is with our hazmat people, because we need, whether it needs to be kept for evidence or some other thing or to be moved, that's where we usually stand. We just like to have people helping us with the safety of it, and we just walk through our investigation step by step till we end up with our final hypothesis. And if we end up with a battery and then a candle, then we send both of those to our lab people and say, hey, which one is which? And we go from there. Okay? All right?
Excellent.
Thank you, guys.
Excellent, thank you. Can you stay up here? Because we're gonna do the round table.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'd like,
Yep.
I'd like all the presenters that worked this morning to come on up for the roundtable question and answer session. So if you spoke this morning, if you could just come up, and we'll kind of go from the flag over to where Jake is. We'll get questions. When we get the questions, I'm going to repeat your questions so that it's recorded on the YouTube channel, and then I'll hand the mic to whoever's answering the question. So. Does anybody have any questions from the presenters this morning?
None for me.
Chris, you're going to have lots of questions. Any questions? Yes.
My question would be for Kathy Kiley, DEP. We have two reservoirs in town. One's Cambridge's and one's ours in Lincoln. And much like the Norwell fire, if there was a EV fire, what would do more damage to the environment? 20,000 gallons of water going into the water, or 45 minutes to an hour of fire going up, like smoke going up in the air. You know what I mean? Like I've heard of a tactic of letting firefighters burn up. Like, is that?
That's an interesting question, and I don't know the answer to that. But what I can do is, because it's something that I think what I will do is I'll ask our drinking water program and say to them, would you be more concerned about that, where you might have 20,000 gallons, 50,000 gallons of water going that has potential, that has some metals in it, essentially dissolved, going into that drinking water, or to find out what their preference would be, so that I don't want to give you the wrong answer. But I will, I'm going to write that down, and I'll make sure that that's something that I get back. Is there a way to provide feedback?
We have everybody's emails.
Oh, okay, great. So if you could do that, that would be helpful. Thanks.
Question? Yes, sir.
Chain of custody for the devices to get into consumer products. What's the best steps to follow, and when is it acceptable to send it to you, and would we be involved in that at a local level?
Okay, the question is the chain of custody to the Consumer Protection Agency.
We do have a receipt of sample that we can give to you guys, so that way you have something in writing showing that that was transferred to the federal agency. If the consumer is reluctant to hand it over to us or to you due to the value, we are authorized to reimburse them the full value that they paid for the product, so that they're more reluctant to give it to us rather than turning it over to the manufacturer for a full refund. So that way they feel like they're making a difference. They're fully getting reimbursed for the value, but also that we're going to investigate it and try to protect consumers moving forward. But again, for departments, we do have a formal document, a receipt of sample for your records when we were signing over. Does that answer your question?
Is there anything in place right now for product testing before these products put out for consumption? Are they UL tested? Are they actually FM tested? Or are they just somebody makes one and puts it out there and there's no standards?
Okay, so the question just was, is there any kind of testing or standard testing of the product prior to it being released? There are, like I said, we regulate 18,000 products, and there are standards that these manufacturers are required to meet. Of course, there's more than 18,000 products out in the market. But so they are required to meet our standards. When products are being imported, we do have those investigators at the port verifying that they have all the required documents showing that these products were tested at the manufacturer's facility. And they're also verifying that the products are properly being labeled. Of course, it would take a ridiculous amount of manpower to review every item individually that's being imported. So some do slip by, or some manufacturer in the United States that, slip by our standards. In that case, that's when we go after the manufacturer after we have something that isn't meeting our standards, and to remind them of the standards, stop sales, recalls, and if it's a product that we don't regulate, then our engineers and legal team will initiate regulating that product and doing more research on that. Does that answer your question? Okay, great, thanks.
Question? Yes.
Chris, battery storage facility, so it's permit required, the FPO6 or the special permit?
Can you just repeat
Oh,
the
well.
question, please?
All right, so the question just come up. Thank you for the question. The question just come up about what I had mentioned earlier about what Massachusetts did is we pulled in a permit. So the question is, well, what do we expect to look at? I have that same question. I don't want to crush this here. I'm hoping now as we go forward, we can try to figure out what the correct content should be into it and then see if it's a special form that should be done or how that should play out. But as traditional permits go, it is name, address, what they're doing. You're going to want to know certain things. Some things they might not be able to tell you, especially with certain chemistry, certain deep involved, because that's part of the issue that is out there. And I don't want to get off your question for the permit, but that's part of the issue is you have a battery manufacturer that does their part, and now they go to give that to an energy storage system manufacturer to do theirs. Well, they're holding things close to their chest that they're not going to release. So that system storage manufacturer, they're supposed to have that, fill in those blanks, but they don't have that info because it's been retained by the battery manufacturer. So unfortunately, it's going to be tough to figure out what we want, but I guess you just got to figure out what's important for you, and I don't, I know that's vague and I left that, I just threw a balloon in the air, but I mean, traditional stuff that goes on the permit. We in Cambridge, we're in an online permitting system. I still haven't developed what our permit's supposed to be. The way it's working though, pretty well though, is they're starting with a building permit. So it goes through the building permit, and then now we're getting queued in to pull in a fire inspector, and we're pulling in a wiring. So try to work it out on that end, but I know that was awful, but we're working our way there. And maybe, the takeaway is, and now that we have Director Ingram in the room, is we'll work on seeing what the Massachusetts guidance should be for the permit for energy storage moving forward. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Another question for Chris. How are you working with your special services to bridge that gap? Because the IBC hasn't come up to the level that the fire has as far as the specification on energy storage systems within the home.
Whoa. So the question was, what was the question? The question was, how are we working with the Inspectional Services Department to bridge the gap between what the ICC, they don't have in front of them?
They don't have a problem, so they
Right.
can enforce it, but we have it on our end. So they have the building permit, we're trying to enforce our side.
Right. So again, good working relationships with your building department. We're fortunate again. We've turned the page where, we've come together a lot better. And again, through that online permitting portal system, letting them know it starts with a building permit, but anything that gets triggered, if they're checking a box for including batteries, then it's going to go, into other workflow patterns. So that's how we have it working for us. But that's probably your best one. Have that dialogue. You got to educate. We're in the education business. That's what fire prevention really is. It's educating people. And if you can educate them through the process, let them know, hey, we need to be on board with this. Massachusetts made it very clear. It's a fire problem. That's why it's fire code dominant. That's why we own it in our chapter 52. We need to be looped in, and vice versa. We'll handshake, when we see it coming our way, we'll bring you in. And then when you see it, let us know. Thank you. No more questions.
Yes, Travis.
Question would be for anybody. As far as post-fire, if we have cells that are damaged and need to be turned over to loss investigation or consumer safety, do those cells have to be quarantined for a certain amount of time if they're damaged before we can ship them out or send them anywhere? Is there any guidance or policy in place for that?
Okay, the question is quarantine time before the cells can be transported or shipped to a investigative authority. Want to start with that, Sarah? Okay.
Oh, okay, absolutely. So there isn't a necessary standard. Oftentimes I'll actually go on the scene when fire departments call me, and I'll obtain the sample from there. So that way, because a lot of departments don't have lithium ion storage at their departments, where I'll store it in a fire safe cabinet until I can get my hazmat transport arranged within the next couple of days. So for federal wise, no. Like I said, you can either store it in your department, and I'll come and pick it up from you directly, or we will store it in a fire safe cabinet at my house, which don't worry, I meet all the standards. It's in a separated building, just like my gas cans and everything, and a fire safe locker, and then it gets shipped hazmat and, like I said, in all the DOT standards.
Yes, and from a fire investigation standpoint, we don't technically collect them because that thing is not going in our evidence room. We would contact, first off, we contact our hazmat guys, and the initial move on scene is to put those things in a bucket of water. One of the things that we do for safety that they've been saying to do on our fire scenes now is, depending on the danger, especially if you're not sure if it's done with its thermal runaway and there are other cells involved, it might be too dangerous to pick up and try and get out of the house. So putting it in the tub and filling the tub with water, and then trying to determine what happens to it afterwards. But there's no timeline, because when you're dealing with multiple cells, a perfect example would be, and there's a smaller one and a larger one. A Tesla vehicle was in a car accident in California, burst into flames. Took hours and hours and hours to put it out. Hours. Towed it to the tow lot. 22 days later, it burst into flames again from thermal runaway from one of the other cells in the car. So it's a problem, and that's a problem that people are still trying to figure out. So.
Yes, of course.
All right, I probably should have kept my mouth shut, but I can't do that. So this is, we've gotten to a point now where we're finally knowing the problem we have out there, and now we're able to tackle the fires, and we know we need water supply, yada, 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 and we're putting the fires out. Now it's the handover part. Now it's the turning over. So personal experience, we had an issue with a whole bunch of batteries from some drones that were being done in our community, and the protocol through the SDS was to ultimately put them in water. Well, now the receiving company didn't want to take them because they need to dry them for 24 hours because they can't be. So there's going to be some massaging of the way we get this out, how we go cradle to grave with these things, but that's yet to be seen. So we got a lot of work. So it's a great question to bring up. We'll have to see where ultimately we go with this. But why am I doing this? I'm not taking a selfie. But we got to see where we go with it, because there's no right or wrong answer. It's just what you're starting to see, though, is you're starting to see a lot of communities out there are working it out. They're making their own rules. San Diego just hit this. So they're doing some stuff now where they're going to have, because they've had some trash truck fires, so they don't want the trash trucks picking up, so they're going to try to figure out something else and doing things with banning. That's probably the one extreme direction I don't think we definitely want to go, is absolute banning, but we need consumer products.
On that question about storage time and transport, Lieutenant DeRosa from State Police, can you just say, what are you guys doing with them? Are you taking them from the scene? Are you leaving them? If you find that it's the cause, what are you guys doing? Sorry.
Yeah, so by and large, we are not touching them. Obviously, for our on-scene investigation, we'll do some non-destructive field testing if there is any. For our investigators, we're actually looking at more of a safety protocol for them. If you see if it's still warm, if it's bulging, if there's other areas of the battery that have not been impacted or had any runaway, like just it's more of a caution for them. Eye protection, if needed, respiratory protection, making sure they're wearing their whether they have coveralls or turnout gear. But unless it obviously goes to the overall investigation. If you're doing your investigation, if you guys show up on scene and you know something's not right, then we're going to look at that a little bit closer. And if we have to take that item, then we'll deal with that. Again, just talking, we work very closely with state hazmat, so how we would probably look for them for guidance on how to properly take that. We certainly don't want to bring it back and burn down a evidence warehouse that we have that's connected to DFS's supply warehouse. So as far as anything aside from when I say we have to be pretty sure this is criminal if we're going to take it. I mean, because even our lab, the state, I don't know what they're really going to tell us. They'll tell us it's a battery. They'll tell us it was screwed up, but I don't know what they can really tell us to add to a criminal. That's going to be interviews. That's going to be. So aside from that, we're going to leave it in place. We're going to lithium ion battery. This is where we left it. We'll tape it off if we have to. Very rarely, I would say, are we going to collect that and take it, because there's just no criminalistics that we know of that they can do yet.
Thank you. Question? Yep.
Follow-up.
Yep.
So when you start looking at some of the battery walls, like the Tesla battery, something that's permanently installed in the structure, if there's rooming contact fire, not spoke with DEP earlier on that, and the cleanup contractors won't remove it, they'll take it. But does it take a licensed electrician to be able to remove that damaged battery pack from the residence?
The question's on battery packs, battery walls for whole house energy. Anybody have an answer there on who's going to take it out of the building? How it's going to get removed?
So,
Go on, Chris.
so opinion, and that's one of the things that Massachusetts did unique for us out of that. They added decommissioning to the 1 and 2 families. So traditionally, you're going to see that problem. So that should be part of the decommissioning process, decommissioning planning, or whatever you want to call it, to cover that, to see, hey, if it's part of an exposure fire, what's the protocol to pull it out? But Massachusetts is very clear. Licensed, you got to be licensed to do just about everything in this state. So there's going to be a licensed technician of some sort. And hopefully it's the one that actually put it in. They should know how to take it out. But somebody of a licensure, and there should be something in the decommissioning planning to address that if it's not the actual cause of the fire, the origin of the fire, but it was part of the problem or it made the problem worse. And now it's been damaged enough and needs to be addressed and taken away, whatever. That should be done by licensed professionals. And there should be a procedure in place. And Massachusetts covers that through some documentation. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Call coding, you spoke to mobile property like e-bikes or vehicles. Are stationary energy cells, is there a code for that as well in the 130 series? Or?
If it's, excuse me, if it's attached to a building or inside of a building, it should be a building fire. So the old adage, any fire in or out of a building, whether that becomes involved. Now, if it's standalone, if it's outside, it'd probably be either a special outside equipment fire, 162, or a structure fire that's not a building. So if they have it enclosed in like a shed or a standalone structure. So go with, and anytime, like once again, anytime you have any questions and you don't know the answer or you think you don't know the answer, just give me a call or an email.
To follow up on that question, are you going to be issuing a memo regarding the stuff that we've talked about today?
Yes, we'll put everything that we in my presentation. And also, I forgot to mention, I'm working with the deputy on hazmat, the hazmat module to track the hazmat portion of this. But we're working with the USFA for consensus on how they want it coded. We just have to provide them with actual, we're way ahead of everybody else in the nation. We have to provide them with examples, and then they'll give us all that we put on the website. If not, the DFS homepage, the fire data part of it.
So a memo will be coming out, but what Daryl was just speaking about is we were experimenting with the hazmat tab, the hazmat portion of the NFRS report. If you go into there, lithium-ion battery is the UN code. You can go to the UN code for lithium-ion battery. So now we actually get real data in the report that isolates lithium-ion batteries. So it's not in the narrative, it's not in some other +1 code. And then down the bottom of the form, it does portable and mobile property. And you can actually put the manufacturer in, you can put the model number in. So I think if we can figure out the details of this, which we'll get out if we can, we'll actually be able to drill down much deeper into what's actually catching fire.
Yes, on the hazmat side. And that could be something that's not the cause of it, but like that's the it's the exposure, like the last question, something that may go off or, has been just treated like everything else in a fire that could, heat source or explosion could have damaged it, made a potential hazmat situation. You can add that also.
Yes, sir.
We had a fire in February, and they knocked it down. Kept the fire watch there for the remainder of the day. The house was a hoarding house. It was a known problem in town. The captain kept going by the house all night long. News was there at 11 o'clock at night. At 4 in the morning, the house was engulfed, fully involved. He said there was a bunch of remote control car batteries in the basement. So, so it was a black eye for us as a rekindle. My staff said there was absolutely no way to rekindle. There was no smoke, no signs of any fire throughout the entire day. House was boarded up. Is there a protocol or like how long, if these devices and batteries are stored in houses, you have a fire, you can't go through an entire house and remove every battery. Is there any guidance or recommendations on how long to leave a fire watch or best practice? Or?
We are going to lightly cover that this afternoon. You're not alone in that. That's it. That might have happened to him. Okay. If you add 2 alarms plus 3 alarms, is that 5 or is that 2 separate fires, right? So we're a bit passionate about that as well. So what we've discovered, what we learned, we went to New York City, learned from them, was when you get to that fire knockdown stage and you're ready to start pulling ceilings, for the final overhaul, we got to look everywhere. We got to get into the couches, the cushions, under the ceilings that were already pulled, and we're looking for things that are the size of your thumb. So the amount of overhaul, the careful process, and that's not even the fire investigation. That's just so we can leave. You're not alone. One of the news clips I was going to have earlier, I ended up cutting it out, was New York City had a fatal fire in a multi-fatal fire in a e-bike shop, rekindled another day later. And these guys are professionals at this. They've been doing this for a couple of years now. The other one we learned about when we were down there was an e-bike shop, same thing. A couple hours later, the place is roaring. So unfortunately, I don't know if anybody can issue a timeline, but the overhaul process has got to be pretty thorough, and you got to look everywhere. We saw the batteries ejecting in the investigators portion, whether it's a hoverboard, a scooter, a battery from a phone. Unfortunately, I can't give you a number, but these things can go off at any time, days later. So the overhaul process, I think, is where the answer lies there. Anybody have anything to add on that? Okay. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah.
I would just to add to that in terms of coming from a firefighter, rushing in the building, doing your thing, and talking to firefighters when we were doing our investigation. Many of them won't even know. You run in there and you're going in there. Your first job is put the wet stuff on the red stuff, and you don't walk around looking for the smoldering batteries, the fire or the batteries in the building. And even when overhaul happens, the detail, like Kevin's saying, going into cushions isn't a typical job of of the fire crew, suppression crew. That's just not the way they think. So if anything, from and Eric will confirm, from an investigation standpoint, it's a backbreaker to dig out wet, soggy ceilings and walls off of couches and everything else and try and get down to the nitty gritty of what's in that room. Like I said, it's a long, exhaustive process to do that. And trust me, I'm not trying to build my workload or anybody else's, but in that scenario, I guess your best bet would be to call your fire investigation unit, because like I said, our approach is going to be a little bit more systematic, and because we can't just find one nice big burned room and stick to that room. We still have to go through the rest of the house, because what if it was an arson and we're missing other points of origin? So as we go through, we may pick up on those other batteries and be, oh, hey, there's more batteries here. So I mean, but I'm not trying to take work away from the suppression crew. I'm not trying to add work to what we have to do. But it's maybe that's just something that has to go into more in-service training to both sides. Like when you're moving around and when you start to come down from the adrenaline high, to start paying a little bit more attention to what's in the space, and so we can mitigate that. Because I mean, I don't know how else to do that, especially if it's not something that you've already been, if your training doesn't go there. You might rush in the room and you'll look for the cat and the little kid, but you could care less about the cell phone and the battery. But then when you come in from another point, you look for the cat, the kid, the battery, the match, the lighter fluid, and everything else. So it depends on the situation. But like I said, we have no standards right now. We're trying to figure this all out. And as we go, hopefully we'll all get there together.
Excellent. Years ago, I used to work for a deputy chief who left the house cleaner than we found it. We couldn't stand working like that. Turns out the guy was pretty smart. Another question? So Sarah, I have a question for you. What's your threshold of what you want? So I've had at least 5 or 6 of these in the last couple of months. Some of them were just abused, pretty simple. One of them was a drill, brand new, just arrived shipping. Box had never been opened, batteries had never been touched by a person. Batteries lit up inside the box, and this is a very reputable tool company. So are you looking for more like that? Or I don't want to inundate you and flood you with hundreds of samples.
No, that's a great question. I appreciate that. Honestly, just reach out to me, because I can if the lab has 50 of XYZ brand scooter, they're not going to want this particular scooter as well. If it's outliers, like weird situations like that, we just had a remote control airplane this week. Obviously, another lab doesn't have any of that. So that's something that I'll absolutely come and collect. I collect just about every single cell phone. But yeah, just reach out to me because you're going to reach out to me regardless to come collect the sample. Let me know. I'll call my lab to determine if they are interested. They 9 times out of 10 are. And so then I can come and coordinate. I'll bring my Zargus case for proper transportation to the fire storage unit and, collect that from you guys. So the threshold is basically dependent on the lab.
Okay.
But you'll know right away. I'll have an answer for you right away.
Question?
Yeah, I see a lot of iPhone. My question's Kathy, DP. So the advisory indicates that the onus is on the homeowner if possible, which obviously would be tricky. And then if not, call the DP, who will then get a contractor out there. So who is calling the DP? Who's paying for that? If insurance is involved, are they going to cover what if insurance doesn't want to? And what about the times when there is no insurance involved and you have been called out and now private contractor is providing the service?
The question's on removal of the property and who's going to pay for it if the DEP and a contractor is engaged.
Thank you. It's a good question for clarification. These are situations when the device owner is willing or unable to do it for whatever reason. Then DEP, first of all, we don't, we wouldn't even be contacted unless the fire department or the incident commander from a from a tier hazmat situation were to contact us and call for us. So we would be, if we're, so that's how we would normally deploy anyway, or be involved with the situation. If they're not able to do it, we have contractors that are under contract directly to us. So we would call one of our contractors if they're unable or unwilling to hire a contractor, and we would then be able to use our contractor to do it. Now, as you guys know, you're with the state. State doesn't do anything for free if they can help it. And so we also have the ability to try to cost recover from the owner of the owner as well. So that's always a possibility as well.
So I guess more directly, just to follow up, if the fire department calls, are they on the hook for the bill at some point?
The fire department is not on the hook from the bill. If you're calling us, for example, if the fire department calls us and say, hey, we have this device, it's abandoned building, but yet there were these, people were using it for tenancy, and there's a fire there, and there's no owner, there's nobody here. Can you help us? We're going to call our contractor to come out and take care of the disposal, and that's not on you. And then we would be looking for the owner of the property, because the owner of the property essentially would be the responsible party or potentially responsible party. I hope that answers your question. Okay. But we do always prefer that the owner of the device take care of it, if that's possible.
Any further questions? Yes, sir.
In regards to the grant and the medium category for lithium ion blankets, suppression, whichever, how do we get that upgraded to high? Obviously, I think everyone in this room's in the same boat. I paid $3,500 for a blanket to put over a car fire because that's the going trend, right? So we got this $3,500 blanket. Seems to be pretty important. This should be a high priority. So
The question is on DFS grants and the priority of lithium ion response.
So we consider feedback like that every year when we review the equipment list and we make updates. So this year we added those items to the list. I think there was one broad category for some lithium ion equipment in the past, which, frankly, there was not a lot of requests for that last year. I think because this is a growing issue, we are trying to keep up with it. So I would say continue to provide that feedback to us, and everybody who sees that need and agrees with it, send us that feedback. And then next year, when we're at the same point in the process and we're updating the list and getting it ready for fiscal year 2025, that's something we'd collectively look at and make a decision on.
Would you say the state fire marshal who's in the back of the room has the final say on what's important?
He might have some impact on
Okay.
that.
2 people over.
What NFPA, I know there's a lot of work done on encapsulating agents versus sand versus silica versus water. Is there any standard for suppression that we should be looking out for? I'm kind of partially intrigued about this E450 or E350 encapsulating agent. I think New York is using. Is there anything on that?
The question is on the suppression medium. We are going to cover that after lunch, but Chris, if you have something to add?
All right, because I have a little bit I was going to talk about too. So we might be overlapping and giving you an answer. The product that you're talking about is F500. It's not proven. There's no standard. When we talk stationary, and I'm giving you the punchline, but when we talk stationary, the punchline is going to be a lot of stuff with misting agents, breaking up water pellets, things like that. The NFPA, I think 750 is one of the standards out there, and NFPA, I have it in my slide. Those are the two that are going to be tackling the water effectiveness. You know, I don't want to pull out anybody's brand name and bash anybody's particular product, but those others haven't been proven. There's no testing criteria that they're going through. A lot of them are, you know, just good salesman stuff. You mentioned the blanket. I'm in about that later too, but, you know, I don't know what the right word is, but, you know, we've talked about it in our own office. There's a lot of stuff that a lot of people want to sell you, things to slide under your vehicle that will squirt water out of it. None of that has been tested to be proven that it's going to be any effect. So you just want to make sure you weigh that out in your choices when you're spending your money.
We'll be bashing them this afternoon.
Oh, okay. I didn't know we season on.
Well, we'll see. We might have video. Anybody have any questions? For DEP, do you have a threshold on volume of material before you really want to get involved? I mean, we're all dealing with cell phones on fire. We're dealing with a scooter on fire. Is there a threshold where you think that is appropriate for a fire department to call? I know, you know, we overpack our own fires and we take care of it. But I know if I have an e-bike shop and I have 40 bikes, we're not going to do that. We're going to engage a contractor. Do you have anything that you talk about in DEP that's like a kind of a threshold for the contractors?
The short answer on that is no. But it, you know, for the homeowner, most homeowners, they're gonna want to take care. They don't want to be sitting there. They want to have it taken care of right away. They don't want to have to deal with DEP doing it necessarily. And they can also go to their insurance and they'll try to use their insurance, which is great. But we don't have a threshold for that. I mean, the main thing is everybody wants it to be removed. So, and certainly if there's a larger facility, I shouldn't say large, a facility that has a greater number of batteries that need to be disposed of, that's not going to be something that most fire departments are going to be putting, you know, one container. You know, it'll be a larger response effort that's going to be needed from a contractor.
Okay. And for grants, for the regional grants, have we seen any grants already approved that were asked for yet for lithium ion specific? Okay, so there's definitely on the horizon. I mean, it's increasing every day. Any further questions? It's 5 minutes of 11. The cafeteria said they were going to shoot for 11 o'clock for the sandwiches. When they come out, they're going to be out to our right along the glass wall. Let's shoot for 11:45 to start again. So that gives us just under an hour, if that's all right with everyone. So the sandwiches are over on the right. Thank you, panel. We'll have one person back after lunch.
I get the short straw.
Yeah. Probably have to shut that off. Thank you. Thank you. What's that? This one? Oh, the little pole thing? Okay. Yeah. I'm going to put it on this so you two can. It's better with this. They're going to back and forth. Yeah, they know.
All right.
They're going to pass this back and forth.
They're seasoned.
Yep.
Yeah, one mic.
Actually, 2 mics. All right. Welcome back from lunch. There was a couple questions. Past August, several members of the fire service industry, the State Police Fire Investigation Unit, Marshal Davin, the hazmat guys, participated in a day of lithium-ion battery mitigation experiments. These experiments were intended to prove or disprove various mitigation tactics that are being used around the country. Firefighter Travis Rebello of the New Bedford Fire Department and an assistant coordinator here at DFS for Hazardous Materials Response organized this event in New Bedford. To discuss these findings, we also have Mike Monaco, 20 years at FDNY, 18 of them with Hazmat Company 1, and just retired, what, a month or two ago?
April 29th.
A few months ago. He's also co-owner of the Hazmat Guys podcast, and he's responded to hundreds of lithium-ion battery incidents. So with that, Mike and Travis will walk us through the testing that was done in New Bedford.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming to this. This is going to be just a quick overview of what we did and what we found. I just want to point out I'm not here to bash any company or any individual product. Everything that we found has limitations, right? All the products that we utilized with this may not have worked as well as we'd hoped, but they still do work to some extent, and we still do utilize them. However, we did find some shortcomings with some of them. So to first set it up, I just want to talk about how we set this up. And but Mike is the one that kind of engineered most of these tests and really kind of set the pace for the day on how we did everything. So if you have any questions on the actual setups, Mike's going to be the guy to talk to. Also, I don't think he can stay for the roundtable discussion. So if you have any questions before we finish on anything that the FDNY has done with their battery response, these guys have been right at it for quite some time. How many fatalities have you had so far this year on them?
I believe the city's up to 32 fatalities in the year, and the total is over 100 since we started tracking this in 2000.
So yeah, these guys have been dealing with it for a while, and they've been ahead of the game for a little while now. So when we did this whole experimentation was kind of a public-private partnership where we had the city of New Bedford, we had the Department of Fire Services, we also had the hazmat guys come in, and as we went along, it kept growing. There were some meter companies that were out there that said, hey, if you're going to be putting these in the runaway, we want to see what the off-gassing is, see if we can find out what exactly is coming off of these. So Blackline Metering came in. FLIR actually runs GCMS, gas chromatograph, mass spectrometry. They brought that in so we could actually sample with pretty high-end scientific equipment. The guy from Far West came in, helped run it. Red Wave came in, did some sampling, air sampling on their FTIR metering. So it was a great collaboration between all these different agencies. What we were really looking for was to find out if batteries in different states of charge are going to cause problems for us. Full state of charge as opposed to 50 and 25% charges. Were there real differences on how those batteries went into runaway? Again, we wanted to find out what gases were coming out of them. We wanted to find out if our meters were capable of seeing any of those gases. And we wanted to test how our overpacking worked. We decided in the city of New Bedford to go with a product called Cell Block EX, which is a recycled glass material. And that was after a lot of conversations with the FDNY and how they did stuff. So we kind of invested heavily on that, and we wanted to see if we were on the right path with it, if it was going to be working for us. Absolutely, sir.
So as we move forward, one of the things, pretty much everybody here I was told is administration and the chiefs of the upper ranks. Some of the things that we try to do during the classes is to refocus our brains and understand that when we're dealing with the batteries and we're looking at everything that we're going to see, that especially as a chiefs, we're dealing with two separate issues. We're dealing with the issue of the battery that started the fire that we're responding to, but separately, we could potentially be dealing with the battery that is affected by fire that our firefighters are responding to. So those are two separate things, right? From a scene safety point of view, from an IC point of view, I don't really care about the battery that started the fire. It doesn't mean anything to me anymore. I understand there's things I now have to do because the battery started the fire. What concerns me and what kind of keeps me awake at night sometimes is the understanding that if the battery goes into thermal runaway while our firefighters are doing their search, while they're in there performing their duties, get cut off, the line gets broken because of a thermal battery runaway, that's the issue that really we should be thinking about as we're moving forward. It's a two-pronged issue that every single slide and every single video that you see, you need to attribute on both fronts, firefighter safety as well as public response.
All right, so the cells that we dealt with, they were spoken about a little bit earlier in the day. The 18650 cells, the 18650 on the bottom. If you look at the AA and the AAA up top, not much bigger than that. They're not huge cells. 18650 is the size, 18 millimeter wide, 650, and then the 0 is a placeholder used in industry. This is a little bit earlier. Anode and cathode with a separator in between. When that separator becomes damaged, for whatever reason, it causes the battery to go in a runaway. When you take those single cells, you start putting them together, you start getting them into battery modules, and those modules go into battery packs. And the only reason I want to show you this is we put them in, we did 2 and 3 cell packages. When we look at the Tesla battery floor, the most popular Tesla battery floor has 7,104 individual cells attributed to it. So
Somebody just said Jesus. If something like that didn't run through your head as he's saying that, you're not paying enough attention. Jesus should, or some other expletive should have.
These videos, keep in mind, we had two cells set up, and then those other ones were 3 cell setups. This is 2 cells put into thermal runaway with a coupling, a heat coupling. We heat it up until it goes into runaway. Fully charged cells. So you just see the tremendous release of energy on it. This one, you can kind of see the thermal coupling right there turning red, heating it up, and then going. You can see we started putting our air monitoring up there to see if we can find out what the off-gassing was coming out of this. They found some idiot to stand there to take an air sample for the GCMS.
It's a lot like you.
It does. But if you watch the metering up top, you see 2 of the separate meters start going to alarm off of this. Another one in full charge put in by heat. Again, it goes pretty quick. Once they start becoming compromised by heat, they go into runaway awfully fast.
I think we were seeing what, about 4 minutes
Yeah.
by the time we flipped the switch to the time they went off.
Yeah, and that time was due to the thermal coupling actually heating up to the temperature it needed.
Right.
But again, every time we were doing it, the meters were picking it up. One of the interesting things that we're going to talk about further on, actually earlier in the runaway process, before it actually ignited, we were able to detect off-gassing from them. All right, so this one's interesting. This is a little bit of a longer video. These were discharge cells. 2 cells discharged to 25%. And you can see that small spark that was there. That wasn't enough to cause ignition of all the gases that were coming out of there, but those gases still measured to be flammable and toxic. And that was from a discharge cell. All right, so this was a thermal of a cell that was put in a runaway with a 50% charge rate. And you can see it kind of goes really fast.
These are not the thermal images, by the way, that you're going to be able to see on a fire camera. Just in case anybody's going to take that and be like, oh, our thermal imaging camera is going to be able to pick stuff like this up. These are very, very high-end, high-speed thermal imaging cameras. Our fire camera is going to work off of kind of a different principle. So we want to make sure not to take this idea of, oh, I just saw this on a thermal imaging camera. I can take that and use it operationally.
This thermal image started about $500,000. And they loaned us 2 of them to burn. So I don't know what the hell they were thinking. Yeah, we did. So this one was a different method of initiating the runaway. The mad scientist here came up with this air system that launched a dot into a cell and caused that cell to go and run away. And you can see it happened that quick. This is full speed. That dart went in there and the battery instantly went into runaway. At 25% speed, you can kind of see it go and strike. And how fast it went into runaway. And again, that's one cell. That is one cell slightly larger than a AA battery, is storing that much energy and sending out that much energy. Imagine what happens when we get 7,000 of them. All right, so some of the things that we talked about were different methods of packing. Some people talked about, hey, can we just pack this in Speedy Dry? And will Speedy Dry kind of help solve our problem? So we put a couple of cells in Speedy Dry and still kind of off gas, still got the flammability. It's better than having the batteries go flying everywhere, but still didn't really suppress anything.
No. What the clay will do, remember, all these different options, they are there to try to fit your specific goals and needs. So as a chief of your area or administrator of your area, you really have to ask yourself, what's my goal? And it's really super important not to turn around and take and look at some big city and say, well, they're doing that, I'm going to do that. Because our goals and our hurdles that we had to go through are going to be different than your goals and your hurdles. So it's really important to understand the function behind the battery, what's going to happen to it, be able to predict its behavior and say, is its behavior going to hinder my goals, and what resources do I have to overcome X, Y, and Z? So just to be really clear, like the clay could be an option for you if all you're worried about is making sure that the thermal radiant heat from these batteries going off doesn't set something else on fire. If you're not concerned about the toxic gases, if you're not concerned about any of that stuff, this is a great method for you, but your goals and your hurdles have to align with this solution. Does that kind of make sense?
All right, so the next thing we did was we started using that product Cell Block. And Cell Block claims that they will start absorbing some of those toxic and flammable gases. Doesn't really work on pressure, but it does supposed to work to absorb some of them. That being said, this first video, if you listen closely, you're going to hear one of these meters go into alarm. As we heated it up and it was early in runaway, those cells started off-gassing, and we could detect them on a meter before it went into full runaway. Unfortunately, we could detect it through overpacking and Cell Block, which claimed we weren't supposed to. But give it in on it. This is what happened a few seconds later. So you can kind of see the residual gases that we still had potentially toxic gases that were there. We still had all our meters going to alarm. Because this was an open barrel, it wasn't really a fair test of the product. When it went to ignition, kind of blew the product away. I'll get to that in a minute. What we found in all of the testing throughout, we had percentages of the LEL on just about every experiment we did. It's the highest levels we saw were up to 30% of the LEL in some of those rooms. And again, you gotta remember, this was just off 2 batteries and 3 battery sets.
What was the size of it was the Connex box. It was a Connex box. What was the size of the Connex box room that we were in?
Yeah, it wasn't huge.
Yeah,
I mean,
8 by 10?
8 by 10, maybe
8 by
12
10.
feet. Yeah.
So 2 cells were able to bring 30% of the LEL to an 8 by 10 room.
So some of the other things we found were the high CO levels. High CO levels might have been there. I tend to think more it was a cross sensitivity to hydrogen that we were seeing more than anything else, especially when I show you the next video. We did find hydrogen sulfide or something that had a cross sensitivity to it in there. Depending on where we were in the burn, we had increased and decreased levels of O2. And Blackline brought a specific meter with a hydrofluoric gas sensor in it. We were able to detect hydrofluoric gas readings with that. And there's going to be another presentation a little later by Tim Vamosi that's going to tell you why that's pretty bad. So the sampling that we took with the GCMS, these were all of the toxics that we found in that off-gassing. And this was consistent with other testing they'd done in other parts of the country. Pretty much the standard 18650 battery formulation, we're putting off all of this as off-gassing during the burns.
We got these same gases in Cell Block and vermiculite as well. So that also gives us an idea that there are no additional gases being given off by the clay or the Cell Block, just for anybody that has that kind of, scientific thought process.
So what we did here was we took the 3 cells and we put it in a 30-gallon drum, filled it with Cell Block, and just left the bung holes off so we could actually get the wiring in and out of there. And we put those in the runaway. And we figured this would be a better sampling of what an overpack would more look like. So when we popped it, you still see the pressure. You still see a lot of off-gassing coming out of there. And when we took air samples with the FLIR GCMS out of there, we were still finding all the same gases in that headspace.
Travis, that's way overpacked.
Yeah. I mean, so that overpacking is for full battery packs. We had 3 cells. So as we went in there, the other hazmat guy is coming up here to pull that thermal coupling. I need you guys to watch right at that bung hole. He jumped like a little girl. You see him? That headspace was flammable. We pulled it out. We still had off gas. I don't think it contained everything that we were hoping it would contain. I did it in slow-mo so you can really watch him jump back. He's going to kill me when he sees this.
He is.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. So, and you still saw the pressure, right? I mean, that is still a very, very flammable headspace. So that's why I'm guessing more than CO. I think there was a lot of hydrogen that was off-gassing from these batteries due to that kind of flammability we're seeing. So with only 3, I think it's going to stay in the container, right? Because the pressure is not quite as high as it would have been if it was a full battery pack. If it's I have real concerns sealing up a container like that. So much so that after this, our new policy in the New Bedford Fire Department is 5 gallon, 35 gallon. We cut the top on. We're not clamping it down anymore.
Yeah, we haven't sealed the drums in about 3 years in the city. We have pretty much left them open. We ran some tests early on, and we were able to blow the top off of one 16-gallon drum with one of the 1865 zeros at full charge. So it's really important to remember that because this technology is so unstable, it's also extremely unpredictable. We can run the same test over and over and over again, and 90% of the time we'll get one outcome, and then 10% of the time the whole drum can blow apart. So as we move forward, this is so new to us in the fire service. It's really important to always keep that hyper vigilance as to what the potential could be, even though we may never see it fail to that degree. Every single battery has the potential to do that.
So one of the things that we were concerned about in New Bedford, we have a lot of high rises, elderly high rises. They use a lot of mobility devices. A lot of those devices use lithium ion batteries. What if we had batteries damaged in elevators? How do we bring them down? Damage on upper floors, how do we bring them down? Do we use elevators? Do we use the stairs? How do we get these damaged batteries out of the building? So one of the thoughts was these bags. These bags were made by Cell Block for the airline industry. You get a damaged battery, stick it in there. It's supposed to contain the runaway. They actually gave us this one to try.
Yeah.
Full authorization. They gave us this.
From them, they helped us
100%.
pack it. Yep.
They were 100% on board with this. So I'm of the opinion that I still don't want my guys in an elevator with a battery and overpack, whether it's in a bucket, whether it's in a bag, no matter what it is, my guys should not be in close proximity to those overpacks because I still consider them a danger. That being said, will I still use Cell Block to overpack stuff? Yeah, because I still think it does a better job than just vermiculite alone or sand alone. But we still has to be used with caution. Yeah.
Again, unfortunately, it's better than the alternative of nothing. We still say there are no answers, right? None of us have really a clue what's going on. Honest to God, I still don't have a clue what's going on. We're just figuring this out bit by bit, building that plane as we fly it, as Bobby likes to say. So, we have to proceed with caution with everything we do. There is no 100% guarantee in any of this in any way, shape, or form.
All right, so just to wrap it up real quick so I don't go over and Kevin yell at me. The higher the charge, the more reaction we're going to get on cells. Where does that make a difference for us? If you're going to a fire at 3 a.m, what are going to be most of the charge levels of the batteries in that home? They're going to be up there at that point, right? So that's something we need to consider. Time of day, how charged the batteries are, will definitely make our job more difficult. We can detect the off-gassing. It might be a very, very quick reaction. But at some point, our meters will be able to detect what's coming out of those cells. Might not make a lot of sense. You might see an LEL, you might see an O2 issue, you might see a CO issue, depending on what's coming out of them. But the standard 4-gas meters we all use should be able to see something. We also learned that these cells were off-gassing very, very early in the runaway process. Well before they went into that spectacular runaway event, we could still get gases off of that and we could still detect them. The gases are highly toxic, highly flammable. If you have people that have been exposed to those gases, I would strongly recommend they get looked at, get some type of medical attention because they are inhaling a lot of very, very different toxic gases, which I'm sure my good friend Tim is going to elaborate on that. And our overpacking. Our overpacking, while helping to mitigate the problem, is not a complete answer. We still have to consider those overpacked batteries as hazardous. Anything that?
Yeah, just to anybody that does have the elevators in their first due area, one of the things that we do is that we will, again, overpack in the cell block, put it in an elevator, but it rides alone in the elevator. We have full control of that elevator through the fireman key, and it rides to the lobby 100% by itself. We don't put anybody else in that, and we use the fireman key to bring it right to the lobby so no other civilian can get into the elevator with it.
So again, apologize, but Mike's going to have to leave before the roundtable. If someone has any questions for him, before he takes off? Or is this going to be?
questions, paraphrase the question.
Sure.
It seems that you did all your packing and dry stuff. In one of the videos we saw, the aircraft, they said they put it in salt water. Did you do any testing putting these batteries in water to get them out of where they are?
Okay, so the question is about what that is called is overpacking in a brine. So taking the batteries and putting them into a saltwater solution. So the idea behind a saltwater brine is that you're discharging the battery, and by discharging the battery, you're lowering the potential for a catastrophic thermal runaway event. It takes time, and before, I can't remember the name of the hurricane that hit Florida last year, but before Florida got hit by the hurricane, that was a prevailing thought that maybe we can do this way. And it is a possibility. I can get into it really quick as to why it is or not. But after Florida flooded, after the waters receded, a lot of cars went into thermal runaway. There were battery fires left and right because we understand that putting them in a brine is an uncontrollable discharge. All of these batteries need to be charged and discharged through a computer, through a microchip, has to be electrically processed, has to be the perfect amount of voltage going in and out, or it will go into thermal runaway. With that said, if we can find a brine solution that is perfect for the amount of discharge that the battery requires, then we might be good to go. It doesn't eliminate the hazard. It takes a very long time. There are departments out there that are doing it. I don't necessarily agree with putting it in a brine and then telling the homeowner or the responsible party, okay, it's yours from this point. That's a whole different conversation, but it is something that is being explored and is being explored heavily right now by the Navy, but no white papers have come out yet on how to do it, what the brine solution needs to be to keep that balance. No, in fact, I don't think we have a video. I have a video during the class that I show of batteries going into thermal runaway in a pop-up pool of a couple 100 gallons of water. So you can see them blowing underwater. You see the flashes underwater. You see the gases bubbling through the water through the pool. So if fully submerging the battery underwater isn't good enough to keep it cool after it's been injured and go into thermal runaway, no amount of water you put on is going to do that. What that will do is prevent propagation. So the damaged batteries, as they go into thermal runaway, it'll prevent the heat from transferring to the next cell. But the caveat to that is you have to have the water around the actual cell itself. Otherwise, it's totally useless.
So there's an interesting video that Baltimore Inner Harbor. Did you see the one of the scooter? There was one of the rental electric scooters went in a runaway. Person panicked, threw it in the harbor, and there's a video of it bubbling and reacting 20 feet deep in the harbor. Nothing stopped it.
In fact, I just saw a recent video of a Tesla in the water. I don't know if it was a Tesla per se. Don't sue me, Tesla. In Florida, right? And it is going into thermal runaway in the water. So we absolutely 100% know that it's very difficult for us to get the water into the cell. And once it's been damaged, right? We say this all the time. It's kind of like insulting a millennial, right? Once you insult the millennial, they're going to burst. You just don't know when. All right? So we want to make sure that we keep that in mind. We don't know when it's going to go fully into thermal runaway, but once it's insulted, once you insult that battery, it's just a ticking time bomb.
Dumpsters, they're filled with water that Europe's doing useless.
So that's a double-edged sword, right? So we don't necessarily know the full effects of that. It's totally against manufacturers' recommendation to submerge the batteries in water for the cars, right? If you look at the Tesla manual, Tesla very specific says, do not submerge this car as an emergency procedure. So the question then becomes is what kind of liability as a chief are you putting on yourself submerging a vehicle when the manufacturer specifically says don't submerge the vehicle? All well and good when nobody gets hurt, but what happens if somebody gets hurt? What happens if something happens? What happens if they're pulling the car out of the water later and it goes into thermal runaway and somebody gets hurt? What kind of liability is landing on your shoulders for going against manufacturers' recommendations? That could change next year. NFPA could come out and be like, no, this is a viable solution. And then great, we have a consensus that we can work off of. But right now we're going totally blind.
New Bedford's taping the overpacked drums closed. New York doing the same thing, or you not coming?
So what we have, so the question is Bedford's taping the drums? What was New York City doing with their drums? we were putting the lids on and opening up both bung holes. And then we were putting almost like a sucking chest wound bandage over both the bung holes to allow it to breathe out, but not to allow contamination or water to go in case they were, left outside or it was raining. If it's a 5-gallon pail, we are literally just putting the lid on and putting a couple little tabs closed, but we are fully allowing it to ventilate. And if it were to blow, we want that top to blow out and not up. We want it to blow up, not out.
Taping them down or just letting them sit on top? Or?
We'll use the band that comes with the open head drum, and we'll tighten that down, and then we open up both the bung holes. But yes, taping is just fine. You want as little pressure to build up as possible. That way nobody gets injured if it does have a pressure event.
All right.
That's it? All right.
Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thank you, Mike. One of the primary concerns of lithium-ion battery, the lithium-ion battery problem, is the release of the toxic gases. The gases released vary in type, concentration, and it even depends on how much the battery is charged. The gases released and the extreme temperatures at which the release occurs pose a very serious health risk. Captain Tim Vamosi of the Easton Fire Department is a nurse practitioner and a paramedic. He's also a member of the Massachusetts Hazardous Materials Response Team. To provide us with information on the toxicology of the lithium-ion batteries, please welcome Captain Tim Vamosi.
Yep, right click. And get it on the screen.
Got it.
Thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for coming out and thanks for being here. When Deputy Galligan approached me and asked me to do a lecture on toxicology and chemistry, I said absolutely, but make sure it's after lunch. You heat the room up and dim the lights, so that way I can get everybody's attention. So we're going to talk a little bit about toxicology and the problem. So we kind of know what the problem is now, right? We know we've seen all the cool videos of stuff's exploding, and we've seen what the issue is when these things go into that thermal runaway. What I want you to take out of that is that there's two issues there, right? There's a toxic gas that's coming out, and then there's a flammable hazard that's occurring, and that heat and energy that comes off that can cause damage as well. The electrolytes inside the lithium-ion batteries is flammable, and you can see I'm going to put a lot of Thanksgiving words you can use to impress your date or your family when it comes to Thanksgiving dinner. But hexafluorophosphates, all right? That's kind of the one that I want you to look at. Lithium salts, there's a lot of different secrets to the sauce for every different battery and every different manufacturer. But the word I want you to pay attention to is fluorine, all right, fluoro. There's a lot of chemicals, as Travis showed us, that come off these batteries when they go into that thermal runaway and that toxic gas that comes off. But the one that I'm going to focus on today, and primarily because it's the one we have the most information on, is some of those fluorinated substances. So we saw the videos, and we know that these gases, we saw Travis show some of those gases, they ignite immediately and they burn right up, and those meters went off right away. And then we saw a few batteries that didn't quite go into that ignition, but they did put off the gas. We're going to talk a little bit about exposure and contamination, right? So just because we didn't have the flammable hazard where these things burned off, that doesn't mean there's not a chance there or an opportunity for us to become exposed to these. And there's different routes that we can be exposed to these chemicals. And when we think about exposure and contamination, just as a reminder, contamination is something we can take off, right? It's something that's on us, and I can usually clean it off and get rid of it, where exposure, that gets inside of us, and it's not so easy to clean off. It can cause a lot of problems once it's in there, because once it's in there, it's in there. And then in the case where we have the thermal runoff occur and the ignition happens, the fire occurs, that's where we get thermal burns, exposure burns. And we'll talk a bit about that as we get further on. But I'm not really going to spend a lot of time on that because we spent a lot of time in the fire service training on how to treat burns. And there's chemicals. So because I'm 15 to 20 minutes, I'm not going to go on the big list of chemicals. There's CO, there's CO2. We have asphyxiant gases, anoxic gases, irritant gases, stuff that's going to cause harm to our person, the public, and our first responders in many different ways. But keep in mind that there's a lot of different pathways that are going to happen here. So when we talk about the medicine behind this, the toxicology behind the way that these chemicals can affect, one rule serves all. There's just a lot. So we can talk about CO, which again, we're all pretty well trained in the fire service on CO. because it's so common, but it's going to get inside of our body and it's going to mimic something so that our cells can't soak up that oxygen like they normally do as an asphyxiant. Who's going to get rid of that oxygen in the room? So it's not really going to cause a chemical problem in the body too much, but it's going to get rid of the thing that I like the most, which is oxygen. And I don't know about you guys, but America might have a favorite pastime of baseball, but breathing's my favorite pastime. So I'm going to do everything I can to keep it going. So at elevated temperatures, fluorine content in the electrolytes is going to go through some changes. And there's, as we saw earlier through our all the pictures that we saw of the batteries, there's a lot of components, a lot of parts, a lot of pieces. And we talk about vehicles and all the different electronic devices. There's a lot of parts to these things. And once they start to burn, they're all going to put out different types of gases. Polyvinyl lighting fluoride, again, we can go through all these, phosphorus, pentafluoride. But again, these all have that be really, really harmful to us biologically. So it's not just taking a look at one part of it. It's not just the electrolyte. It's not just the plastics. It's the anodes, the cathodes, all these things that burn or put out different things. I wish I had a solution for this and one typical answer that I can give you that would cover all of it. But the reality is, as these materials change and grow and as technology continues, gases come out. So keep that in the back of your mind too. The research that I'm presenting but it's the research and the information we have now. But that's going to be changing again and again and again. But the one thing that we're seeing right now across the board in these commercial batteries is the source of fluorine. This is just kind of showing what happens in the presence of water and humidity. And again, if we take a look at the chemical reactions, you really don't have to know what all of to know that it ends up at 2HF, right? Hydrogen fluoride. And once we combine that with water, we get hydrofluoric acid. Phosphorofluoride is another one that we're starting. Not necessarily in all of the commercial batteries, but we're starting to see in some of them. The problem that we have, though, is there's not a lot of industry research done on this particular chemical. So I'd love to give you that shows what all of these things are. Hydrogen fluoride, and it's not necessarily because it's one of the most dangerous ones, but it's just as dangerous as phosphofluoride. We don't have a lot of information on phosphofluoride. So this is one of the issues we're running into when we talk about lithium-ion battery fires, is that some of the stuff just has for us to present. But hydrogen fluoride, we'd have a lot of stuff on. So part of the problem is, well, what I'm going to show you is just some data to show you that hydrogen fluoride actually is a problem. The presentation by Travis showed that we were getting hydrogen fluoride on some of these sensors. So we started, a lot of places are putting this focus on hydrogen fluoride. And they're starting to also incorporate how we fight fires. So they're adding water to the mix. And I'm going to show you a graph next that says that even though we're trying to control the thermal runaway and the heat and the energy coming off of these batteries with water, it doesn't necessarily have an impact on the chemical aspect of what's happening. So even though we're putting water on these fires, we're putting water mists on them, trying to contain the gases from going places. We can push that gas somewhere, we can cool them down, but it's not going to change the amount of gas that's coming out of these batteries. So that hydrogen fluoride gas, as Deputy Galligan mentioned very briefly, is still going to come out of these batteries. And again, it's not a one-size-fits-all solution here, or a one-size-fits-all production of these gases. Depending on the size of the battery, depending on how many batteries there are, depending on the charge of the battery, the state of charge, the temperature in the room, all of these things are going to change how much gas comes in. So there's no way that I can say, if you have this battery, you're going to get this much hydrogen fluoride gas, and this is how we can protect ourselves. It's going to be different every time. But one of the things that they did see during the testing is when they actually applied water to these batteries, when they were going through their off-gassing stage, that the mist actually increased the amount of hydrogen fluoride being released at that time, right? But it didn't disparage the hydrogen fluoride from being produced at all. The amounts were the same. The amount of hydrogen fluoride coming out was the same, just how fast it was coming out through there. So if we take the data from that really cool chart a second ago, we can see that there's a lot of hydrogen fluoride. The immediately dangerous to life and health level for hydrogen fluoride is measured in 0.025 grams per meter cubed. So that's not a lot, right? So 30 parts per million. We've all kind of familiar with how parts per million work and all this good stuff, so I won't harp on that. But just know that's a very small amount of this stuff can be very hazardous to us. Take that out, we can see that up top they're talking about kilograms of hydrogen fluoride coming off of full car battery setups. So again, if that's not an oh Jesus moment when you see those little batteries go off and put that gas out, we talk about 7,000 of those coming out. It's a really big problem. And that's a lot of gas that can be very dangerous. And those stages could occur in confined spaces, especially for us as first responders. We think about underground parking garages, all these kind of areas where there's large amounts of these batteries being stored, and then we send our guys in to go mitigate that. And now there's an area where this gas is being produced and held in that area, and it's very, very concentrated gas. So that time distance shielding that we talk about in hazmat radiation, because the dosing of how much they're going to receive of that hydrogen fluoride, how much our PPE can withstand, this is all still in the risk. But the risk increases, is what I'm trying to get at there. So hydrogen fluoride's the chemical. We talk about hydrofluoric acid. They're basically the same thing when we talk about them in commercial industry and how we're going to protect ourselves as first responders. It has a strong irritating odor. If you want to go up and sniff it after I told you how dangerous it is, that's on you. But I wouldn't recommend it, but it does have that irritating odor. The reason I put that in there is because if we have a fire going on and the public's coming out saying, hey, this smells really bad, we're starting to get reports that we're getting this weird odor and that kind of thing, strange odors in the building, just be aware that it could be something like this. It is considered a weak acid. Does that mean it's not going to harm you? No, it's just compared to other acids which might cause dermal burns very quickly. This one might not do it as fast. But it has an not unique, but a different way of entering the body because of its chemistry. It's readily absorbed into our body. It can kind of wreak havoc once it gets in there. There's three ways it can kind of be absorbed into us systemically, meaning it goes throughout our body. So one way is an ingestion, inhalation, and mucous membranes, skin and eye contact, all right? I'm not going to focus too heavily on ingestion. If you guys are going to fires and you see your firefighters licking the Tesla after it burns, I think that's a whole different lecture we got to get into. But ingestion is probably not going to be the most common that you see out there. There is one way that we'll see common ingestion, which I'll talk about at the end, and that's in our pediatric population. But inhalation is probably the most important because it's the easiest and most readily absorbed into our body. And then those mucous membranes, right? We're spraying water, we're touching things, we're moving stuff. If we get that into our eyes or other soft tissue areas, it's going to be readily absorbed. These are things that we can easily mitigate, though. Respiratory, eye protection. If we have our SCBAs on in place, we're usually doing pretty good. But again, inhalation is extremely important. So the way that hydrogen fluoride works in the body, once it gets in contact with us or it gets inside of us, there's really two primary ways that it's going to cause us damage. All right? And this is kind of the chemistry of how it causes it. Hydrogen ions doing stuff, high concentration acid. Again, I don't know the concentration of hydrogen fluoride when it sprays off of there. It could be very high concentration when it's first off-gassing. It could be high concentration if it's in an enclosed space because there's a lot of gas and then we put water on it. So that concentration is 50%, 40%, 20%. These are things still being studied, so we don't have that. But know that if it's a high concentration in water and you get it on your skin, it's going to be a big problem. Even in low concentrations, though, it can be a problem, which I'll show you next. But when we're talking about high concentration acid burns, that's that gray burn that you get on the skin. Ulcerations, necrosis, that's the black, gross-looking fingers and toes, followed by intense pain. Not intense pain right away, followed by intense pain. Starts to insidiously work through the tissue, that's when it hits and we start to feel it. All right, so the second problem with hydrogen fluoride, the more, in my opinion, the more tragic part of it is it can be a problem in low concentrations. So even if it's a small amount in a low concentration, it can still do a lot of damage. And the reason is these fluoride ions, they're very small and they like to travel through tissue, okay? So once our skin is a great way, and it's a great barrier for us to protect us against everything that's going on in the world. But particular chemicals, hydrogen fluoride, fluorinated ones, they don't have a problem getting through our skin. As a matter of fact, they're readily absorbed through it. They're very small particles, work their way through, and they're attracted to things like fluid, which we're primarily made out of. They also like to be attracted to calcium, which is another big part of our body. They like to join with that calcium and cause us a lot of problems. The other issue is it's lipid bound. So lipid being the fat in our body, it'll actually concentrate itself up. So some of these chemicals, when we get exposed to them, our body will process them right out through our kidneys, livers, and we can excrete them out. These ones like to hang around. They like to get into our fat stores and stay there. But that means the concentration of them can increase exponentially as we're exposed to it for longer periods. So once it gets in there and it starts reacting with cellular calcium and magnesium, it forms these chelates and makes these fancy little things on the bottom. But it provokes local calcium depletion. All right, so that's important to remember. And it inhibits sodium, potassium, ATP, like all these fancy words. But basically what it does, it stops the cell from functioning normally, okay? Because it's trying to find calcium and it's pulling calcium out of the body, which then allows things like potassium to increase in the body. And if there's any medics, EMTs in the room, anybody involved in healthcare, we know that hyperkalemia, too much potassium in our body, can wreak havoc in a lot of systems, but it can also be detrimental to our cardiovascular system. It works off of that potassium and cause heart attacks and even cardiac arrest. And which is what I was talking about there on our first point. I've already got the lipid affinity, so it's going to hang out in the body. And because of these free ions are kind of going all over the place and wreaking havoc, it's going to cause necrosis. Tissues that aren't working correctly, they're going to start to. So again, this is out there. We don't typically run into hydrogen fluoride before lithium-ion batteries. It wasn't something we typically saw, so it was low frequency, high risk. Something that in the hazmat world as firefighters, we always paid attention to with F-paper, and we went down range, you always had stuff out there to protect ourselves because it was so dangerous. We're now starting to encounter this in our regular firefighting stuff. So is it a fire? Is it a hazmat? Well, the answer is kind of yes now. Those lines are being dangerous ones. Even in low concentrations, it's going to cause. And if you start to see stuff like this, which is the eyes becoming opacified, and the corneas, this is scarring over the eye. You can see that they're irritated very easily. But we all know what happens when we get acid burns to the eyes. We know it causes damage. It's irreversible damage most of the time. It's very hard to treat eyes because there's only so many things we can treat them with. But the big part, it's underlined, delayed for several days after exposure. All right. One of the problems with this material, hydrofluoric acid and hydrogen fluoride, is once it's on your skin, it's not immediate, right? It can be if it's in a high concentration, it's going to hurt, and we're going to say out, right? Low concentrations of this stuff, if we're exposed to it over time, will accumulate in the body and start to burn slowly. So this could be hours, 24 hours, hours after exposure to hydrofluoric acid, these burns occurring. So it's really important that during the pre-fire stage, when that we have all our gear in place properly, that we're checking each other to make sure it's there. We're fighting that fire, we keep our PPE in place, and our post-fire analysis, because these hydrofluoric acid, and that's going to be attached to these incomplete mix of combustion when we're doing our post-fire cleanup, and all our gear and our decon is still out there and still dangerous and can get on us. And you might not even know you're exposed to it for 24 to 48 hours before you start showing that you're having an injury from it. Acid, again, our lungs are really good at doing things like exchanging gas, right? That's literally all they do all the time. It's my favorite thing that they do. So if I put a different gas in there, I'm going to take that gas, it's going to put it in our body, and it's going to really exchange it inside of there, right? So our lungs are doing their job. They're doing what they're supposed to do. The only problem is this time, you can see how it's red, right? This is supposed to be a nice light pink looking tissue. But it's very red, it's swollen, it's a problem, right? One of the things that happens inside the body is when we have an issue inside of our lungs or our soft tissue, it sends a lot of fluid there with cells to fight that reaction. So what's going to happen in the lungs, and it's kind of hard to see on this screen, but you can kind of see how on the right side of that second picture, how it's kind of whitish looking through the x-ray. That's fluid. So the body's trying to fight this off. One of the problems that will occur is somebody can be exposed to hydrofluoric acid doing firefighting if they didn't have their PPE on properly, and they go home, they feel fine, everything's good, and then they start drowning in the middle of the night, they have trouble breathing, and it's because their body is now starting to have enough of that concentration there to start flooding that area with fluid, and they end up getting very sick very quickly, and at that point, it's very hard for us to reverse. Once that swelling starts in that soft tissue in the airway, If there's not ALS interventions done extremely fast, it's very hard for us to get that airway, because now I'm trying to put a tube down into a swollen area, and I'm just causing more trauma as I'm doing that to that tissue, scarring, that kind of thing. The second x-ray up there is somebody who's exposed to hydrofluoric acid. Same person all the way across, except you can see those opacities are almost gone, but still there. That's because hydrofluoric acid is actually scarring, damaging that tissue to the point where it died. And just like when you get a scar on your arm, it looks different than the other tissue. The same thing happens in the lung tissue, where it's a different type of tissue that's not going to exchange gases properly, and we have difficulties for long periods of time. This is just a picture of a dermal hydrofluoric acid. Again, this is high concentration hydrofluoric acid. All right. So we're probably typically not going to see this with lithium ion batteries, like right next to it when it goes off and you get burned that way. But I just want to put it up there so you guys see that it causes this kind of necrosis in dermal tissue and see the kind of problems that can occur from it. And again, I'm not going to get into rule of nines and all the stuff that how we treat burns. But when we talk about chemical burns, the other thing I want to talk about here real quickly is our decon. Make sure we're deconning these people. And when we take them to the hospital, make sure we're communicating with the hospitals to what they're getting. This isn't a typical burn, right? It's not just the thermal burn that we need to talk about. It's the hydrofluoric acid part of it as well, because they're going to treat that burn differently. Our initial treatment as first responders is going to be primarily supportive. This is specialty care. This isn't stuff that we're going to carry in our med box with us to treat these people. But they're going to have to, when we get them to the hospital, it's important that we communicate what they were exposed to. So it's not your typical fire. We need to let them know that they may need special medications to treat it. Whole body toxicity, which can be fatal. That's, again, if we're working down range in this for a long period of time, especially during overhaul, and this stuff is still floating around in the air and we're not paying attention to it. We've learned our lessons through the fire service with CO. We've learned our lesson in the fire service with cyanide. It's time for us to take this one before it happens and be really cognizant of hydrofluoric acid and hydrogen fluoride in the air during that overhaul phase. And treatment is removal from the site, rapid decon. That's on scene. We want to make sure they're clean before they go to the hospital so we don't end up with more exposures there or contamination there, followed by rapid treatment. And the treatment there's a lot of different medications. Again, because of time, I'm not going to get into them because we really don't carry them in the first responder field. But knowing that you need to let the hospital know what they need there. And the other option you can do too, and it's something we started doing on the hazmat team, is contact the hazmat folks in the state, let us know, and we can send information in the hospital as well. So due to the severity of these toxins, we have to be careful what we're doing. Again, full PPE, SCBA. They're going to talk about tactics in a little bit. See that some tactics might be different than what we've done for car fires and just fires in general in the past. So I'm not going to go too far into tactics. But again, first responder decon, a hazmat or a fire, the answer is yes. Next, all these things, specialty care facilities, we kind of talked about it. And knowing the right facility to go to, right? So when we talk about where we transport our burn victims to, can we take them to, our local community hospital? Maybe, if they're prepared for this kind of thing. But where this is new research, new technology, new medications, new information, there's a good chance that not every hospital is ready to receive this patient. So doing that pre-planning on your EMS side, knowing what hospitals we're going to go to, is extremely important. This picture here is of thermal burns. Again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on thermal burns, but this is 2 battery cells in somebody's pocket. And you can see we have first degree, second degree, third degree burns or deep tissue burns, necrosis of tissue already. He put his hand over top of the pocket when it started to react in that thermal runaway, and his hand was severely damaged. I don't know the outcome of this one, but you can see that 1 or 2 of these cells puts out enough energy to cause catastrophic damage to a person, and probably the people around them. The other problem with these is we put them right next to our face, right? So when you think about where these batteries are located, they're located in the rule of nines and the places that are the most vulnerable, right? Vapes are near our airway. We put things in our pocket. It's near our groin area, genitalia. These things that have high risk for a high damage over low exposure. So we got to be aware of that. And we need to be prepared to decon these people properly. It's not going to be a comfortable decon. It's going to be hurt. I don't know if anybody's dealt with burns. It's very uncomfortable. It's very painful. But we need to make sure we're aware of where these burns are and how to decon them. F paper and pH paper are great ways to check people when we're doing our decon. If you don't have F paper, it's very cheap, easy to use. pH paper, again, it's a weak acid, but it's a good way to check our decon method. So when we're deconning these people before you put them in an ambulance, we can use those methods to make sure we're doing it the right way. Again, this is just a thing on burns. Critical burns need to go to level 1 or level 2 trauma center. We're kind of well versed on this stuff, so I'm going to skip through this slide pretty fast. But again, knowing where they need to go, but also adding the caveat of this isn't a typical burn is extremely important. We have to get them to a place that can mitigate them with the proper medications like calcium gluconate and some other stuff that's out there. All right, so when I talked about ingestion, this wasn't, some more. Actually, we're seeing a 66.7% increase in the ingestions of these button batteries. We all have them. We're probably all wearing them right now. So they're around. They're easy to find and easy for kids to get a hold of and stick in their mouth. So this has a lot of different issues in it. We've talked about the toxicity, the chemicals that are in these things. There's a lot of bad stuff that can happen. But the biggest problem we have with this is it completes the circuit. So it's not only just the off-gassing that occurs. It's not also the thermal runaway that occurs. It's completing a circuit inside somebody, and that can cause burns inside. And where is it causing that burn? Well, so this is and in the past, when kids would swallow a penny, you'd say, yep, wait for it to come out and we're good. That's not how this works with a lithium battery. Once that circuit's completed, it starts burning that tissue right away. So you're a really big problem. They need to go to a pediatric hospital that can support endoscopy. So again, doing that pre-planning for all of these situations is a lot, but it's stuff that we have to do. One of the remedies that's out there, and I'll put it out here, again, it's still new research, so I'm putting it out there cautiously. We don't take batteries in kids and test this stuff either, so we have to take it with a grain of salt. But honey is one thing that they're using as a way to mitigate these kinds of injuries. It coats the battery, hopefully stops that circuit from being connected, and reduces the burn potential. So that's one thing to keep in the back of your mind. Again, that's not approved through EMS protocols and that kind of thing. That's a conversation to have when you get in control. But it has shown been some efficacy in that case. This is a real quick recap on hydrogen fluoride. Basically, to wrap this up in 20 minutes into one sentence, it's bad. You're welcome. There it is. All right. And then considerations as we go down the road. As we saw earlier, there's a lot of byproducts. We can't just consider hydrogen fluoride. The reason that, again, I'm just expressing that it's one of the many chemicals that are very dangerous. But when we see any of those fluorinated chemicals, know that they're extremely hazardous for us as first responders and the public, and that we have to consider a different set of tactics when we're fighting those fires. More research that's needed. The research that's here today, it's not stuff that I went out and tested on people. It's done by a lot of academic places, and I give them the credit for the research. But it's stuff that we need to continue researching, and we need to lobby to continue researching. Newburn's doing a great job. Travis is doing a great job. A lot of people are really taking it by the reins, but it's stuff that we all need to be involved in, and it's stuff that we all need to advocate for. So your voices are very important out there when they get into the academic culture, not just on the medical side, but going through these things and talking with our academics, talking with our doctors, talking with our research facilities, and saying we need more of this to protect ourselves. And especially when it comes on the bottom part about PPE, personal decon for us, what is our firefighting gear going to do for us? When we can button that stuff up tight, we know we're protected, we know we can decon ourselves that way, but where's the research to back that up so we can, our guys can have a lot of faith in the decisions we're making for them. And industrial decon's another part of this. Once we wrap that fire up, once we treat those people, how do we know that building's safe again for occupation? So industrial hygienists, a lot of these things that we don't typically put into our regular fires become a part of this type of fire. References are up there, and if anybody has any questions, please feel free to reach out, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. Industrial cleanup. What do you think of that? All right. So let's see. Where are we? We'll bring some energy up here with Chris again. So we're going to discuss what are we on here now? Fixed facilities, energy storage systems. And Chris discussed with us before about the code enforcement area. Now we're going to discuss more on the mitigation area and the response side.
Okay.
So let me just get the slideshow up. All right.
Yep. So thank you. I'm back. I'm going to try to keep you up. You might want to have your hands out in front of you so when your head's full, you won't hit the table. Try to keep you awake. Some of the stuff I might say now might that all the co-speakers I've been with were for the most part. A couple of things, though, I would like to dive into, and you might have to, when I get to that other thing again, you might have to push me through. Thanks. Two things we really didn't take a deep dive into on what the real problems are. One is the thermal runaway. We really didn't discuss thermal runaway, what that is and why that happens. But do you get a pretty good idea of what's happening there? Is it because it's self-sustaining, it's self-producing, it's generating its own oxygen? So that's why it keeps going. And then we didn't talk about electrolyte. I know I'm going to talk about, battery, but we really didn't talk about the electrolyte. The last speaker that was just up, he mentioned electrolyte. That was the first time I've heard it today. And that's really where the issues where the off-gassing and the cooking is taking place. So again, yada, yada. So same disclaimer. And I think, seeing it's just funny, from the EPA, when everybody's mentioning large, it's, the reason I kind of separate that apart in my mind is because from the code side, when we start talking large, we're talking large-scale testing. And that was a big thing, the pushback that the industry had because it was looking for full-scale testing, but really burn complete facility like this. So it got chunked into large. So that's why I have difficulty separating out large when we have it. I'm just looking at its fixed energy storage. And again, the last disclaimer, I didn't have this last time, but this, I'm not telling you, and you heard that here earlier, I'm not telling you how to put your fires out. That's not, none of this is telling you how to put fires out. And again, I think you got to click me through here, Kevin. Oh, okay. There's no magic wand here. You've heard that. I guess we're all on the same page, all the speakers that we have, but same thing. There's no magic wand. There's no one-stop shop for all this stuff. Large-scale facility, I think this is one of the ones from New York State. So I mentioned earlier, New York State had its third mishap. They were all pretty close together. And this is what one of theirs looked like. And then I mentioned Martinique had just had one the other day. Idaho had one recently. It's tabulated now that I think we're around 70 incidents since the tracking's kind of been in place over the last 7 years. And that's worldwide. This here, I think, is a little video clip. Yeah. So here's part of the problem why we're using so much water, because our water is not effective. I know I don't mean it to be comical here, but that's part of the problem. And I mean that we saw the Wakefield thing. I'm changing gears, going back to the cars here quick, but we saw the Wakefield and we heard the comments. It took 60 million, 20 million gallons of water. It's because we're not able to get the water to where it needs to be effective. One thing you want to keep in mind is that these are batteries. They're intended to be protected. So they're protected. Then they're in another protector, which goes inside of a cabinet, which goes inside of an enclosure, which goes inside of a Connex box. So they have all these layers. So that's why the delivery of water is problematic. And that's why we're consuming and using so much water. This is Cambridge. I worked there. This is a facility we have to just showed up one day because this was kind of before the regulatory pieces. All you're seeing in this is just the two arrays of the batteries. To the left is where it changes over. So, but we were able to work with them. Once it got to our attention, we were able to work with them because sometimes they're going to want to put these on roofs. We're not really ready for that yet. We're not really ready for these to be inside buildings, just like we shouldn't have transformer vaults inside buildings, but we shouldn't have these. We're just not ready yet. Buildings they don't have their layers. NFPA 13, which is the sprinkler code, doesn't have a sprinkler design to match up to how to protect our buildings with batteries. This is the other portion of it. So this is a hydrogen. This doesn't burn hydrogen. This compresses hydrogen, and that's how it converts the natural gas into the batteries. But the reason I bring this up is you probably have something in your community that you don't even know about. And it's probably been there for a while, or they're sliding in. Especially like I mentioned earlier, certainly there's stuff with the utilities, because the utilities still think that things don't apply to them. So, and you heard this, and again, same comments. Low frequency, high profile events, we're just seeing more and more of them. We certainly see more and more of them, sorry, Sarah, but we're seeing them on the consumer product side, that's where they're really hurting the people the most. We have had the recent news, I just mentioned Idaho. I had the slide deck put together earlier this week and before the Martinique mishap. Surprise, Arizona, we've all heard of it, right? That's the one that hurts us and really makes our hair on the back of our neck stand up. That's where it hurt 4 firefighters very severely. Fortunately, though, Underwriters Laboratory, they have their own Fire Safety Research Institute. They're doing some stuff. They had a good report on it to at least give us with the lessons learned. And FSRI, they're still doing some wonders outside of that to progress and to get the science and data and stuff so we can get the research and the understanding. So no doubt these events are dramatic. They hurt people. In our standard development, we first thought that water and access were going to be the biggest key factors for us in the fire service. We've deviated. I shouldn't say deviated. We kind of pivoted. Water and access is always key. That's what we're in the business of, right? That's how we mitigate. But we've kind of pivoted to knowing that early detection is key in explosion venting. So that's why in our third cycle now of 855, that's where a lot of emphasis. Hazard mitigation analysis, HA, explosion control, explosion venting, having panels that just release, and certainly early detection. Along with, I think I have it here too, I might be ahead of myself, but I mentioned earlier, the misting. We're getting into the breaking up the water pellets, because you can really effectively put out control electrical fires. Nobody wants to hear this when it comes to Class C stuff, but you can really effectively control electrical fires if you control the water molecules. As I mentioned in the earlier segment, 855 Annex C. Look at Annex C. The International Association of Firefighters, which I rep for FPIM on 855, but I rep for the IAFF on a bunch of other standards. They're not really fully engaged and agree that a safety standard should be telling us how to put fires out. But my point is, look at Annex C. There's several pages on how to get your thought process going for mitigating energy storage, stationary energy storage. So, again, the electric background, and I got one of my bosses here, try to downplay it a little bit. We being a hazmat, we're trying to see, we do see the parallel on how it matches up being a hazardous material, certainly on the chemistries and the abatement piece to it and the handling. But really, it's an electrical event is really what's taking place. Like I mentioned, you can use water very effectively. It's really not any more hazardous than the contents of a couch, the chemicals that are in that. It's chemical-based. That's how we try to look at it a little bit. You get the terminology out there, lithium versus lithium ion. So lithium ion is a transition. First of all, a lot of batteries don't even take a lot of lithium to make a lithium ion battery. And that transition is the raw lithium. So I know you got some, you had some hazmat chemistry folks here, and that's certainly not my domain, but that's some of the reality there. Once it transitions, you take that raw lithium and go to lithium ion. It doesn't have those same characteristics like dangerous when wet, although it does bring in characteristics like we're learning with the salt water, how water is a double-edged sword. Like I mentioned, difficulty getting water near it needs to go. We need to be patient. And I guess that's a good takeaway from hazmat world, is it teaches us patience. Because we certainly don't want to get into this area of opening things up. And I know you heard that a few times already today. And we have to accept defeat. We don't want to believe that. It's tough, especially today where everybody got phones and they're filming things and the news cameras are quick to get there. And it's, see firefighters standing with their hands in their pockets per se. But it's one thing you might have to be part of your strategies is to let it consume itself. Because like I mentioned, in the design to meet the safety standards, that's what their intentions are. Their intentions for them to have a failure. But the failure is supposed to stay within itself and not propagate. And that's how they go through certain testings. But again, I know I get it. It's a hard nut for us to swallow in the fire service because we want to be aggressive and we want to take it to the challenge and put the fire out. So it's supposed to consume itself. Some events actually have successful failures. Moss Landing in California had 2 failures within the last few years. The second event they had was actually successful. It made it to the news. You saw all that activity, but it didn't go. It didn't look as dramatic as what I showed you in those pictures. It was just the container looked untouched. That was a successful failure. So that can't happen. They're looking at fluid management. So fluid injection as being like a coolant. I kind of relate it to like your car that you drove here and your radiator system. That might be something that may bring a lot of promise now into the industry to keep things cool and keep things in check. Water misting. I mentioned it earlier, kind of showed the card there. NFPA 15 and 750 are being looked at heavily in the stationary world to introduce. Instead of just having a standard, like I said, NFPA 13 doesn't have a sprinkler design. So to give some options, that's what they're being looked at. I mentioned the ERP, the AP, same carryover from before. Certainly in your mitigation, protecting exposures, okay? I know you know that. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but that's certainly key, is keep the exposures in mind. And you want to monitor the air quality, which I know you heard that already. They come in all shapes and sizes. Water supply, okay? Certainly, through standard, through design, you want to make sure you have adequate water supply. But as I mentioned, and I got it up here again, Water can be a double-edged sword. You heard that with the salt water, the brines. You heard that with the mishaps with the storms. Salt can infiltrate and cause you a problem. So you just got to know where you are. You got to really get in tune with studying these products. Don't have to memorize them, but get in tune with them so you can make those evaluations. Runoff, EPA, she's over there. We talked about that. See, we covered it all. Consider your alternatives are certainly in a stationary container. Maybe just have a remote located fire department connection and open deluge sprinkler heads and just flood it from a distance. Okay, but you got to work that out. You have your fire prevention folks, or if you are your own fire prevention folk, work that out in your design and ask for those, because everything has to be acceptable to you. And some of the industry doesn't get that, because a lot, just like most folks, especially if you come from the electrical world or carpentry world, hey, if that drywall only says 5 screws, I'm only putting 5 screws in it. No, you can do other stuff. It has to be acceptable to what you're presenting to us. Be patient, be cautious. We talked about this. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but nozzles, blankets, the F500 that was talked about. Everybody thinks they have a better mousetrap out there. Mark said it best that, just because we do it in New York City, I mean it's going to work in your community, so just keep that in check. So just because they're doing it in New York City, it doesn't mean, because I thought that was a great comment you had, sir, about the container. What they're doing over in Belgium, what they've lifted. I mean, if you saw some of the video, they had unprotected people in a fork truck while they had firefighters throwing water to try to fill the dumpster as they're lifting the vehicle in. I mean, craziness you're going to see, in my opinion. Again, all this is my opinion. Learn, train. YouTube and LinkedIn are great sources. You got to weed out some of the foolishness, but they're great sources to learn stuff. And what you're trying to ultimately do is you'd want to break up the fire triangle. Talked about the battery makeup. Anode, that's your negative piece. Cathode, that's your positive piece. We talked about the separator. That's kind of the thing, the insulated buffer between that anode and cathode to stop that short circuit. But you do have a electrolyte that flows in there that keeps those electrons going back and forth. And that's why these batteries work so well. It's because of that electrolyte. It's able to take a positive charge and it's able to go negatively. So and what you want to do all that time is you want to break somewhere in that triangle. We all know this, all fires go out. You want to know your enemy. I just talked about the batteries. Battery management systems. So when you do start to get familiar with these, battery management systems are key, and they can do some interfacing with your firearm control panels. And you want to be mindful of the inverters and the charge controllers. Those are essentially the 3 biggest pieces that are going to control those events. Electric shock, kind of the least of your worries. There's been so many things, especially with the cars. They talk about the car submerged and you're going to get a rescue a person, you're going to get shocked. Put the electric shock really behind you. It's not that it's not a reality, just by the time you get that close to it, it's probably not going to happen. You're probably never going to get that close to them to have that shock aspect. Certainly you got things inside of a building, you're doing a crawl search. I get it. There is, so that's why I say there is a reality, but that's going to be the least of your worries. It's the explosions that are going to be real key, and you've seen all that. You've seen the dramatic videos and stuff like that. You want to be able to identify power sources and know how to disconnect them. Like I said to you before, some of the utility scale stuff, they might introduce you, show you the facility, but they might have an e-stop, but they're going to probably tell you, no, you don't touch that because you could do more harm. You could take out hospitals and other parts of grids and stuff that you don't want to do. But get familiar with those facilities. Designing your needs in the beginning, again, that's on the fire prevention side, and the post handling, and we've talked about that. Done. Bye. No questions. So again, that's both times with 30,000 foot bird's eye views looking down into the, it all depends on where your perspectives and experiences are, and we're all going to get there. We're all going to get there together, and we're all on the right moving forward. So thank you again for your time. I think I bet my record, huh? What I do last time, 10 minutes, what I do, 7 there?
Yeah. If we could please take 20 minutes, it is 1:10. At 1:30, if we could start again, and we'll wrap up the day with the last 2 presentations in the final panel.
It's actually working.
Right?
No, I'm gonna let him do this one. I got everything else. He got tabs.
All right, good afternoon, welcome back. We're going to go over electric car fires. A couple things to consider. When we did the registration for this, the thing filled up in about 48 hours, and it was a priority selection. And nobody in this room is under the rank of district chief. So when we go back to our departments, we're going to go back with a plan. We have to give our people that are in the fields, on the engines and ladders, a plan on what to do when they come across one of these things. When we developed our plan for the city of Brockton, we wanted to make it so that a lieutenant on an engine company rolls up to something and he has a pattern, a plan, a schematic, do what he's got to do. Some of these things aren't going to go well. Some of them are going to go well, right? But if at least we're working in a rational way, we're following the SOP, we're doing what we're supposed to do, we're keeping our people safe, right? So we got to give our people something to work with. So a couple things just to start right off. There's no universally accepted tactics. We have one place that's putting cars into roll-off dumpsters full of water. We have some places that are letting them burn. We have some places that are rolling them over with grip hoists and winches and jacks, and they're trying to apply water to the bottom. We have some material, some tools where the nozzle penetrates the battery case. We have other ones that don't. There's no universally accepted tactic for this. Plan on a long-term operation. If you have an electric car fire, you're going to be there a couple hours. Regardless of which way this goes, whether it goes well or it goes bad, we're going to be there for a couple of hours. When you have one of these things, even if you get this thing put out fairly quickly, we have to stand by and babysit this thing for quite some time. So if you're the type of department that has to commit 4 or 5 people to an incident, you need to call callback, then you need to call that callback. All right? We're going to be there for a while. As department leaders, chief officers, we have to plan on the relocation. Next week, when you're in the office, you should be making some phone calls to tow companies, your police department, and asking some questions. Who can accommodate the things I'm going to show you here, right? Also planning on relocation is who runs the tow operation in your community. We can't have a fire lieutenant in an argument with the patrolman about who's taking what car and where it's going. We have to have a plan that starts from the administration on down so that a fire lieutenant, a fire captain on the scene can dictate how this car is going to be towed and where it's going to be towed. And the police department runs that. So we got to work with our police departments on establishing how this thing's going to work out. And then where is it going to go? Work in a city. A lot of our tow companies dump cars right between 2 acres because that's the vacant lot they bought and they dump cars there. You cannot tow an electric car there. So I haven't created a permit to store an electric car. To see the site, we have to see the containment area, find out where it's going to be. Control where these things are going. Not only for the stuff that was towed from within my community, but the stuff that was brought in from outside the community. Because the incident could be 2 towns away, and I got a call at 11 o'clock at night that Bridgewater was sending me a burned out electric car. I was like, great, that's wonderful. Putting it right in my district, right? Let's start at the basics. An accident. When we go to an accident with an electric vehicle, we have to be prepared for fire. We're taught our company officers, evaluate the car, right? Evaluate the mechanism of damage. Anybody who's been in EMS, right? We always talk about evaluate the mechanism of injury, right? Same thing. What's the mechanism of this damage? If we think that this car has been damaged anywhere where the battery cells are, we want a hose line in the street. We want to secure the vehicle. One of the things we learned was that if you put wheel chocks down, the torque of an electric car might go right over a wheel chock, right? So your wheel chocks may be ineffective. It might be better than nothing, but they might be ineffective. We bought a product called the emergency plug. You guys remember probably a year ago now, a FNY firefighter was working on a car, was up on 2 wheels, an accident. He was in the passenger door, the door was open, the car lurched forward, ran over his legs, broke his legs. Following that, a person in Europe took the video and created this thing called the emergency plug. And it's right here in the front of this car. The emergency plug mimics this car being plugged in to charge. So all it does is use the car's own computer system, essentially, to say, hey, I'm under charge. Every single plug port is in a different place. You see right here? It's right in the grill. You'll see a picture in a minute. It's right here. You have to figure out where they are. Some, they're in the rear tail. It looks like a tail light. You push it, the tail light opens, and you plug in there. You're just going to have to get used to where they are. It's universal. It has 3 connections. 1, 2, adapter. So it fits every type of electric connection that we have at this point. When you put this emergency plug in, it mimics that the car is being charged. Different manufacturers operate differently. Just by training and putting this thing in electric cars that we found around the city, some of them are put into neutral, some of them are put in park. The nice thing about the emergency plug is it has an LED light on it, and when you've taken control of the car, it lights up, you have control of the car. The problem is if the car stops, and you put the emergency plug in, the car can stop rolling neutral. So I know I just said a minute ago that chocks may be ineffective, but you need to combine chocks with this. We talk to our guys also. We go to an unconscious person in a car, which we do all day long, right? If it's an electric vehicle, put that thing right in. Now if the person wakes up, hits the gas, the car is not going anywhere, right? So they're around. And again, evaluate the mechanism of damage. So this accident was like 3 days ago. The company officer called me on the policy. If you're a company officer and you have an EV accident, you call the shift commander. He sent me the picture. I said, it doesn't look like any area is impacted. What do you think? We talked it over. He was very comfortable that the battery area between the 4 wheels under the floor wasn't affected by the accident. So we let this car go as a normal tow, right? So whatever tow truck showed up took this car. But that was because we evaluated the mechanism of damage. And in our opinion, we didn't think that this car was going to catch fire in about 6 hours or 6 days. Completely different incident. This is a Tesla flying down the street, hit the curb, and launched and landed inside that building. This is after the car was pulled out of the building. So again, if you're the company officer showing up to this and you went for a car accident, you need to call for your building fire response, whatever that is in your community. We all do it a little bit different, right? If that Tesla is inside that building, that battery compartment has been hit the curb, it hit a secondary curb at the grass line, and launched into a building. Every day. Some of the pager companies call the Brockton now. So, so when I look at this car, I'm concerned. I'm going to be concerned that this is going to be catch. I'm at this incident. I'm going to stretch a line to the first floor. I'm going to stretch a line to the outside. I'm going to run this whole thing like this car is going to catch fire at any moment, right? So we need a whole, like we said, we're going to disable it. And we're going to evaluate that. In my opinion, this car can catch fire at any moment. Not only while we're removing it from the house, but while it's sitting here in the street, while it's on the tow truck, it gets to the tow lot. So again, we created that permit for storage of a damaged EV vehicle, right? The other thing to consider, if you have someone trapped in a car like this, you also have to have a concurrent operation for firefighting, even when there's no fire showing, because at any moment this thing can catch fire. And we also know that we can't put it out. So if we're in an extrication type operation, which this one wasn't, if you need more help, call for that help. Because when this car, during the extrication, this thing can catch fire. We've seen the batteries explode today and how rapid, how fast, how much damage that can be done. I was talking to a couple of the company officers in my group who do the extrications. I said, you got to start thinking about battlefield mentality here. Like, whereas sometimes you take the whole car apart around the person, and we're very careful about every move we make. If we have a vehicle and it's on fire, we have to go battlefield mentality. And it might not be pretty, but this person's got to come out. So, things to consider for your own departments and how you work. Some of you guys are showing up at a call with 2 or 3 people. Some of you are showing up with 26 people. Not one size fits all. But just keep in mind, If you show up to something like this, you should be considering fire, and you should be considering fire all the way through to the tow lot. So electric vehicle, extinguishment is with water. So this was a car I had recently. Guy was driving down the street, smashed a fire hydrant and a couple other cars while he was driving down the street. We arrived, you can see the fire underneath the car, smoke from the hood. Keep in mind, foam and fire extinguishers are ineffective. They don't have any positive effect on the firefighting operation. Attack line on the vehicle is normal. First due engine arrived, used an 1 3/4 line, knocked down most of the fire, and the fire appeared to be knocked down, and immediately placed what we purchased for our cooling nozzle underneath and under the battery of the car. So we had just purchased these. They were actually in the station, not even on the trucks. When the call came in, for some reason, the dispatcher actually got that it was an electric vehicle and told us that upon dispatch. The guys ran in the station, grabbed the nozzle, and brought it with them. We hadn't even put it on the truck yet, and we used it for our first night. So in this case here, we put the fire out like a standard car fire. This is a main road. I grabbed the police. I said, we're going to be here another hour at least after we put this thing out, because we're going to put this nozzle under the car, and we're going to let it flow for 45 minutes with no fire activity. 45 minutes with no fire activity, and then we're going to allow the tow to take the car. And by the way, I have a specification of what I want for a tow. I need a flatbed, and it has to go to a certain company, because we'd already determined which companies could take these. Had the large enough lots and the separations for these. The patrolman called the supervisor, and everything was all set. So no arguing in the street, no police versus fire, no upset tow companies. A couple of your other options are allow the vehicle to burn. So in this case here, allowing this vehicle to burn, we would have been there for a while, I think, right? And then submerge in the dumpster. So the submerging in the dumpster, the problem with submerging in the dumpster is what you gain today, you lose for weeks, right? So if you take a vehicle and you submerge it in a dumpster, fill the dumpster with water, if that water gets into that battery compartment, what have you just done to all those batteries? You've insulted them, right? The very thing that got us here in the first place, right? So if we submerge the car in the dumpster, that might be working good for me today. But once that dumpster and that car get to wherever you're going to take it and the water is drained out, it's now another 30 to 60 days that car has to sit isolated. And then we got to get all those batteries dried out before we find out if this thing's going to catch fire again. Now, cooling nozzle underneath on the battery. The number we had heard when we went through our training was 45 minutes of no fire activity. You could go 50, you could go 30. Just think of CPR, right? So if we start doing CPR on somebody and you stop to move them, you lose that pressure. You lose that effectiveness of the CPR. Well, all I'm trying to do with this nozzle here, I'm not going to put that lithium-ion battery out. If it's in thermal runaway, it's in thermal runaway. I'm not stopping it. All I'm trying to do is stop propagation around it. So if I flow water for 15 minutes and shut it down, and that starts heating up again, I just lost all the progress I made for 15 minutes. And then if I turn it on for another 15 minutes, and I shut it down, and it starts overheating again, I just lost all the progress I made for the first 30 minutes. So again, as soon as we knock this fire down, I just walked up to the police officers, we're going to be here another hour. Put the nozzle underneath, had all the guys take off their gear, we sat on the side of the road and waited. Once that hit 45 minutes, we started the next process. When you have an electric vehicle fire, you want to assess a plan, right? So we should go back to our departments and we should have a plan. Because this is not going to be over in 20 minutes. You really need a plan. You need tow companies. You need a place to go. You need a police escort to get there. You need to have an engine company follow it to the final location, right? So we need a plan. We need to anticipate water needs. Everybody's talking about tens of thousands of gallons of water to put these things out. Well, that's a real thing. That's actually what happens when these things catch fire, right? So we're going to anticipate our water needs. How are we going to do this? If I laid 1,000 feet of 4-inch, is that easier than bringing 15 engines in a cycle, right? That's a possibility. We have to anticipate a long-term operation. We're going to be here a while. And a tactical relocation. So I'm sure all of you guys have experienced this, but if we have a fire in a trash truck, we drive the trash truck to a parking lot and dump the trash, pull it apart, and put it out, right? We drive the trash truck with a fire in the back of it. So I've worked on a plan for my department that if Route 24, if I have a car fire on Route 24, I can't close that highway for 2 or 3 hours. It's unreasonable. So I talked to my tow company that has Route 24. They have the skid steers. They bought a roll-off dumpster, an old used roll-off dumpster. It's not sealed or anything to hold water. And they're going to come in with a skid steer, put it in the dumpster, we'll cover it with a fire blanket, and we're going to drive it off the highway. Pretty aggressive. But so is closing Route 24 for 3 hours. Whether it works or not, whether we're actually successful in doing it or not, we've talked it out. I sat at the tow company. We talked about all the different ideas, and they're like, we'll do it, no problem. So why not, right? Because remember, even after you extinguish the fire, you're supposed to go another 45 minutes of no fire activity cooling that battery. That's a tough thing to do on a major highway. This car here is the one that DEP spoke about. This is the one in Norwell. This is after it was brought out and tens of thousands of gallons were used in the building, tens of thousands of gallons were used outside the building. By the end of the day, this fire car was completely consumed. This car catches fire again after this photo, okay? They were flying a Tesla engineer up from Philadelphia to handle this. By the time he got there was nothing left of the car, okay? So don't anticipate getting much help from the dealerships or whatever. And this was in their dealership. This happened in a Tesla dealership. So looking at this car right now, who would ever think that in a couple hours it's gone, completely consumed in fire? Okay, if it's garaged, extinguish your fire as always. We bought the fire blanket. I don't know if the fire blanket's going to put out a lithium-ion battery car fire, but I do know it might buy me time. I might be able to put the blanket over it and slide the nozzle underneath while I try to figure out what to do. And I'm talking like garage under a 5-story wood frame building, right? Or in a lower garage, or garage in a house, right? So we bought fire blankets and put them on our ladder companies. So if we have a car fire, the engine goes ahead and put water on it, the ladder company brings up the blanket. And if it's necessary, cover the car. Continue to apply water on the battery until it's ready to go outside. Somehow, some way, you're going to get this vehicle out from this underground garage or under building garage or house garage. Plan on a vehicle removal operation. Again, you call for help. An engine company putting water on it, you have a ladder company doing their thing, you have a whole other crew. Maybe it's the tow people, depending on where you are. Say, hey, I got to get that car out of there. Come up with a plan on how to get it out. As part of our identification of who can tow an electric car fire, we figured out the heights of our underground parking garages, and found out what tow companies have the smaller tow trucks that might be able to actually drive it and get it. But that's all been pre-planned. We know who we're calling now. So underground, under structure parking garages. We just saw the major fire in, I think it was London, where the parking garage actually collapsed. A concrete parking garage collapsed. I don't know what the vehicle was, but it just goes to show you the hazard of it. And then your residential garages. Okay, highway or major road, extinguish the visible fire, cover with the fire blanket, continue to apply water to the battery until ready to move, plan on a vehicle removal operation. If you look at the state police requirements to tow from a major highway, skid steers is on the list. You have to have a skid steer if you're gonna get that contract. So talk to your tow company that's in your community. Each one of us is gonna have to go back to our own tow companies and say, if I have an electric car fire on the highway, can you lift this thing up and get it out of here? Some companies might say, I don't want to do it. Some might say they will. Mine did. Move to an area with a water supply. If you're going to move it to where it's convenient for you, right? And then get that hot highway reopened. I had a propane truck rollover Memorial Day weekend and had 24 closed for 8 hours. It was awful. The traffic backup was across eastern Massachusetts. Say again? That's it, right? So we bought mechanics vehicle dollies for, right? So if I have a car fire in an underground garage or any garage, or even a parking space, and I want to move it, we bought mechanics vehicle dollies. You put these under the wheels, you pump them up, it lifts the car off the ground, and now you can manually push the car around. We can remove it from a parking spot, a garage, or from any exposed area. So our goal here, extinguish the fire as normal, get that undercarriage nozzle going, cover it with the blanket, talk to the tow guy, talk to the people who are going to move the car, have a plan where you're going, have a plan for firefighting, have a plan for protection, and get this thing out, right? The fire blanket. If you go to their website and you watch the videos, they extinguish fires with the fire blanket with no water. Will that work with lithium-ion batteries? I don't know. Never tried it. But my goal is exposure protection. Whether it extinguishes it or not, if it can buy me time, if it can buy me some space, that's the most important thing I'm looking for. And for our tow companies to get the permit to tow electric cars, they have to have blankets. So what we do is if we take this blanket and we cover the car and it gets towed and the blanket's damaged, they give us a new blanket, they build the insurance company, and they get themselves a new blanket. It's a process of cycle. So remember, secure the vehicle. This vehicle here, this is the guy here, when the car drives forward, it breaks his leg. Securing the vehicle, emergency plug at one incident. Again, it's on the driver's side fender. This one's in the front grille, and I've seen Teslas where it's in the rear tail light. Each manufacturer is going to be operating a little bit differently, and what the car does when this is in can be different. I think it was a Leaf that we tried. It put it in neutral. So if you're not shocked, the car's going to start rolling. Okay, so towing. Authority to determine a tow company. So when we go back to our departments, we got to talk to our police chiefs, our police counterparts, and say, what's your towing process? Do you have a towing contract? When is it going to get renewed? Because we want to add a paragraph in about towing electric cars and where they can tow them to. Have a plan, right? Because when we're on vacation and we're leaving the company, the captain in charge, he's got to figure this out. So we got to have a plan. Are they qualified to tow it? And are they going to bring it to an approved storage location? So this car here is being towed in the back of a flatbed. And of course, my video doesn't want to work. And it's on fire, right? I can guarantee he was towing this normal, it caught fire, and he's trying to offload the car right now. It's just a short 2-second clip that I have on social media. So this is what a car fire looks like after we're ready to have it towed. It's on the back of a flatbed. It's strapped down. It's got the fire blanket on it. The battery's been cooled for 45 minutes. I saw no signs of smoke or fire. I'm covering it with a blanket. I'm going to have a police escort in the front. I'm going to have an engine company behind it. Whoop. I'm going to have an engine company behind it, ready to go, because if this catches fire between here and the tow location in this congested neighborhood, I'm going to have to put it out. And I have a firefighter riding in the passenger seat with a radio. So if the engine company behind the tow truck observes a fire condition that they want it to stop for, they can call them. And notice it's at the very end of the ramp, not near the cab. So this is another interesting one. This was in Bridgewater. This was not the cause of the fire. It was a victim of the fire. This electric car was being towed on a trailer. It completely consumed. It took thousands of gallons to put out. When they loaded it on the flatbed, it's probably the same exact truck. These are all the battery cells. They fell out of the car as they were loading it onto the truck. So now they stopped the whole operation. They ran and grabbed a roll-off dumpster, lifted the car with a, what's the turntable one? You know what I'm talking about. Rotator off the flatbed and into the dumpster because they were dropping thousands of batteries off the dump of the ramp. So another problem. If I don't have access to a roll-off dumpster, I could take one of those fire blankets and make a berm, so as the truck's stopping and starting or whatever, you're not dumping batteries off the back of it. But that's why when this thing leaves the scene, you want to have a police escort in the front and an engine in the back. So this type of condition, those are all those tiny cells, about as big as your thumb right there. They just fell out of the bottom of the car once it got put onto the back of the truck. So this is what it looks like going into the tow yard. Police escort, tow truck, car all wrapped up, and an engine company following. The nice thing about this, once that tow truck arrives at the lot, they get to see where the car is going, make sure it's isolated, make sure it's in the right place. In this case here, The fire blanket was never exposed to fire. We took it off the car, folded it up, put it back on the ladder company. And now it's on the tow lot with 50 feet around it, no direct in all directions, nothing around it. And it had to sit there. Fire nozzle. Again, this battery compartment is designed to keep water out. It's designed to prevent all the snow and ice and everything from coming into the batteries. So are we applying water properly? No, but it's better than taking come-alongs and airbags and tipping the car on its side, trying to place 150 gallons a minute. Water needs to be applied directly to where it's to be. This nozzle, I think it's 70 gallons per minute. So cutting our runoff down by half, because 150 gallon per minute nozzle that's not hitting the batteries is putting 150 gallons a minute on the ground, and is actually not even are overheating. So it reduces runoff, and it's unmanned. We slide that underneath. Everybody takes all their gear off and sits on the side for an hour. So what's in the future? Found this at a car dump. They have a old U-Haul body that they converted to hold EV batteries. It's hard to see in the light here. These are all EV batteries here that are about to either be recycled or whatever. So this junk is taking the batteries and then hold. Look at it. Industry, 10, 15, 20 years later, what's going to happen when these are out, right? So anytime you have one of these things hit a curb, hit a building, whatever it might be, there's no universally accepted tactic. You got to do what is smart. You got to do what you can do with the equipment and staffing you have. Plan on a long-term operation. This is going to go a couple hours. We're going to be here a couple hours. Figure out what you have to do in your own department to handle that. How are you going to get it from where it is to where it needs to be? Have that all put ahead. Do this before the fire occurs. Plan on a storage location. Where's it going to go? We can't have this towed. A lot of tow drivers will pick up a car, go home at 3 a.m., right? Sleep, wake up in the morning, then take the tow truck back to the work and then dump the car. They can't do that. That car has to go directly from the scene to the storage area. And number one, whatever you like about this or don't like about this, have your plan. Pick what you like out of what we did, have your plan, and figure out what's going to work for me. So we had to work with our police department. I've asked the marshal to speak to the colonel of the state police about how we can get these cars off the highway and figure out what is it we're going to do. Because every one of us comes from a different department, different geographical location, different setting, and different capabilities. Any questions on that? Actually, 2 questions, please. Do the round table. Next up, we're going to go to devices. All right, so next up is Deputy Chief Jeff Marchetti. Jeff's a 24-year veteran of the Brockton Fire Department. Is assigned as the Deputy Chief of Training, ran tons of drill schools over the years. Currently assigned as a shift commander. He's a hazmat technician on the state hazmat team. Throughout his career, Deputy Marchetti played an integral developing and implementing a lot of our new programs, Shooter, RIT, Asher, and the lithium-ion battery problem as well. So please welcome Brockton Fire Deputy Chief Jeff Marchetti. Slideshow, and you're good. Put that on your shirt.
All right, how you doing? Jeff Marchetti, Brockton Fire. I got everything else. So we heard, energy storage systems, car fires, and now the rest, right? And probably what we're going to deal with most commonly. In the beginning, we were introduced as experts, SMEs, right? And no offense to my fellow presenters, but I think what we're walking out here today is learning that when it comes to these lithium-ion batteries, that person doesn't exist, right? If we learned anything. We had one of the guys on the forefront from CNY someone that we've had the opportunity to speak to a lot and take some of his classes and interact with. And we've learned a lot from him, but even he tells you, right? I don't think that expert exists. So what really drives me with this stuff is just the operational, right? There's a 30,000 foot view, there's codes and these, things like that. That's all good stuff. But what I worry about is being ill prepared and ill equipped, right? And in this room, and for me now, it's more about the firefighters, right? That guy at 2 a.m. out there on the truck, are they going to know what to do? Have we given them proper equipment and proper training to keep themselves safe? Right? And that's really what it comes down to for me. It's operational. It always is. On the ground level, how are we going to get this done? So, and that's what we focused on here. Right? What's our plan right now with what we know today? That might change in a couple days, a couple months. And I'll tell you, when we were planning this, right, building the plane as we fly it, that is absolutely correct. Over the years, as we've been going through this, it's changed as we were doing it. We'd talk to a vendor one week, and the very next week, what we talked about changed because they learned something new, and it changed the special permit for overpacking. It changed the way that we did as we were going with this plan. So that's where we're at, and we still are, unfortunately. So that's the big takeaway is that this is evolving, that we got to try to stay ahead of it. Operationally, what we're going to do right now. When you walk back into your department, what are you going to do when you show up? What is that crew going to do at 2 a.m. when you're not there yet? Have you given them the proper equipment and proper training to mitigate this while keeping themselves as safe as we can? Right? It's a dangerous job, I know, and even if everything's going right in the way it should, bad things can still happen. But we have to at least do that, right? So, talking about devices, we'll watch a few videos, and we'll get into what we've come up with for us based on what we've learned and what we're doing now, what we've been doing. And it has been working for us. So all these videos have a reason why I'm going to show them. Hopefully this is going to work for me. Should connect. Yeah. Yeah, it should connect. When it does. Hold on. Yeah. Good. Yeah. All right. Maybe all right.
Just reload it, maybe. Yeah.
Come on.
The Wi-Fi doesn't, the state Wi-Fi doesn't like YouTube.
Well, the next video you guys actually saw, one of the other guys showed this, and it was a scooter in the room when the dog popped, right? And you saw that, and then the point of that video for us watching it is the little to no warning, right? We heard about off-gassing. It typically does that before it goes into that full thermal runaway. But it's that little to no warning. So keep that in mind, because once we get to mitigation and stuff that we're going to do, this is one of my favorite ones. I don't think the guy enjoyed it, but keep an eye on what's going on here and how fast this goes, right? He's like, I'm going to get some water, right? Now, in Vietnam, right? He's low out of there, the stuff shooting off, but watch the projectiles, right? He's not having a good day. All right, so the first video, little to no warning. Keep that in mind. Look what just happened, right? So keep that in mind when we talk about mitigation and why we're going to take certain precautions, right? Because of that little to no warning. You don't have time to react. You're not going to have time to, if you were carrying it in your hands or putting it in your pockets, to undo that, right? When this thing decides to go. And this here, those projectiles, right? And how, look at it, it's still going off, and how severe this thing got so fast, right? We talk about legacy construction, doubles in size, fires size every 2 to 3 minutes, right? And then new age synthetics every 30 seconds. Well, this is much more than that, much faster. These burn hotter and faster than what we're used to, which means it's going to be deeper into your structure than you would think based on the amount of fire that you saw, right? So when you guys are digging these fires out, you got to expect that, right? So there's a lot of extra when we're talking about this. When we're talking about overall, when we're talking about looking for that extension and opening up, right? And final wet downs, a lot of extra. Did you notice the woman holding? Those people did live, but as we've learned how toxic, there could be a lot of patients there. I don't know the full on it, but on the bottom left. So first, little to no warning. That's why, right? And guys have to ingrain this in their brains and show this to your crews. Why we're going to take certain precautions. Projectiles, right? When we're talking about overhaul and sweeping for these things, why we're going to do it a certain way. Why we're not going to put these things in elevators.
Investigators say another lithium-ion battery sparked a massive fire in the city. This time, it burned through a supermarket in the Bronx, then spread to other businesses within minutes. And as CBS 2's Lisa Rosner reports, firefighters say this should serve as a warning. As flames burst from the roof of 2096 Grand Concourse, large plumes of smoke filled the sky. Everywhere the smoke was like, we couldn't breathe. Still on the scene into the evening. The FDNY says more than 200 firefighters responded to the fire that started in the back of the supermarket. The entire building is destroyed and the roof caved in. Video released by the FDNY shows a scooter catching fire and the flames spreading within seconds, soon taking over the nearby laundromat and other stores. The fire chief says once the battery catches fire, it's incredibly difficult to extinguish.
Under 5 minutes, we already were putting water on that e-bike fire, and it already spread throughout the building. It's really something that we have never seen before.
Okay, so that's my point. All right, so those videos, right, those were all certain things. Little to no warning. Projectiles, ongoing, right, throughout. And how far away they went, right, in places that we're not going to expect it. We see the origin here, we're looking for the cause, and the projectiles went into the next room or in the wall, okay? And then that burned hotter and faster, and this is FDNY saying that they didn't expect a small fire like that to take that building that fast, all right? So pretty impressive stuff. So just the makeups of the battery, I'm not going to get into, you guys, we've heard about a few different ways, anode, cathode, lithium ions move within, electrons move without on an external circuit. They're secondary batteries, which means they are rechargeable. There is electrolyte in there. It's a very small amount. It's still a dry cell battery, all right? It's a dry cell battery. There is electrolyte. It's minimum. It's lithium salts, all right? And when this thing has its event, right, that thermal runaway we're talking about, so that's a cell, 18650 cell. Individually, these are cells, okay? Individually, 18650 cell. When you just one with a battery management system or multiples like this, it becomes a battery pack. We heard about modules, right? That's bigger. That's energy storage systems. That's cars. When we're talking about this stuff, it's battery packs. You can pass that around, right? And that has a battery management system. That's the brain, right? That's what gets these things to work together. That's what's supposed to make them safe. Tell it when it's charged, when to stop charging me, right? When I'm too hot. You know, my phone, I left it on the table out in the sun, and it said, I don't want to work anymore. Shut me off. I'm too hot. I'm dangerous. That's the battery management system. So when people start to tamper with those things, that's when we start to have problems. All right. So when that's separated, some type of aluminum foil as an anode, as a cathode, copper foil, which sometimes will be all that's left of these things when it catches on fire. And then I have a separator, which would be some type of plastic, or they say intellectual property. They won't really tell us what it is. Can be damaged in many ways. But when that happens, they touch, we get that short circuit we were talking about, and now we get resistance. And when we know with electricity and resistance creates heat, you start to get that electrolyte, that's the off gas, right? Through that vent. It's meant to do that. That off gas we know is flammable and toxic. Enough heat, It's going to ignite, you got combustibles around it, and we have a problem. Typical fires, 500, 800 degrees, 2,000 degrees. All right, so hotter and faster, it's gonna behave differently. I want to say any questions, but I can't. He'll yell at me.
Move on.
All right. So that's that, right? All right, so we talked about thermal running. Cell failure, many reasons, right? Whether it's thermal, mechanical, being punctured, device going up and down curbs, banging off a curb. It's also manufacturing is very precise, need to be made in clean rooms. And some of them are, some of them aren't, right? Some of them are UL, some of them have UL stickers on them, but have nothing to do with UL, right? Coming in overseas. Some of them are harvested from like a battery we saw at that junkyard, and someone went in there and chiseled them all out and put them in a solvent to get the adhesive off, and then sold those because they were cheaper than new ones, right? Or Uncle Joe said, I can make that scooter faster, kid. Give me that, right? And he took some other batteries and made a bigger battery without the battery management system, and now we have a problem. So there's many, many reasons, right? Demand. These things are in everything. Demand goes up. What usually goes down? Quality, time, right? I'll use a cheaper metal. Battery management system's not as good. Whatever the cases are, there's many reasons why we can go into failure. But if we do, thermal runaway. We've heard about this, right? So I just talked about that. We can't stop that. Battery goes into thermal runaway. I cannot stop it. I don't care how much water you put on it. It's going to happen whether we like it or not. It's the propagation, the spread, the extension. Because I have more than one, typically, these are all packed together. They heat up their buddies. The buddy says, hey, I like what you're doing. I'm going to do it too. And now they all start popping off, going in thermal runaway. The one thing we are trying to do is slow this propagation. All right, so we want to try to slow that down and hopefully stop that if we can. We're not stopping the thermal runaway once that's happening. All right, so when we talk about cooling these, right, put them in the water, what's to say when I take that out of there, it's not going to happen again, right? So just keep an eye on a couple things here. Timing, temperature, you're going to see the temperature kick up. So laptop battery, 9 cells in it that it's telling us, 94 watt hours. Volts times watts gives us our watt hours. So watch our timing, watch our temperature changes. Imagine this is on someone's couch, on someone's bed. So that was the first one. Not too big an event there. Temperature starts kicking up. $800 degrees. Some little projectiles there. Now, again, on that metal table, okay. On that couch, we're already extending. Almost 1,400 degrees. That was just cell 2. At what point did we walk in as the fire department? Oh, give me that. I'll take it outside. Ah, shit. Right? How easy is it to walk in at the wrong time and think that this is nothing? So over temperature, I told you we're getting to around 2,000 degrees with these things. We get the lulls in between. Now we're getting more projectiles. So how do we keep our firefighters safe? How do we keep that first company in from just grabbing that thing and wanting to walk outside with it, right? Are they even geared up yet? Because it came in as, who knows, right? I had a problem with my computer. Okay, well, check it out, right? 6 of the 9 cells went, so we had 3 more to go. And how would we know that? Would we know that? No.
Look how far these things went, 13 feet away, and only because the wall stopped them. So again, another incidence of precautions and why we're going to do them and why you need to compel your firefighters to do it this way, right, to keep themselves safe, because we've seen what they do. And we have to resist that urge to just walk in and mitigate, right? No, I'm going to take care of this. No, we don't want to do that. We're going to slow it down. We're going to take a step back. And if we see something like this going on, all right, let's step back. Let's evaluate this, get properly geared up. Let's take those precautions so that this event's already happening. Right, let's get to that life safety incident stabilization stuff. Let's back people up. Let's make sure they're isolated. Let's get a line in here. Let's get geared up. Let's get on here, right, and do this the safe way, as safe as we can now. All right, so just some couple different things. This is a laptop battery within our department, expanded. I'm going to talk about this, but your own programs within your departments for end-of-life batteries versus DDR batteries, damaged, defective, recalled batteries. Right, so this was in our normal end-of-life battery recycling, which, you know, that doesn't belong there, but did we know that then, right? So now we're awareness, as you start awareness within your department, awareness in your communities, right? This type of stuff's going to be turning up. So how do we deal with that? All right, this was a laptop fire that we had, and you can see damage here. Luckily, it didn't spread. But the cells, did we get them all? You know, I hope so, right? And this is part of that sweeping and diligence that we have to do now. Drone battery fire in someone's kitchen. They had just purchased a drone, and then they thought they'd get a nice, cheap battery on Amazon. So there's certain things, right? They're compatible. They're compatible with that machine and compatible with a certain charger. But just like your phone, did you get the Apple charger that it came with, or did you go get the one that says it will charge it twice as fast for half the money, right? And that's that degradation we're talking about. So that thing's heating up because it's charging faster than it's supposed to. Battery management system doesn't like it. That separator starts to degrade every time it does it, right? And that's why we talk about making sure everything's compatible. Well, that's what happened here. We've had a bunch, and we're better now at tracking. We have a Google form we'll fill out so that we're better tracking fires now with Enfers coming up with something for us. So we were digging back, finding where we've had these, and these ones are all very, very recent. So tool batteries, looks like Ryobi, I think. You know, how many of us take that drill, right, turn it over and smash in the nail or something like that, right? Or you dropped it 20 feet off the ladder, you went down and got it, right? Happens all the time. What about the tools in our trucks? They're all strapped down and secure, right? No one threw those around, right? So this is what we're talking about. E-cigarette, how about that? Pretty significant. This is the one you heard Kevin talking about earlier, right? Brand new, never touched outside of manufacturing. That's what we got. Where is she?
Sarah, I'll get those batteries for you. Those are still wrapped, never touched by a person. On fire, sitting there.
All right. I used that one up. All right. So this is cell phone repair store. So one of the things I'm going to say, you know, there's a lot of homework here when you go back to your communities, right? Talking to your police departments, your tow companies, your recycling, however that exists in your communities. Who's doing that now? What are they capable of handling? What are you going to be doing, and what are you willing to do with this stuff? And threat assessment, risk assessment in your community, right? What do you have already, and what are they doing with them? Well, this is one of the many we have, and this is in the mall, and this is what it looked like. So this guy has, this store has probably over thousands of these batteries, right? And he's soldering over here in the corner up here, right here, right? No protections, just soldering connectors on these brand new batteries, right? One after the other. And this one, he got some heat on and it blew up in his face, right? Look at all of this, right? We averted disaster here, but you know how this came in? Just a regular medical. But like we've been telling you, one of the big things here is, oh yeah, so this is actually from that part of evidence collection. So all that was left was really that copper foil, right?
So everything else was really gone. There's probably some electrolyte or some dust on there. I don't know what it is. I didn't test it, but tasted like that. So, but look at this, right? So standards we're talking about, regulations and codes, right? I mean, where does everybody want us to be? Green and batteries, right? Does anyone want to regulate this stuff? Right? So this guy burnt his hand and stuff. He might have had some inhalation. He refused to go to the hospital. And that was that. But look what we let ourselves into. So we've been doing risk assessments, right? How many e-bike stores? How many repair shops? What's driving through the city, right? Who picks up all the bad batteries that everyone turned in from their phones and pops them in the van and now is driving through your community, right? All of your, transportation bikes and things like that. Whatever it is, right? They're there. It all exists. All right, where's my man? Rekindle. Here we go.
3 days later, but officials there say that the fire in an e-bike repair shop that spread to apartments and killed 4 people Tuesday rekindled earlier tonight. The fire earlier this week was caused by lithium batteries exploding, and investigators believe that batteries and that burned out debris reignited today. The virus started scattering throughout the debris, so we took out as much as we could, and it's contracted to remove the batteries so the factory. Fire Commissioner Laura Kavanaugh says so far this year, there have been more than 100
Did I skip over the 5 alarm?
and 13 deaths linked to
You're up.
Okay, so New York had that Rekindle, that e-bike store. We hear about them all the time, right? The disasters, the dirty word. No one wants to say it. It was said, right? It happens. It's happened many times. It's probably going to happen again. Not your typical Rekindle, though. We're gonna give it a pass. No, right? But involving lithium-ion batteries, right? We expect, right? So we're going to take certain precautions because I expect an event. We're doing this with these cars because I expect something to happen. We're going to do stuff with these at house fires or out in the street with an e-mobility device because I'm expecting an event. I'm expecting this. I'm treating this like a mini pipe bomb. I'm thinking Rekindle. I expect an event. That's why I'm doing certain things the way we're going to do it. All right. So Bartlett Street. The first fire, second alarm fire, shut up, right? So the second time, I'll just get to this now. That was the most underwhelming, melancholy second alarm I've ever hit on arrival. The second time, right? It was terrible. Usually those don't feel terrible. They feel pretty good. Like, all right, let's go, right? This was bad. So anyway, the first time we get a call for a house fire. We got smoke showing, report of a basement fire. Guys get down there and find it. And it was a basement fire. They do tell us they got some lithium-ion batteries down there, e-bike charging, and they weren't wrong, right? And this is that e-bike store. That was an operational period of a week or 2 weeks, whatever it was for FDNY, because it was over their capacity, over their capabilities to overpack and deal with, right? And this probably was actually for us too. And I kind of look at this like MCI, right? Is this overwhelming us right now or not? Can I handle this with what I got reasonably in amount of time? Or is it too much and I need to now get into that contractor stuff, right? So that's kind of how we look at this. So anyway, the guys go down and it's never a typical basement. They go in the rear and they have what they see, some fire and smoke. It's all banked down, but they can't get to it. Of course, they have to go all the way to the front now with the line, take a left. And now on this side, it's walled off and it's all particle board. And all the way down is shelving of lithium-ion batteries. Right? Some of them brand new, some in the packages, some not. And then there's a couple scooters, and way in the back is an e-bike on fire. All right, so by the time they got there, was a lot more on fire. So that's some of the shelving. So this was junior firefighter's attempt at extinguishment right in the beginning. I think this was the person that it was his bike. So he's got a garden hose in there going at it. That's the bike down there. It appeared to me, we weren't sure it actually was an e-bike at first. Looks like it might have been like something that someone was making. There was 75 to 100 batteries in here of all various types, brand new, some not. What was he doing? Were they making batteries? Were they selling them? Was they just collecting items? I don't know, right? So with that, and this is what it looked like after, of course, in that narrow corridor from front to back. Guys did a great job knocking down the fire. We realized we had this. Now, we were in the middle of our plan. We were coming up with stuff and ways to do things. And we didn't have our equipment yet. We had ordered it. And so we were in the middle of it all. But we knew what we had and what we were going to have to do. So the fire got knocked down. Guys did a great job. We get some rehab. And now the tedious job now, right? There's 2 overhauls now. And we're talking about this stuff. There's the sweep. Before you pull down the ceilings and everything else, we knew this was lithium-ion batteries. We know we had to check everywhere and everything for this small cell. Not fun, right? There's no lights in there. It's all soot and stuff, right? So, so we had to do this tedious process throughout this whole basement and now in the ceiling, and we're looking everywhere. We went through more bottles, sending crews in and out, right? We have to be fully geared up. We have to be on air. We don't want to carry these things in our hands. We're not putting them in our pockets. Non-conductive shovels, right? We're looking, and we need a charge hose line in place. And we start bringing these outside to an isolated area. I need someone out there, crew, ready, geared up, packs on with the charge hose line, right? So whatever we're doing with these things, they need to be monitored. We need a hose line ready. We need a crew ready. All right. So now we went through more bottles, getting these things outside. It took a while. All right. And you can tell, that gets frustrating, right? Overhaul and waiting around fire prevention. Guys don't like that, but that's what we do. So we went through that tedious process. Then we got back at it with our regular overhaul, wetting down, and those things, the investigation. Now, we didn't have our equipment, so luckily there was a 55-gallon drum at this property. So at the time, we had nothing better other than let's fill it with water and put them in. So this is the fire that Kathy had mentioned. And look at this. Does that look like a safe drum full of nice water? Those are off-gassing, toxic and flammable gas. Now, we didn't take a headspace at the top of this. We did, grants, we did, all our equipment came through grants. We were ready to upgrade some meters that are now capable of metering for stuff like this. And we didn't have it at the time. But those are off-gassing that whole time. So we're going to get into like the mitigation part in our options. So that's not something I was very happy about leaving. But that's all we could do at the time. All right? That's not safe, right? In a neighborhood with whoever, kids and others coming around and things like that. So, so we took things outside. We had 2 scooters and an e-bike, so our guys had to be on air. There was a watch line watching them with the crew ready to go, and they're dismantling because we had to get these in the drum. Right? We weren't overpacking with the drums and cell block, but we were getting them in a 55-gallon drum, so we had to dismantle them, get those batteries, and put them in that drum. So at this point, right, the fire is knocked down, the emergency part is over, but I know I have these things that I'm thinking I'm thinking these little pipe bombs, right? They're just lying in wait. They're waiting for me to let my guard down and do something bad to me. So I'm not going to do that. We're going to keep geared up. We're going to stay on there. We're going to use those non-conductive shovels, and we're going to get all of these. We're going to tedious search and get these out, right? Depending on the structure, I may need to overpack them before I move them out, right? If I'm on the 10th floor of a high-rise, how comfortable am I walking around like this? Right? So maybe I want to overpack them first, but if I'm in a basement at this 3-deck or 2.5, right, maybe it's just getting them out with that non-conductive shovel. Again, I'm expecting something to happen. So how long do I let it sit in here? All right. So we dismantled those and we got them all in this drum. Now they're all off-gassing, but it's what we had at the time. And we made it as safe as we could for what we had then. Okay. We did come up with a few things, and Kathy we were talking during one of the breaks. If the DP is called, right? So the homeowner, take responsibility if they can or if they're willing. How do we police that? I don't know. And then, or they call a contractor, right? But if you feel like you had to, it's the fire department that calls the DP. From Kathy, right? She said we call, and they.
Fire departments don't call the contractor because then they're going to be sending the bill to you. So call us
So if you feel like that's the route that you're going to choose to go in your community, that's an option, right? So there is on the contractor list, they do have to meet a response time. It's hours, not days, I'm told. This one did take like 3 days because the insurance company was involved, and we were working this out as we would go. We were laying the bricks while we were walking, and we got the insurance company to cover it and hire a contractor. This thing went to New Bedford. I ran into the person at another hazmat thing, and they still had the drum and couldn't get rid of it. So, there's a lot there. All right. So there's other stuff too. There was a 5-alarm fire that had a lithium-ion battery charging station. There was another 5-alarm fire that we had, and it was a UPS. It was a uninterrupted power supply, not lithium-ion batteries, but that's what caused that fire. We had a market basket. We get in there because someone smelled something, and we're chasing it down. We're checking all the regular stuff. All the mobile cart things out front were charging, and this was a non-spillable lead-acid AGM battery, absorbed glass mat battery. And just, there's always new technology. We're going to be learning about others as we move forward in the years, but AGM battery. So this thing was expanding. It was overheating, and this was a problem. Call Chemtrick. You know what they're going to tell you? Yeah, that's an explosive hazard. It needs to be properly mitigated and this and that. So we treated it the same way, right? So we're talking about lithium-ion batteries, but all these batteries can present a hazard if these things are disfigured, they're overheating, right? They're not as dangerous, and they don't have this long-term thermal runaway thing going. But we still got to be cautious of this stuff because we fully expected to find a lithium-ion battery in there doing this. It wasn't. So it was that non-spillable lead acid. Just on those non-spillable lead acid, if you have a golf course in your community and those are on charges, they give off hydrogen gas, cross sensitivity with carbon monoxide, just in case you're getting carbon monoxide alarms in those areas. All right, so general for incidents. We've talked about this. For us, any incident involving lithium-ion batteries, we're going to notify the IC or shift commander if that's not the same person, because we want to make sure that we're discussing this, that we're making sure this is the right thing to do. So when the deputy had that with the car, and they were able to get their heads together and decide whether this was or was not a hazard. And that's what we want, right? So we don't want to leave that junior guy out there or that senior man or whatever to have to do this on their own. Just give us a call. We'll come down. We'll discuss it, whatever it is. But we want to make sure we know so that we're formulating the proper plan, because if you're on scene and this incident's evolving, you may need to start getting those resources going now. All right. All interactions, damage, or exposed lithium-ion batteries, members need to be in full gear on SCBA, charged hose line in place. If you're putting out fire, that's all going to be happening. But what if you're not? What if you just walked into the unexpected? Slow it down, back it up, get your stuff on, get your line in place, and then get back at it. What if it's during overhaul? Right? We didn't realize this was lithium ion, and we've already done a sweep for these things, and we didn't see anything, but now we find it. We know it's off gas and toxic flammable gases. Stop, slow it down, right? Get the line. If it's not there, it should be, but if it's not, get a line there. Get geared up, get on air. We're not going to be in the vicinity of these batteries that either have been on fire or have been exposed to the heat of the fire and are now a hazard without being geared up and on air. And a charged hose line. Resist the urge to just pick them up. Again, you might be falling to a lull, right? Because I'm walking in while this thing is taking a break, and I'm just going to want to pick it up and bring it outside. We can't do that. We think of them like mini pipe bombs. They want to do me harm. They're laying in wait. They're trying to trick me. They want me to let my guard down. I'm not going to do it. Not going to be complacent. Think rekindle. You wouldn't move a mattress off of floor 3 without overhauling and wetting it down where it sits, right? And then you throw it out the window. Same thing here. We don't want to just grab this thing and start walking around with it. All right? All right, so devices, batteries in our devices exposed to heat, not currently on fire. All right, so I think we missed one, but if I find batteries, I'm putting out fire and I find batteries or things and devices that aren't exposed, they're not on fire, just get them out of the way. Don't let them become that. Don't let them become a victim of the fire. All right, but if now we're putting out fire and we come across these, they've been exposed to the heat. And think about this when we talk about exposed to heat. What's in our pocket? that we're talking on. A radio with a lithium ion battery in it, right? So just kind of keep that in mind. We're talking about exposure, right? I look at it like, is there discoloration? Is there disformity? Maybe I can't tell. Maybe I'm hot where I'm sitting and this thing's right next to me. Well, that's probably exposed to heat, right? So what are your senses telling you? All right. All firefighters in this vicinity, if they're not already, full PPE, SCBA, charged hose line. All right. Device should be isolated. If, depending on the structure, right? If I can't just get this outside in my non-conductive shovel or something real fast, if I need to, I'm putting out fire and I need to get this in somewhere where I feel like it's safer, then that bathtub sink full of water is better than just letting it sit right here, okay? If it's equidistant to that bathroom as it is to the front door, well, maybe the front lawn is that. But what if I'm on the 10th floor of that high rise? All right, so we gotta think, right? What's that risk assessment? What am I gonna do with these? All right, so those are an option. Get them submerged in water until I have the manpower to deal with it, right? Or the incident has been stabilized enough for me to now go deal with that, okay? Device shouldn't be transferred to elevator. Stairs should be avoided. We saw what happened in an elevator, right? So if elevator is my only way out of here, I want this overpacked first. Now we saw, and I'm gonna talk about overpacking, we saw some limitations there, but it's still better than not doing it, right? Open air runaway is much worse than drum with something, or cell block is what we use as well, right? So it does have a suppression factor. It does do something. It is suppressing, right? It might not be the end all be all that, you know, as it's advertised, but it's definitely working, doing something. So we're not going to put in elevators. If so, it's got to be overpacked for us in a drum with cell block, and it's going to go in that elevator unmanned. So we'll take it out of phase 2, back to phase 1, goes down to the lobby, right, on its own. Avoid the stairs if you can, but what if the stairs are right here, right? So I'm on making my way up the stairwell, right, trying to get into floor 3, the fire's in the kitchen, and that device is right there. So we talked about, and we learned this from some of the stories the guys in New York said. They were passing at one of these bike, the apartment, 20th floor, whatever it was, and it was a bike repair shop, and they're passing the bikes and they're just putting them behind them, right? They're putting pipe bombs behind them, really, right? Or propane tanks. What would you do with a propane tank if someone just handed it to you and you're in the stairwell? Well, I'm not supposed to be on the stairs with them. What are you gonna do? Run in the room on fire? Just get it outside, right? What are you gonna do? Make it as safe as you can, all right? So if they are right there, then you're gonna have to do that, but we try to avoid the stairs unless it's overpacked. We'd rather have it overpacked and as safe as it can be. Always taking precautions. We never trust it, even when it's overpacked. We don't want to block egress while relocating these devices, like I just said. Think about it. If that's a propane tank, where are you putting it? All right. Remove from the building when it's safe to do so. And again, if it's dependent on the structure and how far I am from that exit, my tools at hand, I'd like to have it overpacked before we move this thing. But again, if I'm expecting an event, how long do I let it sit? Right? Our overpack stuff is not on our first line pieces. It's everything we need right now. I'm going to call that stuff in on my special ops after. So typically we're using those non-conductive shovels and getting this outside and isolated, and we're going to overpack it after. If a battery is discovered, so, and it's the same if it's on fire. I don't know where that slide went, but whether it's exposed to heat or actually on fire. So if we're putting out fire and I see that it's some type of device or batteries, there's no difference. I still got to put out the fire. And am I over? All right. So lithium batteries. I still got to put out the fire. Yes, water is the extinguishing agent, right? That's what has been working. It's going to cool it. This is lithium. This is reacts to water, right? If I take this lithium metal out of this and put it in water, it's going to ignite. Okay, that's lithium. That's a lithium battery, lithium metal. Lithium ion doesn't do that, right? Doesn't react with water. All right, so it's okay. Yes, we're going to use water. So if I'm putting out fire and I see that it's a device, well, I'm not going to stop putting it out. I'm just going to keep doing it, and I'm going to keep doing it. Get the incident stabilized, put out the fire, and then see what you got, and then go from there and make it safe. All right. Again, overhaul. So maybe we noticed these during overhaul. Maybe we knew it before. We didn't realize that that's what we had, and we put out a fire. We have to get in this mindset. We know the batteries are everywhere, devices are everywhere. Get in the mindset before you rip the whole ceiling down to take a look. That's when we need to look, because we might not know it yet. How many fires we had in the past, but maybe this was the cause, but we blamed it on the device, right? That transfer station, the recycling transfer station, how many fires you been to there, right? Or the dump trucks or whatever it is. And now we know. Now we kind of know what we're looking for. So before you, any fire, before you start that overhaul, have you guys get in the habit of looking for this stuff, all right? If it's discovered during the overhaul, take a step back, make sure you got the line, make sure guys are geared up, all right? And before you keep pulling, let's stop and start over. Start looking again. Do another sweep. It's tedious, but you got to keep your people on task, keep them in gear, keep them on air, and rotate them, right? I got one crew in there looking for batteries. I got a crew on standby with the watch line, and everyone else is in rehab, right? We got to keep it going. You're going to use a lot of air doing that, but it's what we have to do. Talked about this advisory and the contractor. So here's my feeling on this. And actually in the advisory, there's a sentence that says, when rendered safe. When are these rendered safe? Is anyone comfortable with calling a civilian and say, hey, take this bomb, would you? So my opinion on this. I'm the incident commander. I own this. And if I call other people in to deal with this and they get hurt, that's on me. So that's my opinion on it. So we are going to do what we can with what we have right now. Operationally, boots on the ground. We're going to put the fires out. We're going to get these things isolated. And if they're in a device, we can't pack the device. That's why we start dismantling, cutting them out, right? I'm going to use my non-conductive shovels. If I have to deal with cutting wires and things like that, I'm going to put on low voltage gloves in case that stranded energy. And we use insulated tools, electrician's tools, all right? If I have to touch the battery, like from here into the drum, high heat gloves, right? More resistance than our fire gloves. Those extra steps. The emergency is over. I expect something to happen with this thing, so back up. I have time to change my gloves, right? And now go do that next step. Back up, change your gloves. It's no big deal, right? Have your plan in place. Look up the manual. How do I take the battery out? Maybe it's just unclipping the thing and pulling it out, right? It's okay to do that now, right? How many screws? Where are those screws? All right, get all your tools, get your table set up, get some lights, get the line ready, and now start dismantling your thing. But here, so once we get these out, here's your options. Homeowner, talk to your homeowner. Is your homeowner going to take care of this? How are you going to guarantee that? Do we leave known hazards on scene? Do we leave a scene still hazardous, right? We get there, we're supposed to make it better. We'll make it safe. So how can we guarantee the homeowner is going to do what they're supposed to do? They're going to hire a hazardous waste contractor. Now we call the DEP, and is a hazardous waste contractor coming, and they're from the private sector, which no knock on that. I'm sure they're well versed at what they're doing, but are they like, what's going to happen? I confidently know that we dealt with this and made it safe if we deal with it. And that's the way we chose to go with this. So we are going to overpack it. We are going to put it in cell block and put it in that drum. We're going to put a sticker on it. We're going to label it with the date that it was packed and put the address on it. And we're going to make it sit for a minimum of 30 days. So another partnership we developed was with our DPW. We've been talking to them. That's who does our recycling anyway. Call to Recycle is a place that we use in the city anyway. So that's part of your homework. Who do you already use? So that's our end-of-life batteries that we do that with. He's already flipping through things. So that's our end-of-life batteries. But we can't, that's not the same as a DDR battery, but we are still using them, right? So our DPW is going to pick this drum up. We're going to follow them, and they're going to isolate it in their yard, right, in a locked area, and they're not going to touch it for 30 days. I don't want someone else picking it up and taking this thing. We saw that this isn't the end-all be-all. There's still going to be an event that has some off-gas and things like that. So I'm going to make it as safe as I can. If I put it in a drum, I want it to have a vent, right? And I like the Cell Max drums, the blue ones with the vent off the side, and it has cell block lined in it, right? Because we're doing emergency packing. So I'm going to use the best I can, and that's the Cell Max drum, emergency packing. After 30 days, they can unpack it and pack it in the least amount of material to meet the special permit and ship it to the recycler. Unless we tell them otherwise, right? Unless she's picking it up for the consumer protection or the insurance needs it for investigation or whatever it is. But it has to sit for minimum 30 days, isolated, untouched. And that's just what we chose to do. I feel much more confident in that plan than leaving an open 55-gallon drum off-gassing in someone's backyard, than having a civilian pick it up, right? All these other things that have the potential for bad stuff to happen. We know the dangers, we're taking the right precautions, and being as safe as we can with what we know now. And I feel much better about that plan, that we handled it, and then we'll pass it off after 30 days. So batteries moved to the outside and isolated, crew PPE. Again, have your plan in place, have a table set up, lighting, whatever it is, if you got to dismantle something. And then when we're overpacking, so that's a Cellmax drum. It has a vent in the side. They're not weather tight, by the way. If you leave that outside and for 30 days in the rain, the water's getting in, right? We learned that one. And the basics of these are cell block, 3 inches on the bottom. Put your cells into packs, right? So we don't want it. We don't have to dismantle this to get to the cells. I can pack it in the pack, right? I'm not going to be able to put a whole bike in there, so I might have to dismantle that. And if I got to cut wires, I'll put my low voltage gloves on. If I have to cut the frames and stuff like that, then I'll do that, and I'll cut it right out, and I'll put that in there. And then I want 2 inches of separation, right? And then more cell block and layer it like a cake. All right, so 3 inches, cells into packs, cell block, and on and on. When they do this for shipping, there's certain things, if you're going to be the shipper yourself, and that's something you have to determine what you're going to do with this after. Where's it going to be stored? Who's transporting it? Now, the transport from the scene, it's not in commerce, so there's nothing about hazmat or anything like that for DOT. After, though, when it gets shipped for recycling, that's commerce, that's DOT. Okay? So we're going to do this, overpack it. When you're doing this, right, fire prevention, where do they fit in? So we heard from Deputy Fire Marshal Taylor, and there's definitely some changes with the fire investigation. So part of that is this, right? So if they get pictures and things like that inside, if they could, but while we're doing this, there should be a log, right? Some pictures taken. Before it's a ship, they definitely have to take pictures of how it's packed to give it to them to make sure it's been packed properly. So photographs, log the contents, have fire prevention investigating involved at that point, so we know what we're putting in there. Again, cell block, you know, I don't care what you use, right? It's a suppressing agent, it's a class D. They say it works for lithium ion. We saw that it's not, you know, perfect, but it definitely suppressed, right? If that wasn't in there, that would have been much more violent. We know that. Violent and unpredictable. That's what these things are. All right, so there's our guys overpacking. They're on air, charged hose line with another crew in the corner. So some answers that you need to come up with. All right, what's your removal and disposal plan? All right, so who's your partners going to be? What are you capable and willing to do as a department? Are you doing it all? Do you have a recycling plan already in your community that you can tap into? Do you have a utilities or a DPW that would help you out? Are you doing all of it, right? Who's going to transport the drum from the scene to wherever it's going to be stored and isolated, right? And hopefully in a covered, some type of weather tight thing that can still vent, right? Who's going to store them and where? Who's going to ship them and to whom? So who's going to be that shipper now after those 30 days or whatever you decide, right? Who's now taking that on, and then where you're shipping it to. So for us, we didn't want to get involved in shipping. DPW is already an enterprise account. They already deal with recycling. They have a billing mechanism. So if this was a house fire that triggered an insurance claim, they're going to try to bill and recoup their cost. All right, and who's going to pay? So again, we kind of have that worked out, but how you're going to get, you know, paid for your drum, who's replacing them, and all those things, that's part of the plans you got to start figuring out now. In your own, right, battery management for yourselves, right? Look at this. We probably all saw that on social media, right? All of our stuff, we're all going e-devices, right? For your extrication tools and stuff like that. All our fans, right? DDR versus end-of-life batteries. What are you doing with those? End of life, right? Just doesn't take a charge anymore. That can be recycled normally. If it's a DDR battery, guys should be now inspecting these things, right? Especially on your hydraulic tools and things that are getting banged around. If they notice something, it needs to be checked, all right? As you get awareness in your departments, guys are going to start noticing stuff, right? It's not worth letting that battery that's all banged up and cracked sit there anymore. It's not worth that. Right? And if you get out there and start doing some risk assessment in your community, and seeing what you have out there and maybe educating the community, some PR stuff on the dangers of these things and how to make themselves safer, guess what's going to start showing up at your firehouse? Right? People with batteries. End-of-life battery, go recycle it as normal. But if they show up with that battery, I showed you that expanded laptop or something like that, put it down over there. No, just go over there and put it down and then call your shift commander, right? What are we going to do with this? Okay? Don't let them drive away with it in their car. That could end badly for you. Go on. He's so mad at me.
Behind me, you can see the boarded up windows, the aftermath of just the latest fire that investigators believe was related to those batteries. That can be repaired, but the tragic part, this fire killed an 8-year-old girl Saturday. She's far from the only victim. It's a scary thing. Remember that day. Today, boarded up windows mark the spot at the Jacob Reese houses where Khadija Batia saw flames back in December and frantically texted her friends who live in this building to get out.
I knew how urgent it was, especially seeing how high that fire, how really, really high that fire was. Like, it was out of control.
Her friends got out safely, but one man was killed and a 13 and 18-year-old climbed onto a pole to evacuate. Investigators found 7 e-bikes in the apartment and blamed the fire on the battery.
It's dangerous. We know how dangerous it is.
The FDNY says it was one of 104 fires related to lithium-ion batteries last year. And so far this year, at 150, it's already worse.
We really could double our numbers from last year.
Chief Fire Marshal Daniel Flynn said 6 people have died this year in fires related to failed batteries.
When they do fail, they fail very unexpectedly and very violently. So it's almost like a roller coaster track.
This demonstration with experts shows what can happen when the batteries are overcharged. The FDNY said you should only use chargers that are compatible with the battery. Don't try to repair a faulty battery and never charge your batteries overnight.
A lot of these fires that we're seeing where people are getting seriously injured and killed, if they had followed our recommendations, these things wouldn't have happened.
NYCHA has pushed to ban e-bikes on their properties.
That's not a good idea.
Upper West Side Councilmember Yael Brewer co-sponsored a bill that would ban the sale of e-bike batteries in the city that aren't properly tested by a lab and labeled as such.
So that point of that is the big PR campaign. They've pushed a lot of PR trying to educate the community because of the big problem they've had. So again, lithium-ion batteries pose a serious risk and a hazard. We can't take it lightly. Take the necessary precautions, right? And it's going to take that education piece, right? Because guys aren't going to just do it, right? They're going to wonder why. So give them the why. Let them know how dangerous and unpredictable these are. They will fail violently without little or no warning. If you have something involving lithium-ion battery, notify the shift commander or IC if it's not one and the same. Conduct that threat assessment in your community. What are you dealing with? What do you have? What do you have coming through there? That public education piece, right? Start educating the public. Help yourself, right? Maybe we can avert some of these disasters. One of my greatest fears is being unprepared and ill-equipped. And now, again, and especially in this room, you're the chief officers, right, for your firefighters, right? That should keep all of us up at night, that we're making sure that they are ready to go, that they know what to do at 2 a.m. when I'm not there yet. Be proactive and develop your plan now. Thank you.
All right, so we'll go right into the question and answer session so that we can get back on the road pretty quickly here. Yes, sir?
Is there any talk at the state level of making some legislation similar to like 21E to mandate that we can go for reimbursement for costs of mitigating lithium-ion batteries? Is it really oil?
I don't have an answer to that. The marshal's not in the room, but that's definitely something we can get out through FCAM to find out if the 21E hazmat reimbursement will apply. You could almost be kind of close as it is. But yeah, we'll get the marshal to get an answer out for that. Sir.
2 quick ones. The cell block that you guys put in and let it sit for 30 days, and you take it out, repack it. Is the cell block reusable? Are you gonna get rid of that?
What do you want
And
to
two, the nozzle that you guys put under the car, in the slides, they seem to be like in different spots. One was in the rear, one was in the front. Is that where the fire was? Because I thought the battery plates kind of covered the whole bottom of the car. So does it matter where that nozzle is for your 45 minutes?
So the first question was cell block and is it reusable? So the cell blocks for us, again, we pack it in 30 days and then we will then, because we're using those Cell Max drums, we will open it. And if there was an event, then no, right? But if everything's clean and there's been no event in there, then yes. Okay. Cell block does say it's reusable. I wouldn't if there was anything that made me feel there was an event or discoloration or anything like that. I would not. However, if there's no evidence of an event that occurred, no discoloration, I would reuse it. Yes. As far as actually, you had this fire.
Yeah, so the car fire nozzle, we placed it where the fire was. So, the fire was in the front of the car, we had the nozzle in the front. Depends on, where the heat is. And again, we're not going to extinguish what's in thermal runaway. The only thing we're trying to do is stop propagation. And we may or may not be successful. And my thing that I've told our guys is be patient. It might work, it might not. Just be prepared. Questions? No questions? We got, yes, sir.
Maybe the DEP might be able to answer. If you do recommend somebody call a hazardous cleanup company to take that before we call the DEP, do you know if homeowners insurance would cover that cost?
My understanding is that typically it's something that for the homeowner to consider to talk to the insurance about. And I know there are situations where the insurance company has paid, and I don't know if about the other situations. So definitely recommend they call the insurance company. But I would say don't wait to talk to your insurance company before you act, because it needs to be taken care of right away.
One of our fires, we grabbed the insurance company and bullied them into it, and it worked. Step up, yeah.
So, City of New Bedford, we have actually billed just about every battery response we've gone to. We've had limited success on getting the reimbursement. I'd say about half we've been reimbursed for so far. We will go after commercial and vehicle insurance policies. If it's a homeowner and there's no insurance involved, we won't go after a private homeowner. We won't bill anyone like that. Commercial entity, something like that, we will try and recover the costs of the overpack and the response for it.
Questions? Is that it? You guys got anything else you want to add? Yes, sir. I did. Yeah, you don't ask questions. Yeah. If that's it, I want to thank everybody who helped us out here to make this thing a success. Thank you for your attention. I hope you get a lot of good information out of this. A lot of this is not the answer. A lot of this is the questions. But there's an awful lot of homework when you get home about all the things that we went over. So thank you for your time.